Kia kaura, kia tātou, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ki a mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana, te atukura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Morena everyone, we have quite a big second to last policy and planning committee, so let's try our best to keep it quick. This meeting will be live webcast, you know that. Before we start, I'd like to advise everyone that we'll be taking lunch at 12:30, no matter where we are in the agenda, and we will be taking the advisory panels at 1 p.m. There's quite a lot of people that are coming in for that and have switched around their days to be here, so we will do our best to either get through the agenda to get to their item, or we will have to bring it slightly forward, or whatever the issue is at the time. But just keep in mind that that's our aim. Also, item 17, there was a private plan change mentioned. The report wasn't ready by the agenda anyway, but it has been withdrawn, so just in case people are wondering where that one went. We have apologies from Councillor Filipina for absence. We have no apologies for lateness. We have early departure for Councillor Darby, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Fully. Could I have a mover, Deputy Chair? And seconder, I think that was Councillor Lee. All those in favour? Any opposed? No, perfect. We'll go to electronic attendance. Now we have quite a list, and could I please have, if there are other people who think they might leave and need electronic, please add yourself to the list now, but so we don't have to continually add people through the day. But we have Councillor Darby, Councillor Fully, Haukura member Tauhenere, Councillor Leone, Councillor Newman and Councillor Walker, all requiring electronic attendance.
And Chair, could you put me there just in case I have to leave a little earlier and I want to attend from online from home before I leave?
Yeah, sure, Councillor Fletcher, thank you. I'll have a mover, Deputy Mayor. Seconder, Councillor Fully. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No, thank you. Right, next we have declarations of interest. I have one, but we'll take it at the item. Or should it be at the item or now? Okay, Councillor Bartley, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I have a perceived conflict of interest with the Whanaupai item, so just declaring that now. My brother is the property developer for Midlife Care. I'm very proud of him too.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Now, it's not a financial interest at all, and it probably isn't actually officially an interest, but it's great that you declared it, and Councillor Bartley will be leaving the room during that debate just to keep everything above board for her own choices, so thank you. Are there any other declarations? No. Confirmation of the minutes. Can I have a mover? Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton. Seconder. Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. There are no petitions. There are no public inputs. There's no local board input. There are no extraordinary items. And I just want to acknowledge Councillor Ferry back in person after you're obviously still recovering, but it's great to have you back in the room. Kia ora. Right, we go straight to item 8. We have Lara and Natasha and Paul. I think Sage. Oh, I'll just wait, sorry, for a couple of minutes, just while the councillors come in online. They've been sent the invite. Yep, so we just might give them 30 seconds to jump on that link. Who will be kicking off from? Cool. Thank you. I haven't seen them join, but they do have the link, so there'll be councillors joining. Oh, there we go. Got Councillor Leone there. Right. Who's kicking off? Was it Natasha? Yeah. Kia ora.
Morena, everybody. It's good to see you this morning. I'm Natasha Carpenter. I'm the Head of Coastal Management, and I'm joined today by Paul Kleinak, the General Manager, Engineering Assets and Technical Advisory, and Lara Clark, our Principal Coastal Adaptation Specialist. And today we are bringing to you across two items, the seeking approval of the next 4 of our shoreline adaptation plans. So in this item, the approval of the Tamaki River Inlet and the Highbrook to Whitford shoreline adaptation plan. And I would also, through the chair, just like to table the apologies of Ngaitai ki Tāmaki. Ngaitai have been working with us since the beginning of the Shoreline Adaptation Plan programme, but unfortunately couldn't be with us here today. But just wanted to note that obviously these areas are of high cultural significance to Ngaitai, and we will continue to work with them on completion of these plans beyond the holding statements that you see in the Shoreline Adaptation Plan documents themselves today.
Just pointed at Sandra there. It should.
Is it turned on? Sorry.
Yes.
We'll move it along if it doesn't.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so as I said, we have completed 14 plans out of the sequence of 20 across the region. So you can see they're highlighted in green all of the plans that have been approved by this committee to date, and the 2 shaded in blue there for the Tamaki River Inlet and the Highbrook to Whitford plans in blue there quite centrally in Auckland. So this represents plans number 15 and 16 of the series of 20. This is very temperamental. Now, I'm conscious that we have been here for the last couple of committees, so a lot of this information will be very familiar to you. So just a very high-level brief summary of where we're at. The purpose of the shoreline adaptation plans is to provide long-term consistent decision-making for council-owned land and assets in response to coastal hazards and climate change. These are quite different from plans that you see, I think, in this committee in general, being quite operationally focused. So they are there to inform a lot of councils' BAU. And the scope of the plans is complementary to some of the other work programs across council that manage some of the other areas that I know are of interest to elected members, including in Auckland Emergency Management, where we have the readiness and response, Resilient Tāmaki Makaurau, looking at social equity and community engagement more broadly, and the Auckland Unitary Plan, looking at private land uses and land use planning. The way that the shoreline adaptation plans are presented is essentially to present 4 recommended adaptation strategies over 3 different potential climate change scenarios. So you have the low change scenario, which takes us from the present day situation up to 0.5 metre of sea level rise through to the potential high climate change scenario. And really the philosophy here is that if there isn't that monitored and observed change in climate change and sea level rise, that there isn't that need to switch between the adaptation strategies that are recommended. These also remain living documents to enable that flexibility in terms of how our environment changes and our communities change over time. As I've noted, these are really quite operational plans, so they are really key in terms of how they will be implemented. So there's a lot that can be done with the plans as they are completed from now within existing budgets, and then moving through with the completion of the region, which is very much imminent at this stage, into those future prioritisation pieces and actions. So we have from now the operational decision making, in particular to support local boards' future decision making, to guide our appropriate responses post storms, and some of our operational maintenance, as well as what we have through our existing coastal asset renewals program, so that we are guiding the correct outcomes for each area of our coast. As we complete all of the plans across the region, this will be the first time that we will have that consistent decision making across the whole of Auckland's 3,200 kilometres of coast. That will support the regional prioritisation of once we know where we need to continue to protect versus where there is a more pressing need for adaptation priority, what are the associated funding requirements to support those further conversations with communities, which will lead into pilot case studies. So with that, I will hand you over to Lara for a bit more detail on the plans in front of you in this item.
Kia ora. So to orientate us in terms of the plans that are before you with this item today, on the left of the screen there we have the Tāmaki River Inlet or the Tāmaki Estuary, and on the right hand side we have the coastline coming from Highbrook all the way through to Whitford and sort of south of the Beachlands area there. So across these two plan areas, looking at Tāmaki to start with, we have a sort of lower energy coastal environment within the inlet here. We've got really highly valued connections to the coast, enabling Aucklanders to get out on the water from numerous marine and port facilities throughout this area. We've got some really key council reserves and open space areas of high value, Waiōtaiki, the Panmure Basin, Tāmaki, Kia Tātahi or Seaside Park. We've got key portages and we've got some of our key arterial roads which also traverse this area. As we move around the east coast, we've got some really highly valued cultural landscapes. We've got our highly utilised and valued eastern beaches. We've got Bucklands Beach, Howick, Cockle Bay, Mellons Bay. We've got Whitford beaches and coastal pathways. And we've got key coastal roading connections to some of our communities out towards Beachlands and further afield, and some really highly valued coastal walkways where our communities connect with the coast. So in terms of our iwi engagement across these two areas, as Natasha's noted, that remains ongoing in terms of implementation and supporting the connections that iwi have to the coastal areas within these two plan areas. Our community engagement has really focused on those interests along the coasts, our coastal walkways and our connections to the harbour. And in terms of what we've heard from our local boards as well, they've been supportive of the process and keen to think about some of the key infrastructure and parks and coastal connections that they hold. So that's a very sort of high level synopsis in terms of what we have within these areas. And I think we have kept it short and sweet today. So kia ora, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, that's awesome. I don't know how you condense all that amount of work into that presentation, but thank you very much. First question we've got is from Mayor Brown.
Oh, hi. I've read this and the next one with interest, and it looks very good, but I had a bit of trouble working out, are we planning or are we actually doing works, is the first question.
Kia ora. Thank you, through the chair. So in terms of planning, we're working, I guess it's an unusual process for us, working really closely with all of our asset owners. So I'd say it's strategic asset management planning, Your Worship, in terms of we are planning, we're thinking strategically, but we're thinking strategically about how we manage our assets.
I get that part, that's good. But if, say, for instance, a retaining wall needed somewhere or other, what have you, is that kicked off in this thing, or is that another step?
So through the chair, that this document will support all decision making in the implementation phase going forward. So there's a number of examples of how the shoreline adaptation plans are being used to implement through the Coastal Renewals Programme at the moment. So for example, at Foster's Bay, which is one of the areas that we have coming up in the next item, we have a response there for making good of the existing seawall structure there, which is guided through the Shoreline Adaptation Plan. In other areas, we have, through the Shoreline Adaptation Plan, supported removal and naturalisation of structures, including Stanmore Bay and Browns Bay, where we've actually physically removed structures and the ongoing operational spend and need to maintain those structures for a more natural response, which is supported by the Shoreline Adaptation Plans.
Okay, so then we get to the costs of those things, which must come out of budget somewhere or other, I'm not quite sure where. And I noticed that we're not doing private property, but when we do public property, there's often a big private benefit. And I looked at the O-River seawall, for instance, which added $1 million to 12 people's houses, and they contributed nothing. When we're doing something for the public and there is a private benefit, I would like you to get the idea of going and getting a private contribution for it, because that one there was a walkway along the front, but in fact the people that benefited most of it, the people whose land was there. And so I don't want to miss the opportunity in future. I'm not a keen person on rating the public to give private benefits. Okay, so just, if you don't mind, could you put that into your thought patterns? Thank you. And perhaps report on those sorts of things when we get around to the actual costs of doing things. I'm very happy with what you're doing in terms of planning and thinking about it. It's a good idea. Thank you.
So through the chair, absolutely, we've noted that direction. We've noted that direction when we shared the case study for the Oriwa seawall with respect to the Better Value Projects approach as well. That is factored into some of our thinking in the SAPs as a core piece for what we'll need to work through in implementation. Absolutely. The commitment is when we see that there is a tie between public and private benefit that we need to explore some of those funding arrangements. We absolutely need to explore things like targeted rates, for example. So, thank you.
Good answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, I think the Mayor might have really kind of asked my question there, Paul, so it's great to think, about, because everyone need to come through a process, I guess, through elected members and get approval to do that type of stuff, a policy change, I guess, of some type. Yeah, okay. And I don't want to make any assumptions here, but in terms of the costs that when you have to start to put some numbers to implementation, is that likely to come through the next annual plan process or the LTP process? Yeah, and how that works internally, you get that through into the budgets.
So through the chair, absolutely. There is a process of summarising all of the shoreline adaptation plans once complete and engaging with the governing body and local boards around what that means and what we need to think about and provide for the future. There will be some quite informed discussion and debate, I believe, around that. And you may have heard me speak in some of the years gone by that it's been really difficult to have that conversation without these plans in place, because a lot of the questions we were asked, we simply didn't have the information, the data to fall back on to answer, which areas were most subject to risk in Auckland, which areas should be prioritised, what should we be spending our money on, and how we should be prioritising that spend on which things first. So those discussions are definitely in the pipeline. That'll be for post-election. We're probably a few months away from starting those conversations, but only a few months.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. You've just explained to us quite how powerful this work is and how it will be taken into account in lots of places. But last meeting where you presented the last tranche of, you said it was non-statutory and therefore had nothing more than just for people to consider. It sounds contradictory to me.
Kia ora through the chair. Thank you, Councillor, and recalling some of those conversations when we brought the previous plans to you. I think when we're talking about the non-statutory nature of the plans, the main direction around those questions, from my recollection, was how it may be applicable to private property and how it may be applicable to resource consent and building consent processes for sort of private landowners as plans that guide what we do in terms of thinking about council asset management. They are really meaningful for us to understand, as Natasha and Paul have just spoken to, what are the priorities, what are some of those potential costs, and how we move forward with that consideration.
Thank you. So then I also heard I thought last meeting that the Mayor mentioned that the concern about private benefit and people with shoreline assets who have the money to pay for themselves. And I think I remember that you said that under this plan you have identified all private asset in that area, in the riparian sort of area, and you have blanketed that with a no intervention blanket. Is that correct?
Thank you through the chair. So in terms of the way that we apply the no action strategy that we had on the screen earlier, that's really looking at where we have limited council land and assets within an area. We haven't identified every asset on every piece of the coast that may be privately owned or the interests that are held there, but when we've undertaken our process and followed our methodology around the whole coast of Auckland, we've looked at no action for those areas in terms of what's needed to manage risk to council-owned land and assets.
Thank you, but I remember your comment to the Mayor then as being more specific. The Mayor said, I don't want us exposed, if I can remember the words, to ongoing cost, and your response was, no, to make sure that doesn't happen, we have blanketed all private areas with no action, correct, in this proposal?
So in terms of the way that the plans apply, and this is set out in volume 1 of the plans, is that the plans are for Auckland Council-owned land and assets, so they're not applicable for privately owned land. I think there's probably a lot of further conversations and exploration to have around that, the benefits that may be attributed to private land holdings, which the Mayor has commented on today, and the role that how we as stewards of council land take actions or manage risk, being of benefit or being of interest to those parties as well. And as Paul has noted, there's lots of further exploration that we're keen to get into with implementation to look at different funding mechanisms and to look at different methods, how we can fund that and how we can be really clear about roles and responsibilities in that area.
Thank you. Last question, Mr. Chair, please. So did I mishear you last time? Because I was sure that your reply, last time I said, so what happens when people go for a consent? Is this the first thing they walk into, even though it's only just a consideration? And I was sure your answer was yes. And yet now you're sort of saying, like, did I not hear you correct when I quote you as saying that we had tagged all private, how I understood it, tagged all private foreshore land as no intervention. If a staffer picks up this thing and has to take consideration and they see private land, will they then attribute that to a no intervention position?
I think maybe I feel through the chair that we have had this discussion a number of times. So to try and put it quite simply, these are shoreline adaptation plans for council-owned land and assets. They do not affect private property. Lara last time gave quite a fulsome answer in that they may still be picked up as part of a duty commissioner's sort of due diligence to look at what council has put there, but it certainly does not prevent a private property owner from doing anything on their own land.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I will say that I think you guys have said this every time it's come to the committee almost, and this is number 19 and 20. Are we sick? I can't remember, sorry. But I guess maybe to take us back, and this is for the Mayor too, to take us back to how we did this before and why we kicked these off. Like, if you want to explain the difficulty we had with coastal assets, especially with, think of Tasman Tempest and even the floods in 2023, but thankfully we'd started this work. But there's been years and years of sort of ad hoc kind of trying to piece together the coast, largely when a local board or a neighbourhood or someone said, oh gosh, this thing's been ripped out due to a storm or degraded. Could you just tell me what would happen before these and why we decided this was really important to do and why it's more efficient?
Absolutely. Through the chair, so this was a process that began post the amalgamation of Auckland Council and was particularly recognised through the Coastal Management Framework in 2017, which really recognised that as we'd come together, all of the sort of legacy parts of council were managing their coastal assets in their own way. That left us with not a very consistent regional picture in terms of decision making. So when we had the January 2018 storm events and some of the other significant cyclones that have come through, or simply just failing assets that through poor maintenance in the past, that has triggered what has traditionally been a bit more of a reactionary response of rebuild it, fix it. And that obviously puts a lot of pressure on Auckland Council in terms of that holistic coastal management piece, when we're recognising the impact that some of those coastal structures can have on adjacent areas of the coast or on the beachfront itself when we're looking at those values. So this was really about getting that consistent decision making for the whole of council. If we look back, Councillor Turner, to Huia, we didn't have a document such as this at the time of going through the engagement on Huia domain at the time that that structure was failing. And I think that it would have supported some much clearer decisions around what the community valued in that area and what the appropriate responses were in an equitable regional manner ahead of what we can do now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for this. My question is around growth and the prioritisation that an area would have, or does it have, if it's experiencing and taking a lot of intensification for the city. And I'm speaking in particular of Waitaki, Glen Innes, Tamaki area.
Kia ora, through the chair. That's a great question and something that's come up in a number of different areas, but focusing on the plans in front of us today, we know that coastal connections for some of our more intensive areas of Auckland from an urban development perspective are increasingly important as those areas might continue to accommodate more people. What we've heard from communities today is that they are really valuing the connections that they currently have, and what we've done is identified in these plans for those coastal stretches that there may be the need for future investment and opportunity to support and continue to support those connections. One thing we've also identified when we look at growth across the region is, although we may have some areas where we have more intensive growth within our urban environment, the areas that those communities might go to access the coast might actually be a slightly further distance away. So thinking about how those areas support wider communities and which are the areas that we prioritise and where might our communities have those coastal connections might be beyond just the immediate suburbs or the immediate area that they are in as well.
And would this document be the basis of trying to find that further investment for those areas?
Through the chair, I think it's as Natasha mentioned earlier, it's taking that regionally equitable view. It's identifying how our communities might use our coast in our local environment, and that's something that our local boards have been particularly interested in, and then taking that regional view, what are our coastal facilities, our parks, our areas that we need to invest in that have an even wider, I guess, usage across the region. So both that local level investment and planning and that regional scale investment and planning as well.
Thank you. And just one more, please, Chair. Is there any interplay between a lot of the feedback coming through from communities about the sedimentation, the runoff from construction and development, pollution with these plans?
Through the chair, certainly that's been a really key theme identified by communities for the Tamaki estuary area, but also a lot of our harbours and a lot of our other coastal areas, they've observed the change. It's something we've heard from iwi and from long-time residents within the communities, and I guess that's something that we can all consider about our coast, that they do change. What are the reasons for that change might vary, and I think it's an important framing for our communities to think about that we will have further change in the future with climate change. So we've got the challenges of today, and then we've got those challenges that we might face with raising sea levels. And it's not just a focus on one issue, it's thinking about all of those things and thinking about the outcome that our communities want, and what is the most sort of efficient and effective way that we can get there in terms of what it costs as well.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, look, thanks. I think Richard's question to you helped me get a little bit better understanding of it, and I'm also pleased to hear that it's just council and not private property. but I've got a couple of things that will just make me feel a little bit more comfortable in voting for this. The first one about the council and not private, there's often a sort of a get your foot in the door and then jam the door wide open because you've got the principle established. Is this likely to spill into private property over time where, well, you did it for the council land, now we should be doing it for everybody?
Thank you through the chair. So that's certainly, another key point of community feedback that we've had. There is a lot of interest, both within the Auckland region and nationally, in that, I guess we term it holistic view of adaptation planning. So council, private, third-party assets. That's something that I know that our Auckland Council teams are continuing to pursue with central government, because I think, as we had raised in previous meetings, there's lots of questions there around leadership and cost as well. So certainly top of mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I guess probably more, because some of this I find very difficult. I read it last night and I went, phew, wouldn't want to sit and examine some of this. But I guess I would love one day a nirvana to occur around here where we got some contestable advice of what any of the people who were opposed to us. Is there a group of people out there that would be opposed to us doing this? I don't know. And if there are, what are their voices saying? Or is this a pretty unanimous sign-up?
So through the chair, I guess speaking generally, if we're talking about what we're doing with adaptation,
Yeah.
I guess largely we have support from across the spectrum of different perspectives, that we do have a changing climate and we do have a changing coastal environment, and we need to plan for that, because we've got some really shared outcomes that we want. People love the beaches in Auckland, they love the coast, they love that interaction, so I think we've got a lot of agreement in that space. What we do to get there, how much it costs and who pays, tend to be where we have a devolution of different opinions. And in terms of the Shoreline Adaptation Plan program in general, while in response to your previous question, I note that we've got a strong desire to see a holistic process, and that's that conversation with central government, we've had a lot of support for council showing leadership and thinking about assets and being good stewards and thinking about the cost to Aucklanders for maintaining those assets.
But just quick summary, there's not a big group of people that are saying, what the hell are these people doing, and this is disgraceful. I'm not likely to run into it. I've not heard from anybody like that, but just gives me a bit of, when I don't know an issue too well, it's good to know that it's a general consensus of where it's going. Okay, I'm in, count me in.
If I could add to that through the chair, because I think that's a really good question. So the short answer is yes, there's a majority of support for this approach. I think our engagement with communities, stakeholders have shown us that the debate that we're having is around the management response and when it needs to occur. So part of the community may, for example, want a seawall. A part of the community might want something quite different to a seawall. And what we've done is sort of discussed, debated and agreed some of the triggers that would need to be met to enact a management response of X nature. And that's put a lot of people's minds at ease, because we are still dealing with Aucklanders, some of whom of which are fully signed up to climate change and what that looks like. Some parts of Auckland that would like to see council referencing maybe if the climate changes in a different way or more slowly, what does that look like and how will that be factored into your management responses? The shoreline adaptation plans make provision for moving with pace if we need to, but more importantly, actually slowing down if that's what the future is telling us we need to do. So,
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, and the team does do a lot with the local boards too to nuance it. So sometimes they might come out, this is the straight up evidence, and then there may be nuance from mana whenua, from community, from local board who says actually this is way more important than this other park or something. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for accommodating me for one more, just leading on from that. So the change of language that we've talked about from managed retreat to no intervention and all that sort of stuff, that was done to kind of divert people's attention who disagreed, correct? You know, you said you changed the language because you found the original language, without trying to find a better word, inflammatory to some of the community. So I'm challenging you that the change of language indicates that not everyone does agree with you and that you're trying to appease them.
Through the chair, sort of recalling the discussion that we had when we brought the last plans to this committee in response to Councillor Fletcher's question, the change in language was really about wanting to have progressive conversations with people. And so I think inflammatory is a good term to acknowledge there when we talk about managed retreat, that isn't a great way to start a conversation about what change might look like in the future. So I would say that changing language hasn't been about changing what we might need to think about. It's just making sure that we can actually have a constructive conversation with our communities, identify what matters to them, and actually start having those productive conversations about what we can do.
Thank you. That was a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I won't get you to step back unless there is debate, because then you have to step right forward again. But do I have a mover for this one? Councillor Bartley and then Councillor Baker. Is there any debate on this? Right. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Opposed. Councillor Turner would like his name recorded. Thank you. Now we'll move to item number 9. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, thank you again. I would just like to take this opportunity in introducing our second item for the Manukau Harbour North and the Pātipu to South Head plans to welcome through the chair Shona Oliver, representing Ngā Monga Whakahi o Kaipara to the room. She's online in support of the Pātipu to South Head Shoreline adaptation plan.
And tēnā koe, Shona, and I know that you're not wanting to speak today, but feel free to put your hand up if there is something you'd like to speak to. But thank you so much for being here and all the work on this again. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So now we are bringing you the Manukau North and the Pātipu to South Head plans. So that represents plans 17 and 18 of the series of 20 of the now 16 approved plans through this committee, and you can see those areas highlighted here. These have been some of our longest plans in terms of the development cycle that they've been through, which Lara will speak to in a bit more detail in a moment. They do represent a significant portion of our coastline. Beyond today, we will just have the Waiheke Island and Inaharahi Gulf and the Ōrākei Shoreline adaptation plans to bring for your approval in the next term. And there isn't much more for me to say, so I will pass over to Lara.
Kia ora, thank you. So in terms of the two plan areas that you see before you on the screen today, speaking for the Pātipu to South Head Shoreline Adaptation Plan, this includes many of our West Coast communities, the West Coast beaches, which are incredibly special, dynamic environments. It's a really unique area from a coastal perspective, where we do have accretion for part of the southern area of this West Coast area. And for our Manukau North coastline, we have again some really special coastal communities who are more isolated out towards Huia and Whatipu. We've got, as we've heard from the local community, some real hidden gems in terms of connections to the coast here. We've got really important coastal connections within the Manukau Harbour. We've got some really special legislative context in terms of the Heritage Act for the Waitakere Ranges, and some quite significant land holdings in terms of regional parks and other local parks and reserves throughout this area. As Natasha's alluded to, this also has been a real journey over the past few years for the communities within our West Coast and Northern Manukau environments, with the effects of the 2023 storm events, impacts on access, impacts on private property, on public land, and loss of life and biodiversity as well. So it's been a real journey for these communities, and we have taken a little bit more time in terms of developing these plans with what we've heard from local boards, from elected members and communities in this space. And there are still a lot of discussions to come, because a lot of our communities here are still really engaged in that recovery work, so just acknowledging that. In terms of our engagement with iwi across these plans, we are still ongoing with that engagement and acknowledging Te Kawerau Āmaki, na mana whakahi o Kaipara. Also, in terms of the Manukau Harbour North plan, where we come into the eastern areas, Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei and our Waiahua group and Tainui have also input and been very engaged in the Shoreline Adaptation Plan program in general. We've had a number of community engagement events across these areas, some of the most well-attended events supported by our councillors and our local boards in Huia, at Piha, Kari, and in Tihinga. And we have had numerous workshops with the 4 local boards, and we've received endorsement from all of our local boards across these areas. So thank you very much.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Member Ashby.
Kia ora. Thanks for the report, and just want to acknowledge you taking the time to go back to those West Coast in particular communities, and I'm noting the local board feedback. So you obviously spent a bit of time to get that result. So just acknowledging that, and Shona, just acknowledging you online. Probably just one question for you, if you're happy to answer, and that's just: are you comfortable with the Pātipu piece of this? Or if I can put that another way, if she's not online, I'm assuming she's here to support, so I can take, if she can't respond, that as an affirmative. But do you have any comments about that?
Kia ora, through the chair, and not speaking on behalf of Shona, but in terms of the engagement we've had with Ngā Mana Whakahi, there's been, I guess, some challenges in terms of the opportunity to sit down and take the time with some of the hui there. Our engagement is ongoing, and we look forward to working further with all iwi in terms of implementation of these plans.
I think.
Thanks, Member Ashby. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Me again. You made the comment that about the Huia Domain sea wall mitigation, that this plan wasn't in place when that took place, and I was thinking when you said that about flexibility and whether they would have been better off with the plan in place or not in place. Like, is it not correct that what took place, the events in Huia, would have informed your decision making on this plan, on what you're doing here? Like, so what I'm trying to say is, was there more flexibility for the community to have pushed back and got what they wanted compared to what council was trying to deliver? Will this plan fix those things? Sorry. Would a plan like this more regiment any proposals that the community was trying to work with in the future?
Kia ora. Through the chair, I think in terms of having not had the Shoreline Adaptation Plan at the time of the Huia Domain discussions, I think it really would have just enabled and supported the process in terms of some of those discussions that were had. And now what we have, if I recall correctly, for the Huia embayment is protect in the short term, and referencing some of the current coastal renewals that we have underway at the moment. We have the Foster's Bay, which is currently tracking really well through a community engagement event, and now the formation of a small community reference group that are working directly with the council team around some of the options there in support of what the Shoreline Adaptation Plan advocates for there. Similarly, similarly, we have the Little Huia boat ramp, which is supported through the Coastal Renewal Programme, and again is giving effect to what is in the Shoreline Adaptation Plan that you have in front of you today for that Protect. So I think it really is just, we've done a lot of detailed consultation with all communities across Auckland through this, and as Lara's touched on, I dare to say probably more in the Waitakere Ranges areas than some of the others. So we have a really full understanding of the values and the areas of concern which we have done our best to reflect through the plans.
Thank you. Next question, if I may. So the Huia domain has been a success, in my opinion. I think in most people they're saying it's a success. And the Foster's Bay plan is moving ahead, as you say, yet to duplicate the success at Big Huia has been ruled out. And so would not this plan, would not a good shoreline adaptation plan, which is a living document, actually absorb that learning and pass it forward?
Through the chair, I think it's important to recognise that coastal management has a range of different responses that can be applicable in any given area. What my team do is look at the coastal processes and the coastal environment in any of those given site-specific locations to determine what are the most feasible options, in this case for protection at any given area. So for Huia, there was a preferred option there that came through the workshops with the community for the 2 semi-detached groins with the provision of some beach nourishment to protect the seawall in front, or behind, sorry, from any further undermining and scour. At Foster's Bay, we have some slightly different issues there. We have a historic reclamation, we have a number of different stormwater outfalls and abutments that are protracting onto the beach and make it quite unsightly. The community have raised through the engagement that we've had so far concerns around the functionality of beach nourishment with the stormwater outfall. So actually from what I personally have heard through the engagement, there has been a level of hesitance for a similar response to necessarily be taken out at Foster's Bay, but they are quite keen on what we've been workshopping with them so far, which is a more tiered structure to reduce some of the overtopping and to enhance the beach space in front in terms of some of those coastal structures that are there.
Thank you. Last question. So the shoreline adaptation plans for this area, which I know the best, they take the line of the boundary of the shorelines right up on the ridgeline of the hills and stuff. I've questioned this before. It shows parkland is identified as highlighted area in the maps. And I did show you when we were there things like the Hinge Bay wooden retaining seawall that had fallen down, and it's in council land, so therefore no intervention would be acceptable because there's 200 metres between there and any structure. Yet I did explain the fact that the local community hall used to earn serious income, good income, by people going down to that beautiful little spot, having a wedding, and then having their wedding breakfast in the hall and things. So what I'm trying to explain is the knock-on effect of our actions in one place that's having a physical effect, a tangible effect to the community. And then I see these boundaries drawn right up on the ridge lines. What's the where do these considerations come together within those boundaries? So, you know, all we talk about here is the shoreline, yet you've drawn areas much greater than that, with a lot more.
Kia ora, through the chair. I guess the question might be best answered in 2 parts. So in terms of that inland boundary that's drawn in the shoreline adaptation plans, what we're looking at there is really the hazardscape. So we're looking at our best available information at the regional scale, so our coastal inundation mapping, looking at our coastal erosion susceptibility mapping and instability mapping, and we're looking at the catchment flooding as that interacts with the coast. Now, in some of our more low-lying areas and along our west coast and our dynamic environments, that does actually end up including a reasonably large area of land, because we do have very dynamic coasts, and just because of the energy from the coast and the type of land that it interacts with. So that's really why we have that boundary drawn there, and then that does need to follow some form of geographic line, whether it's a road, whether it's a ridge line, or whether it's a boundary of a park or something like that. So that's how we've sort of drawn those lines. In terms of speaking specifically to Hinge Bay and how we've tried to capture perhaps some of those uses, this is applicable to Hinge Bay and to many areas where we've got reserve and coastal areas which are highly valued, but we might not necessarily have a lot of assets or defined uses present in those areas. Largely what communities tell us is they value those areas because of their natural beauty and their natural coastal beauty. And so we might acknowledge in the plan for that area that that's been a specific point of community feedback. And when we're thinking about future management, then that becomes something relevant to how we manage assets in that area, or how we might undertake further reserve management planning and the priorities for those documents as well. I'm not sure, Natasha, whether you'd like to add to that specifically.
Yes, through the chair, so I'm well familiar with Hinge Bay and the condition of the structure there, and this was a conversation that again we tried to progress a few years ago without the Shoreline adaptation plan and have not been able to land yet. What I would like to anticipate is that through the Shoreline adaptation plan, it can be another good example of implementation of the SAPs. Again, touching on my earlier point around there are the opportunity for a range of different coastal management responses across the whole of the Auckland region. I believe this is an area where we could look at a more naturalised option. We have a very unsightly failed timber retaining structure there at the moment. There is a natural cobble bank system there and an opportunity to replenish and restore that and to give effect to the natural character of that area, which, as Lara has spoken to, has been something which is really valued for that area, lends itself well as well to it being an area within that wider regional park. So that is very much something that we would like to pursue through the Shoreline adaptation plan to restore that natural area.
Thank you very much, and that's exactly what the public are saying. All the money's spent in this room debating it and making plans, and none is spent on, there's been no action at all. So it is unsightly because nothing's taken place there. You said one other thing there that, all I'm trying to point out, I suppose, in these questions is the Mayor makes the comment about we don't want to add value to private properties or to private entity without them facing the need to contribute. Our actions can also detract from the quality, the earning power, like the haulers, I say, they've lost a lot of income due to the way that bay looks. So I just wanted to make sure that was voiced too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick one. I was actually going to ask about Foster's Bay as well, because that's been an issue that's been in the community for a long time. You're ahead of me on that. Can I ask a broader question? Because I think sometimes we should zoom out and think, how do we communicate this to the public? For residents like those in Foster's Bay that have been dealing with that seawall issue and things like that, what does the Shoreline Adaptation Plan mean to them? And what would it mean if a majority of councillors voted it down? What would happen?
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor, through the chair. So in terms of, I guess, the community support there, as Natasha's spoken to, there's been a lot more recent meetings in terms of thinking about what the design and what the outcomes are for Foster's Bay. I think as we've just, discussed, the shoreline adaptation plans give us that really good framework and that direction, and they help frame what some of those kind of the key values and outcomes are. There will need to be more local conversations as we move into implementation. and that's always the opportunity to test have we got it right, and when we're looking at those more granular options, making sure that we provide communities the ability to comment, and that's been enabled in this case through that community reference group. So I think in terms of the risk, it would be, I think, a shame to those communities where they see this progress in terms of we've got this strategic plan and now this is how we're putting it into action. Might be confusing for them to not see support at this level, at that regional scale, when they're wanting to see this action at the local scale.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Brown.
Thank you. I'm just getting to understand the little pictures in there. You list kind of like the assets in an area that are under consideration. So 160 buildings out there. Are those the ones that are actually, or was it Highbrook, that one? Which says 250 in Manukau, North Head. Those are the buildings that are in areas which have, it's not the total number of buildings. And then, so I get that, and it's good that you notice the roads, because that's access, and the other one, water pipes. What is the implication of noting the dams are up there? Is it because, I mean, they're well above sea level, unless I've missed it.
Kia ora, thank you through the chair. So in terms of acknowledging some of those key pieces of strategic regional infrastructure, it's primarily where we have access to those dams, or we've got structures or I guess assets which are located within the coastal areas. So there's one dam there where the road traverses the bottom of it, and we've worked with Watercare and they want to see the acknowledgement of the assets which do sit closer to that coastal environment.
Okay, that seems sensible, thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's any other questions. I guess for the next term, it would be good, and maybe it's a question or a comment, if we have, because I see the great work you're doing on a local level, but it would be good to come back, maybe workshop or something with the new council on, especially once you're finished up, on the kind of the program of assets, how you choose them, how do you respond, you know, when there's been a storm, but also what is the plan? Because there's really great work in those before and after photos of, you know, yep, we built a seawall. No, we've actually pulled out the seawall and helped plant up a dune system. It's cheaper, but it's actually saving the coast better, or whatever. Just because I think it's a bit more tangible for some people, and I know that communities in my ward that have felt they've lost something feel like they're actually gaining something once the work is done, and they can see, you know, their immediate thing is often, we need a seawall, and then the team come in and go, actually building this far cheaper and less intensive piece of infrastructure actually is now providing a better ecosystem, or saving the beach, or the sand's coming back. You know, there's really good examples of that, and the community sometimes want us to do things. I'll just give you a quick example. That Natasha gave me some great footage of Takapuna Beach before and after a storm. Communities often want us to go put sand back when the rocks are visible, and because it's really hard to walk on. But 2 months later, the sand is back anyway, and we didn't have to spend millions of dollars doing that. But if there are bits of your coast you want to find out about, or, you know, they've got good cameras on some of our beaches and things like that, that actually helps the community understand, is really, really important. So I want to thank you all for that. Do we have a mover for this? Councillor Henderson? Yeah, I'll take that. And then just second, Councillor Ferry. Are there any debating points? Councillor Turner. I'll just get you all to step back. Thank you.
That make me laugh. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is what the community is concerned about is inaction, and that this will just apply another huge raft of rules and regulations which come at a cost to the practical work and a slowing up of time. You speak, Mr. Chair, about people wanting their sand back. At Kari and Piha up that coastline, there's sand accretion. huge amounts of sand accretion. And at Kari, where only about 2 years ago they opened their new surf life-saving club, they couldn't get to it. They lost a ute trying to get across the bridge to get to it because the estuary was so full that it had blocked access to what is probably the most important emergency asset in that community. That's been fixed because nature cleared it itself just recently, but only just in the nick of time. I was at Piha yesterday where the community is also concerned, and the tide was right out. That estuary is blocked. The little estuary in the main Piha area there is lapping at the campground. Council used to have intervention. The regional park used to have a large wheeled loader machine up at Arataki, which they took down to these places and had practical intervention. The community have asked for this many times before. The only thing, and have acted a couple of times, the only thing that's played out is threats of abatement notices. The community is concerned that this is not crystal ball gazing, but kaleidoscope gazing. No one can really understand what is going to come out of this. It's a living document. While the community sees little change on the shoreline, we have huge change in all this planning and stuff. You know, while I am grateful for Little Huia boat ramp upgrade, the last plans I saw 15 years ago had it at 400k, not 75, and was demanding stainless steel reinforcing. And while the people at Foster's Bay are also happy to see some action starting to take place with their seawall, these are just two little issues in what, as you saw by the map, is a very, very big issue. I disagree with the suggestion that this has got majority support, particularly in my area. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Just quickly, just want to pass on firstly a thanks to this committee. Since we passed the last shoreline adaptation plan on the Waitemata Harbour, I got some great feedback from the Te Atatu residents that were so thankful that we're actually focusing on those coastal assets that are so important to thousands of Te Atatuvians, and an understanding that climate change is biting on coastal communities all across Auckland. And they were thankful that we're giving them that attention, and which brings me to today, that I'm actually very proud of the work that staff have done on this, and I really liked their answer around all the community conversations that have happened and that whole process around it. That's really great because these things desperately need attention. And what are plans for at the end of the day? They're for giving attention to the problems of the city and ultimately for budget that will flow to fix those problems. 700k planned for the Foster's Bay boat ramp. That's a great solution. I remember through the term, would have been a couple of years ago now, I went down there in Foster's Bay and door-knocked all those residents, and they were all very clear to me that we desperately needed that work done, and it is being done. I think that's a great thing. And these plans, you cannot divorce these plans from that attention and that budget. The Huia boat ramp, that's another great success story, and there's plenty all across Auckland and the various shoreline adaptation plans that we've passed and hopefully will continue to pass. I would encourage colleagues to pass this and to acknowledge all the work that's done in the community and reflect that with your vote. Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. And just a quick couple of words from me. This is difficult with climate change. But I do want to acknowledge the years that have gone by since we did the pilot down in Waimanawa, Little Shoal Bay. There were signs up on people's fences saying save the bay from council. They thought this plan was to turn Little Shoal Bay into a estuary. There was a lot of misinformation and a lot of confusion and upset. Working with the community, working with mana whenua, working with the local board, actually they are happier than ever. There are projects now happening in that area. People now understand it's not the seawall that needs to be built to stop the water coming in. We learned 2023 it's actually the water coming through the native forest and Waimanawa, the streams coming up and the water coming up through the grates underneath the car park. So now the community understands these things. Yes, there's climate change. Yes, the fact that Waimanawa used to be actually a marshland and then a landfill and all sorts of different things. People now understand why we can't hold back certain parts of nature, but the team are able to show the plan that the board approved and then show the assets that are slowly being improved and the areas that may not be saved or may have a more natural approach to that. There's a beach in Beach Haven, Hadfield Beach, that we got the coastal team down in second week of Jan this year with water care. There's a water care asset, a pathway that was going to fall down, and the Esplanade Reserve, the community was scared that they were no longer going to have a place for their Christmas barbecues. The team got there, did some emergency works, quite, I won't say cheaply, but quite an affordable solution, and the community down there are stoked with the action. There's another beach across the way that I took Paul down there. There's a community there who wanted a seawall to protect their private properties. Paul very clearly said, A, we don't protect private property, but B, a seawall will actually ruin this beach. And the old guys down there are stoked with the advice they've had. They've now got a planting plan, volunteers doing it. We're not spending any council money on the solution down there, all because the team came out and explained the truth of what's happening around the coast, but also that the options don't always have to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. But as Councillor Henderson said, when Councillor Turner took me to Foster's Bay and the Huia boat wreck and showed me the problems, I got in contact with the team straight away and said, what are the options? And the team were already working on options. Yes, it's taken time, Councillor Turner, but I think you want the right solution there for the community that lasts. Those are just a couple of examples, but just want to acknowledge the team's work. This has been a huge number of plans done this term, like massive amounts, and the communities will see that action in the decades to come. So kia ora. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed?
Guess what, Mr. Chair? Opposed.
Yeah. I couldn't have assumed anything different, Councillor Turner. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to number 10. We've got reserve revocation, got Carl and Lisselle. Thank you.
Ngā mihi o te ata, kia koutou, e mahi ana au he team leader portfolio review ko Kalme Takuingawa, no reira tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koutou, ko Liesl McKeith, toko ingoa, Property Asset Advisor. Today we are seeking approval to submit a request to the Minister of Conservation to revoke the reserve status of 116R Reeves Road, Pakuranga Heights. Disposal of the property has been approved by the Finance and Performance Committee and endorsed by the Howick Local Board. Iwi have been notified and public notification undertaken with no objections received. The adjoining owner has contacted Council expressing his interest in purchasing the property. Further details have been provided in the report and we are ready to take any questions. Kia ora.
Sorry, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Tim. Hey, I read that there's no submissions on the public notice, but you've just said that the Howick Local Board supports this, but that's in, I think it was in 2020, or is there an updated, is there updated feedback from the board?
No, there is no updated feedback.
So, Chair, there's a question here. I mean, I generally support this, but I've got a caveat, is that the board feedback is dated 2020. There's a new board in place, and I would expect that we would be getting their feedback, that the current board's feedback.
I think to be fair on the staff, we get the feedback when we make the decision. We made the decision to sell at that point. So they're just doing the process of the sale. But you're right that we shouldn't be probably putting in a
through the chair, if I could just expand on my answer. We did not workshop or formally present this property to the board for an updated, for formal feedback, but an information memorandum was sent before we started the reserve revocation process, and there was no feedback.
So just to be clear, an information memorandum was sent to the board, and there was no feedback.
That is correct.
The current board.
To the current local board.
Yeah, I get a bit nervous with those sorts of things. They come back to bite us. The board says, well, we didn't receive that, etc. So there needs to be closure. Just going forward, there needs to be closure on that. I think we need to go back to the relationship manager, if that's what they're called at the board, and go, has that been put before the board? And if the answer is yes, they haven't given me or, that is the relationship manager any feedback, then proceed. But I think we just need to make sure that there's closure on those particular gateways.
Well, as stated, the board were updated and no feedback was forthcoming.
I think, good point, Councillor Darby. We probably do need maybe in the future an update. But I think as we found with Takapuna Unlock, we had a board approve all the sales. We then, as a council, approved the sales, and the board changed and opposed it when we'd already started the process. So it becomes, when these takes some time, that can be the issue.
Look, I just want to reiterate, it's actually not okay for boards not to respond. Now, they've got resource. Megan, they've got resource. Those relationship managers should be responding to staff when they go. It's not okay that there's just nothing. So I think that's a management issue to pick up on, to make sure that there is a response. They are very well resourced to treat with the inquiry that comes from the disposal department.
Through the chair, look, I'll absolutely take that back. I think it's a fair point, Councillor Darby. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. And I think with the news approach coming into council, that needs to be addressed. Anyway, the Mayor Brown.
Okay. What worries me about this is we've been trying to get some progress on underutilised land for a long time. So 5 years from when the local board said it was okay, this comes to us. We've just got 1,200 houses we've bought, which fall into the category of things that you want to sell to somebody or other. I need to see a clear process of how we go about things, because I notice it says it takes a long time and we should get on with the Minister of Conservation. It's taken us 5 years to even get this far. I'm going to ask that your office, your title is something or other, Leader of Portfolio Review. Well, the portfolio is pretty big, mate, and I want to see some clear evidence of a process that does not need to come back to the costs and time of the whole board to do a 500 square metre bit of land somewhere or other, when we've got vast acres of stuff. We had a section of the Iki Panuku board before they came in. They chose that they would sell $76 million worth of property, and they sold 10. And that's an indication of something seriously wrong, and that they've only got 2 lines in their report. And so I want to see, brought back to here, how we can get these things going without having to incur the cost of this $10,000 an hour here to run this, and God knows how much time and money got to this stage here. Probably cost worth, I don't know what 550 square metres is worth out there, and nobody wants to buy it anyhow. So can we get a system presented to us that's rational and makes sense and doesn't require all the cost and input from all these people over what is small change?
I think to be fair on the staff, this is our process, not their process. So with the new AUDO and the new property what's it called? The department. I think we need to, the new council need to make some clear plans and policies, because this is the process we have approved for the staff to do. The other issue with this property is elected members asked for this process to stop and be held, and then it started again through elected member feedback. So I know that staff probably don't want to say that, but we need to be clear that this specific one was stopped by elected members, and then...
Well, I don't remember voting to stop it.
Yeah, so...
well, that may be, I don't know whether it's our process or their process, but normally we have directions to set and the management come up with a process. And so far, the resulting process...
We can delegate this to staff if we want to, but it's up to us to do
I mean, we've got all these people working in property disposal and we've got no result from it. So I think it's not at all unfair to understand what is the process, and can we have a process which doesn't take 5 years before we go to the Minister of Conservation, who'll probably take months himself. And so this is not an effective way, and the staff said they could sell $76 million. I didn't set that, but
yeah, just
that figure.
Yeah, I know.
So we've got a problem.
Yeah,
and I don't
it's
know
not a
how to
great
fault.
way to go back and forth, but just we have had it clear, Mayor, that the issues with the sale numbers this year were partly of the downtown car park, which came in at a different time. So that's quite a big part of that, and the numbers in the market. These two staff members are doing a process that we require of them because we haven't delegated them to do it. I think in the new term, if the new council wants to delegate this process to staff so they don't have to come back, I would love that, because I think that if we've made a decision, then we should allow staff to complete the circle, but we require them to come back and do this step. And I'm happy to talk offline about the elected member intervention on the specific property that has found the staff in a tricky situation.
Are you suggesting that the board, the governing body interfered, or are you suggesting an individual interfered? And how can that be?
I don't need to go into it now, but...
Okay, right, but I'm just suggesting that when the staff come up with a budget and don't achieve it, then and there's a need for a change in either policy or process, then we should know that there's a change required. But anything that says 10 out of 76 and then gives a report saying that they got 8 out of 10 things right is a serious, is unacceptable one way or another, and you just can't collect wages, fail miserably and blame us.
Mayor, I just will, once again, to be fair to the staff here who don't control what you're speaking about, we have made a big call, and the part of Eke Panuku have come into council. That is a big call, and that's a policy change. The 10 to 76 is to do with Eke Panuku of the past. We're now in the future. I think it's up to us to make sure that we set up the parameters for the new departments to do this well. And I think that's what you're saying, but I would say these two staff members are trying their best under the conditions we have given them. And we need to step up and empower our staff to do that work, because we haven't at this time. Megan would like to...
And just through the chair, look, we are doing a review of the property portfolio, as you know, and this process will be part of it. So absolutely hear you, Mayor Brown, and we will be working on that with Ian leading that. And thanks to the team for coming and presenting.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
In an effort to drag us out of a rabbit hole. Is the issue actually that we've got a 50-year-old or nearly 50-year-old piece of legislation that is no longer fit for purpose in terms of when we are trying to... We manage these reserves on behalf of the Department of Conservation, and so there is a 1977 piece of legislation that requires us to go through a certain thing. Is that the issue? That we've got this out-of-touch piece of legislation that binds you and council?
Well, through the chair, I think that's possibly slightly outside the scope of my report.
Through the chair, I'm happy to answer that. The answer is yes, Councillor Baker. Yep.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. Well done, Councillor. So my next question is, bearing in mind this is a piece of tarmac, I asked the two councillors for the local area, do they support this recommendation?
That'll be shown in the vote, Deputy Mayor, I guess. Yeah. Councillor Darby. Well, that's not the process we do.
They can vote, I guess. No, I've just, that particular address has got 2 lots, and I've just noticed that it's just lot 46, so I'm satisfied, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
No, thank you. I know this area very, very well, and it's actually like a car park, which is used for the businesses there. And if that car park was sold to somebody other than the owner of the businesses, it'd make it very, very difficult for them, because that's where all their deliveries happen. And they've got a gas line there. There's a whole lot of things. So unless you sometimes actually physically go and have a look at the site, you know, sometimes we vote on things and we don't actually understand what the real issues are. And it's a little bit like Angelo Avenue. I'm just going to just quickly, because I won't be talking much more in the rest of the year after this. So it's like
many
years I'll be resting up. So it's like a little bit like Angelo Avenue and Willoughby Avenue, where our planners had actually planned to allow development to happen at the bottom of Angelo Avenue, the bottom of Willoughby and Angelo, where it's a bit of a floodplain, but nobody had actually, sometimes our planners and different people that are selling stuff, they don't actually go and have a look at what physically go to the property and have a look at what the situation is. So before you do anything, I think they really need to go and have a look, because if this got sold to somebody other than the person that owns all the shops and everything, it'll completely stuff all those shops up. It's just a little bit of concrete parking area. It's where there's that's where all the trucks do their deliveries, and there's gas and all sorts of stuff there. And if that was, you know, so we need to look at all of that too, do the right thing by the people of our communities.
Yep, Councillor Williamson, the question.
Agree with the Mayor about some of our, getting rid of excess property. First of all, I think the only people that will be interested in buying this will be those shops. There's no one else. It's a piece of nothing that you can do anything with. So we should just put it on the market. I would imagine a market force will give you an outcome of one buyer who wants to buy it. So I'm not particularly upset, and I think this is good. But I just want to give an example of some properties that are being disposed in this particular block, a part of the Eastern Busway, and a lady who joins one of the properties has been put to hell in a handbasket. So Councillor Stewart and I went to see her, and it turns out the adjoining house to hers on this lot is owned by Auckland Transport as surplus since the Eastern Busway BC1 opened in 2021. Now, many of you will know what property prices look like in 2021 compared to what's happened to them now. It sat empty for those 4 years. And when I raised it with AT, they said, oh, well, it's nothing to do with us. Iki Panuku do the property disposal. Okay, so I trundled off to Iki Panuku, finally got to the bottom of it. Well, nothing to do with us because AT haven't transferred the title to us yet. Go back to AT, yes, we have. No, we haven't. In the end, it turned out they hadn't transferred the title, and David Rankin got involved, and now the property is going to be able to sold this one house. And why I raise this with you is I don't know how many others are like that. This one was just brought to me as a constituency matter. And we would have got a hell of a good price for that property 4 years ago, and we're going to take a big hit on price for it. And I'd love to know how many other units within that whole Eastern Busway development are sitting on the cooler, not because, so I agree with you, Chairman, that one of the things we've got to learn out of this in the new management structure is not to have two different arms who don't talk to each other and each say it's the other's fault and nothing get done about it. There should be a database where surplus properties bubble to the top really quickly, a manager in charge of it. He's got a period of 3 months from that date, sealed off and signed and ready to go to the market for sale. Done.
And I would, talking to many of our staff, that is exactly what they would hope the process looked like and would love the process to look like. But I think as our discussions yesterday this is all out of order, this conversation, but as our discussions yesterday at the workshop on the Auckland transport reform, I think it would be a clear part of the whatever it looks like post the legislation is that properties automatically become part of the property right across the organisation, as opposed to these very complex legal systems that the staff get stuck with. Right.
Can you note that this has been requested for some years? And that's probably why we're having some of the transport reform and CCO reform. So this is not new.
No, I know. This is why I'm glad that we are where we're going. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, can I ask an extra question? So can I clarify that in this case, because of the Reserves Act, we actually are in a slightly different legal situation where we can't just do it without, we're bound, as the point Andy made before, we're bound by the Reserves Act. So it's not just a matter of council sorting out its own processes, it is also the legal situation with the Reserves Act, which sits with central government. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. This is a statutory process that we have to observe.
Cool. Thank you. I will once again just defend staff here. There has been political intervention on this specific site because of the concerns that it wouldn't be sold to the neighbour. And it's processes, legal processes that council has to go through where they can't just pick and choose what something is going to be sold to. It was then removed from the process, and then when the owner said that they're interested in purchasing it, it went back into the process. So it's very difficult for staff when politicians say one thing after a decision's been made. So we just need to be really fair to the staff here on our decisions, which I will say, as Councillor Fletcher's pointed out, probably will be far more straightforward when we have more direct control because there'll be nowhere to hide. Right, I'll get you both to step back. Thank you. Would anyone like to move this? Councillor Baker, Deputy Mayor, is there any debate? All those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you. Right, item 11. That was unanimous. Thank you. Right, we've got Sam and Craig. Kia ora. I'd like to move this one. Councillor Dalton would like to second.
Oh, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Samantha Hill. I'm the General Manager for Environmental Services, and I will be speaking to the natural environment targeted rate content. And alongside me is Craig McElroy, the General Manager for Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience, who will speak to the water quality targeted rate content. Thank you for the opportunity to share the highlights report for the natural environment and water quality targeted rates for 2024-25, noting that delivery is well underway for 2025-26. The natural environment and water quality target rates were established in 2018 with strong support from Aucklanders to respond to increasing pressures and to grow Auckland Council's investment in protecting and restoring our natural environment and improving our water quality. Both targeted rates both target rates made significant progress in 24-25 towards achieving these outcomes. The report for 24-25 provides detailed annual highlights and case studies and will be published on the Council website. It's currently available now for members on Nexus and will be included in the minutes. Local board snapshots will also be provided with annual snapshot reports in December. These snapshot reports provide an overview of the targeted rate work delivered in each local board area. Throughout the year, additional updates are provided to committees and local boards as required. The Natural Environment Target Rate funds the protection and restoration of native ecosystems and species and the delivery of Council's biodiversity and biosecurity related activities. In particular, Natural Environment Targeted Rate funding is used to meet Council's biodiversity related legal obligations, carry out enforcement and monitoring activity, and deliver operational programs under a range of legislation, including the implementation of Council's Regional Pest Management Plan 2020 to 2030. Under Section 100B of the Biosecurity Act, the Council is required to report annually on its operational plan for implementing the Regional Pest Management Plan. The annual report for 24-25 is provided as an attachment in the agenda report, and the operational plan can be found on the Council website. The next 3 slides, hopefully if I can get back. The next 3 slides present a summary of key natural environment target rate delivery achievements for 24-25 taken from the highlights report for the 6th year of delivery across 7 of the 8 programs. Plant pathogens, biodiversity focus areas, mainland, islands, marine and pathways, marine ecology, enabling tools, and just noting that a key program missing from these summary slides but detailed in the highlights report is expanding community action, a critical program for supporting community-led initiatives, and I'll touch more on this in an upcoming slide. In the 24-25 financial year, the Natural Environment Targeted Rate Program delivered to budget, spending a total of $36.4 million against a budget of $36.4 million. This demonstrates the scale of the pressures and the focus and dedication of the teams delivering this important and valued work. Management of the natural environment requires ongoing investment to maintain the benefits gained through these work programs, and that's been recently highlighted through the release of the State of the Environment report for this year as well. Without adequate management of pest species and other pressures, biodiversity outcomes can be quickly lost, particularly as environmental pressures increase with new invasive species and climate change. In 24-25, we made significant progress across a range of activities, and as I've indicated, these are more detailed in the actual report. But some highlights here are the delivering on NETA funded track upgrade commitments in regional and local parks, completing the survey of Kauri in Te Ngāhere or Kohu Nui, or the Hanua Ranges Regional Park, in partnership with Mana Whenua and Department of Conservation. That survey revealed no detectable signs of Kauri dieback. Maintaining possums to low numbers across 45,000 hectares of high-value ecosystems. Partnering with Te Korowai or Waiheke to deliver intensive stoat control, which has enabled a remarkable recovery in native bird life and the release of 10 kiwi onto the island. Supporting 520 community-led initiatives across Tāmaki Makaurau with $3 million in funding and a range of practical and technical support. Managing 7 sites for exotic kaulurpa, including control, survey and monitoring in Lee Harbour, helping with survey and delimitation at Hauturu and Kawo, control trials on Aotea, UV light trials at Rakino, supporting Ngāti Poa at Waiheke, and supporting DOCS work at the Mokahinau's. We've also launched a hydrographic survey of the Manukau Harbour's deep channels to support future habitat mapping. In addition, we've completed baseline forest health monitoring on Kawo Island to assess the impact of the wallaby and possum eradication. And of course, our team of 8 incredible pest detection dogs and their handlers have continued to play a crucial role in island biosecurity, preventing the spread of invasive pests across the Hauraki Gulf. Across the NETA portfolio, we actively seek to work in partnership with Mana Whenua, community and central government. And in addition to already programmed work, we've played a key role in preparing for the arrival of highly pathogenic avian influenza or bird flu and undertaking surveillance for exotic freshwater gold clam. The ability to consider and plan for new threats has largely required our staff time, key relationships and biosecurity experience, noting that when these things arrive, they require additional budget resourcing. And finally, sharing NETA stories and the difference the targeted rate makes remains an ongoing focus for our department. I'll now pass to Craig to speak to the water quality targeted rate highlights.
Kia ora, Chair and members. Lovely to be with you this morning. So just talking to our Safe Septic program for a start. That's really our warrant of fitness program where we go out and check tanks to make sure that they've been properly maintained and the stats are I won't go through the specific stats, but they're on the slide for you to read at your convenience. Also, our urban and rural stream rehab project, that's had substantial grant allocations through the Waterways Protection Fund and the Fonterra and Auckland Council Wetland Restoration Funds. And as you can see in the stats, a lot of fencing, wetlands being protected, and a lot of riparian planting has been achieved, and also a lot of plants either planted or being planned to be planted under that fund allocation. Also, a lot of work's gone into our contaminant reduction program. I think it's been a really successful initiative where we actually go out and ensure that the high-risk areas are being addressed, and compliance has become a key focus, which probably in the past historically had not been a key focus for us. And I'm quite pleased to see that there has been an increase in notices issued of 400%. That's really because we've had significant attention paid to the automotive dismantler sector, which has been one of our problem child. Oh, what's happened there? Things have got very erratic. The Safe Networks program has been a really, really good program, and I'd like to acknowledge the cooperation we've had from Watercare and the Safe Networks program. I think I've spoken to you before about this, but it really is getting down into the nitty-gritty of how the pipes are all put together, and it never ceases to amaze me the amount of connections we find that are stormwater linked to wastewater and wastewater linked to stormwater and the like. And so it does require ongoing vigilance in this area to keep on top of it. But we're now putting a pretty major effort into this area, and that's had some really good outcomes. And also acknowledging our Waitemata Harbour Water Quality Improvement Program, which has actually been going for quite some years now. But once again, I think we've achieved some pretty good outcomes, and we're now starting to not only move in the Western Isthmus, which is well advanced, but also we're now kicking in with some much needed work in the Eastern Isthmus as well. We're a little bit behind on dollars around the specific water quality targeted rate for this year, but we'll be very quickly catching up this year. And as you know, underspending at Healthy Waters is not a trend that's very common. And in fact, our overall budgets weren't overspent. We weren't underspent. We actually were slightly over in our total capital spend. It's just that we were slightly down in this area, and that was primarily around delays we had with our local Kaiba separation project. The other thing noting there is that one of the big ups in the expenditure at the end of the financial year was the co-funding agreement negotiated with Watercare to support the Point Erin extension to the Central Interceptor, which is massively important around us being able to take a more reasonable approach to the speed at which we do stormwater separation works in the area to achieve good outcomes. So in Western Isthmus, we've completed Waterview Package 1 and Point Chev Stage 2 projects. We've started Oakley, Bollard and Blockhouse Bay separation projects, and I've already mentioned the Watercare cost sharing arrangement. And if you're on if you catch the train out west and you're coming into Newmarket on your right-hand side, you'll see the activity that's occurring in Lower Kaiba Pass and Kingdon Street, where we've got a big shaft going in there to support the start of that big separation project. In the contamination reduction space, we've now got AI-enabled camera monitoring and turbidity sensors around what are construction sites that have been considered at risk, and so that's a great way of monitoring activity on those sites. Also in our Safe Network space, as I've previously pointed out, we've done a lot of work, and I'd like to acknowledge the great support we've had from Ngāti Wai and Ngāti Rehua on Aotea Great Barrier and Ngāti Tamaho in Papakura, who have been working with us in these areas, some of our key risk areas. and also the note around the subsidising of on-site wastewater system maintenance checks on Aotea Great Barrier, which has been delivered by some of the small local businesses on the island. And that's us, and we'd be absolutely delighted to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Fantastic. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Wonderful work, and it's wonderful work for both of you. When did you say it was going to go on our website? Your annual report? I know it's in.
Kia ora, through the chair. So the Regional Pest Management Plan annual report should have been attached to the agenda.
Yes,
The highlights report itself will go up on the website as soon as possible. I would imagine it'll be early next week.
Early next week, right, that's it. My next question, it's not a criticism, I'm just asking, and I'll ask because I'm not going to the polls this time. Why are we not able to get board by board reports on this before December?
I told them you would ask them.
I just kind of, the end of the year was June, we're September. Why do we have to wait to December to get the report from last year, board by board?
Kia ora, through the chair. Thank you for the question. Appreciate that it does seem like a delay in getting that information out, and we are working very hard to get it out for December. It is actually quite a complicated picture to unpick board by board investment for some of our activities that are delivered at a landscape scale. So it does take a bit of time to unpick that, but acknowledge that December does feel like a long time from the end of the financial year. And like I said, we are working very hard to get it out for December.
Just saying that people around this table have taken the rap for the rates increases around this, and yet won't get the report around that for their areas. That's all, I'm just making that point. And the third point is, where is the media when we need it, and are you doing any work around that? This is the very day that particular seat is empty, and the very day they should be listening intently to what you both have said. So could I please request, by way of a question, that you contact them, sit down with them, and go through your wonderful work, because it really is exemplary.
Kia ora, through the chair. We have Priscilla actually in the room behind us, who is our comms person, ready and prepped to make sure that media are connected into these good news stories. Kia ora.
Proactive, don't be reactive. They might not come to you for good news.
We are putting a release out on the details, and then normally Priscilla tries, and it's very hard right now with the elections and everything else going on, to do some individual stories like we did the kōkako last year and different things. But I'm sure, Deputy Mayor, especially as you're not standing for election because you've been elected, maybe talking Priscilla about that Eastern Isthmus water quality stuff, there might be a thing you can do there, and I'm sure you can get staff support for that. Member Ashby and then Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I think the Deputy Mayor should realise that media only report bad news. With regard to what you've done there, I'm impressed with the septic tank checks, but I just wanted to know, my experience is that most of the problems are actually with the soakage field rather than the septic tank. So what actual tests do you do, and how do you train people to look at that?
I can't answer that question at the moment, Your Worship. I'll need to do a bit of intel and get back to you on that one. I just don't know the answer, but I'm sure that you can't look at a septic tank without considering how effective the maintenance of the soakage field is, because that's a critical operating component. I'm just not aware of the specific details.
Well, you shouldn't do that, but that's what usually happens. So perhaps you might just double check that and come back. Similarly,
yeah, I'll do that for you.
In terms of you mentioning the number of times you find stormwater and effluent mixed around houses, the gully trap is the usual way that happens, because the gully trap is put in, then a footpath is added around it, and the stormwater goes down into the gully trap. And it's amazing how few building inspectors really understand that. So perhaps I'm suggesting that you might like to look at, have a word to McCormick or who is going to do your work at that. That's where it happens, I can tell you from
I think one of the problems is that things get built as they're supposed to be built, and then sometimes you'll find that people take on themselves to lower those gully tracks to solve local flooding issues. which causes a huge issue.
What happens is usually they raise the thing around with a nice concrete path they couldn't afford at the time of the house, and the same up around. We have people up around where you've got the problem with the oysters, where they've been granted resource consent to have as long as they have a porous driveway, 2 years later it's a concrete driveway, and then they're busy signing reports supporting the oyster people. My last question is on the water, on that graph of spend. That is cumulative spend, isn't it? It's not annual spend.
That's the accumulated spend over that financial year, just for that.
We're not spending 40 million this year, though. Isn't it got up to 40 million after all the other spends? It's cumulative, I think.
No, it's cumulative, yeah.
It is what? So we're
yes,
spending $40 million this year.
Correct. So total. For the water
so
one,
why is it
the
got
spend
so
is 50,
steadily
the
got
budget was
bigger?
51 and we spent 40 over the whole year.
Oh yeah?
So the budget for the water quality targeted rate capital was 51 mil and we ended up spending 41 mil.
So we've been steadily increasing this targeted rate.
Goes up with your rates.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty impressive. I'm glad to
Thank you for
understand that.
You did it.
I wonder how many people noticed that. All right, thanks very much for that. Good work.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to Member Ashby. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you both for the great work, and it's nice to have you back here again. It's a really good news story, so yeah, just acknowledge all the work, and it's really great. 2 questions from me. The first is, what more, and I know this is a report, but what more do you need from us to keep this rolling on? And the second question is, are there opportunities to work with iwi and members of the public, I guess, to co-resource initiatives that are within the scope of the NETA? So that could be money, that could be other resourcing. So in particular, the CapEx side. So yeah, just a question there.
Kia ora, Ed, through the chair. So in terms of what we need from you to continue this great work is we really need to maintain the level of investment, if not increase it with increasing pressures, but noting that is a significant ask, but at least maintain the level of net investment. Otherwise, we will go backwards. So your support for that and your support in, I guess, making sure that the public are aware, like we are trying to do all the time as well, of the value that NETA provides to the natural environment of Auckland. In terms of CapEx investment available in NETA to support mana whenua initiatives, that was a question.
Or I guess the question is around co-investment.
Co-investment.
So you have an initiative, but the NETA only goes to X. So can you partner with others to get it over the line?
Sure. So with regards to CapEx investment in NETA, that was originally set up to deliver specifically on track upgrade work, and that is now nearly exhausted. We have completed nearly completed the track upgrade work that was committed to. So there is no additional CapEx investment in NETA in out years currently budgeted for. In terms of OPEX, absolutely opportunity to partner with mana whenua on operational initiatives, be that pest control and the other work that we do. So from an OPEX space, yes. From a CapEx space, more constrained because the CapEx budget is nearly exhausted in NETA.
And on the healthy water side, water quality is one of the 4 key drivers that goes into our asset management plan, and so part of water reform requires us to prepare a risk management plan, and obviously one of the key risks that we're managing regionally is the risk around poor water quality. So we'll be doing our best to put forward what I'm calling our 2027 LTP bid, which will highlight the risks that we're facing and what we believe to be a pragmatic and sensible approach to fund the right capital projects to get on top of it, because it's a bit like rust. If you don't get on top of water quality issues, they just tend to get worse and worse and require regular attention. Kia ora.
Thank you. Through the chair, just one final follow-up, just on the, I guess, dissemination of the reporting or the outcome. And maybe it's for your comms people, but it might be good for you to reach out to iwi and, you know, community groups that have worked with you or partnered to try to get that messaging out through their networks too. Kia ora.
Thanks, Member Ashby. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. I am very aware, probably, Sam, that we're not going to see you again in the term of this council for a committee. So I've got a couple of questions, and then, if I may, I'd just like to make a brief comment. While we are naturally responding with climate change impacts, I'm worried that invasive species and the whole weed Auckland problem is one that deserves even more attention. Would you like to comment on that?
Kia ora, through the chair. Yes, agree, it is an increasing problem, and with climate change will continue to increase. Where we invest, we see results from our investment. So whilst it is a growing problem, if we don't increase the level of investment, it will be challenging to deal with the problem across the region because it's a very challenging problem to tackle with increasing numbers of weeds and types of weeds, and also just thinking about protecting the resilience of our ecosystems with other pressures that are upon them, like climate change. So I guess just acknowledging, yes, increasing pressures. If we had more investment to do more weed control, that would certainly help ecosystems become resilient to the impacts of climate change and other pest pressures, talking about animal pests as well. Yes, kia ora.
So can you point to how we might work with other government departments, agencies, and also NGOs? Could you give some guidance to us while you're here today on what we might be doing?
Kia ora, yes, through the chair. So we do work really closely with central government, and we do so where there are new incursions particularly, and there are clear central government responsibilities. And where there are those responsibilities, we will stick to our lane and advocate and encourage central government participation in our regional issues, acknowledging that for some species, central government, it is very much a regional problem through our regional pest management plan and our regional responsibilities that we need to tackle. So it's just been really clear on the roles and responsibilities for different incursions. In terms of the support from community groups, we could not achieve what we are achieving for the natural environment without the efforts of community-led conservation entities. They are contributing a huge amount to natural environment protection and restoration. And as an agency, and even with central government, we could not achieve that on our own without them. We need them, and we need to support them to continue to do that work that they're doing.
Thank you. Chair, with your indulgence, I would just like to really acknowledge Sam Hill. My mother brought me up to believe that silent achievers are the best sorts. You shouldn't have to crow about your own achievements. And Sam, I mean that in a really complimentary sense. You are just one of those silent achievers in our organisation. I know from the work we're doing with the Hauraki Gulf Forum just what you have done to try and guide that organisation, because you understand that water doesn't just flow around the Auckland region, it flows around the whole country. I mean, at every level, I see your good work. And I don't know that you often get the acknowledgement for it. I know the passion that you put into assisting us with our advocacy around the predator-free program, and I could go on, but I just, at a personal level, want to thank you most sincerely. You have done Auckland Council proud. We're very proud of you.
Thank you very much. I'm blushing. Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And yeah, just on the doc, myself and Angie had a recent meeting last week with Doc, and I know the teams met with them too. To your interest, Councillor Fletcher, on Predator 2050, how we can work together, and they've agreed to meet with the new council to work on joint priorities in the future, because we know that there is less money and it would be best to work together. Of course, Department of Conservation are actually on the same floor as the team, which helps now as well, which will constantly help the relationship there. And of course, we need to keep up our fight to ministers as well, which you know that.
Thank you. And because I didn't address the stylishly attired gentleman on your right, it's because I know he's coming to another meeting and I will have the chance to talk to him. And he is actually very good at communicating a lot of things, but I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that Sam keeps the cogs moving. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just a comment about a $51 million budget and a $40 million spend, and that being a savings. Is it a savings or an under delivery, a non-delivery of certain things?
No, it's not a savings. It's purely just a timing issue. So we will pick it up because we've never exactly. Most years in the water quality targeted rate, we've actually been over budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Cool. No more questions. I'll get you both to step back. Thank you. And we have, first of all, a comment from Deputy Mayor, and then I'll go Councillor Baker.
Oh, look, I'd use up my 5 minutes if I started talking about the natural environment, let alone the water quality targeted rate. So I'm going to, fangirl moment, councillor. That's what it was. Right. So I just want to, I'm going to concentrate. Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm losing. I'm going to concentrate on the. What do I want to say about the natural environment? I think the work that we're doing with pest eradication is fantastic. I love the way that we work with community groups to add value to the work that volunteers are doing as well. But I'm going to concentrate on the water quality improvement, because improving our wonderful waterways, Hauraki Gulf and harbours are really important. And I just want to highlight a couple of things. Over our regional parks, we have resurfaced and improved drainage of over 35 kilometres of piping. That's a lot. It's going to help our regional parks. In the west, your Westies have got a huge amount of benefit. I think you've had over 8 kilometres, nearly 9 actually, of stormwater pipes constructed. You've got 36.5 kilometres designed and ready to go to help that separation of stormwater and wastewater, and about 3,500 properties have benefited just in 1 year. I think in the east, and you do better than we do, but we're still pretty good. We have separated 1.5 kilometres. We've got 17.5 ready to go, and about 1,300 properties will benefit from that. This is fantastic work. Priscilla, I'm your girl, right? I'm really happy to help promote the work that we've done. Rates are hard for people to pay. We have our main rates and we have our additional targeted rates. Let's be honest, the targeted rates do add an extra cost to the Auckland ratepayer, but the results are pretty impressive. And all power to you to try and highlight that work and let Aucklanders know exactly what these targeted rates are funding and the benefit they are giving, not just for today, but for the future. Thanks, Chair, for your work. Well done.
Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, so I guess the thing with rates, people don't actually mind paying when they see what they're going for and being spent on. It's the hidden costs that are the things that create the anxiety. And so these targeted rates from the area, 25% of Auckland, huge environmental, landscape from Hunua across to the peninsula, Hauraki Gulf, Manukau Harbour. The money that has been spent from this targeted rate in our neck of the woods is unbelievably well received, and the work in which both Sam and Craig's teams do is really incredible. And again, I support the comments about the support that
we are able to give community-driven and led, programs crest in, an award-winning pest management thing in the southern side of the harbour at Clark's Beach and Waipā, Kakako, and all of the stuff that happens up in the Hunua Ranges, the pest control there, the water quality stuff, the septic tank stuff. You cannot underestimate the impact that failing septic tanks in rural areas have on the Manukau Harbour, on the Hauraki Gulf. Whitford, Clevedon, towns that had failing septic tanks because nobody cared, because they've been there for 50 years and they must be working all right. Well, actually they don't. I love it when the staff come and the guys come to my place and they have a look at my tank and they give me a report and they say, it's working well. Once they said, you've got a problem, we got it fixed. It is so helpful. And so we lead all that. So I just think, well done to the teams that lead this. As I say, these targeted rates, yes, they add to the cost, but we see where it's going and it's bloody beneficial. And again, I'll say, I've been to the field days now a couple of times with our water quality and our environmental teams and biodiversity teams, and the respect that they are given not only by Auckland rural ratepayers, but how ratepayers and rural ratepayers from elsewhere in the country are just gobsmacked at what we do as a council to assist our communities and our rural communities, and there's a lot of that through these two parts of council. So I just want to say thank you. This is a good thing. Targeted rates are a good thing because it focuses where we're paying the money. You can't siphon stuff off and use it somewhere else. And the last thing is I actually find the reporting in this sort of instance in terms of the local board stuff really unhelpful, because in some areas this sort of stuff goes to the areas where there are large environmental need. It goes to need. If we start to water it down and say, well, my local board doesn't get enough, you start to water down the effectiveness of this, what this is about. Franklin gets diddly squat out of Qatar. I remember sitting over there and arguing with Phil Goff about that because there was nothing in 10 years going to Franklin from Qatar. If you start to water it down and say we've got to report on what each local board boundaries are a construct of the legislation, they actually mean bugger all except for election time. And so we should be leaving it as it is. People pay the rate, they see we all benefit from it. Let's not try and create this false equity. We all benefit. And so I don't agree with trying to nail it down to local boards, because Franklin will look good in this one. Doesn't look good in Qatar. Why do we need that information? I just don't think we do. So thank you, team, and good work.
Kia ora, Councillor Baker. And once again, just because we're at the end of the term, I want to thank the teams, Sam and Craig and your teams, the phenomenal amount of work that gets done. A lot of it wasn't being able to get done, and I know many of the staff, talking to the monitoring teams, talking to the teams who are passionate about birds and weeds and pests and whatever, were pulling their hair out 6, 7, where are we? Almost 10 years ago, I guess, before the targeted rate started in 2018, because they didn't have the budgets to do and stretch across the regional park, stretch across our neighbourhoods. 520 groups were able to get quite small amounts of funding to do mass amounts of work in our neighbourhoods across our regional parks, as Andy points out, which are benefits to all people, even no matter if they're in your local board or not. And just want to also acknowledge the Mayor. This time we had a bit of a biffo over increasing the netta until the night before the budget, and he actually said, if you guys can prove it, if you guys can show the benefits, we'll increase it. And that the day before the LTP, you agreed, Mayor, to increase the netta, and that will make sure it keeps ahead of inflation, but also over time, hopefully, as Councillor Fetch has pointed out, that we can start increasing what we're doing in places. And it will mean that the next LTP we need to look at maybe increasing it incrementally again to keep up with climate change, the Karlurpa issues, the pests that are popping up all around our city that need our attention. But it is phenomenal to see these numbers. These numbers are people putting traps in our bush. The helicopter The helicopters were up a couple of weeks ago doing the pre-feed for the 1080, which these teams have spent years bringing the community along. Councillor Baker will know that years ago that the 1080 was massively controversial and like there was a lot of anger and abuse of staff. Now, because people have seen, oh, there's no rats and no possums, and gone from one kokako pair to 229 or 59 kokako pair now. I was with Sam and Councillor Lee on Waiheke Island with those 10 kiwi. I mean, the first kiwi to be introduced to an urban area. Why? Because people working together, and also the neta being able to work with the stoat eradication program, work with mana whenua, work with community. You couldn't have had those kiwi introduced there without the absolute surety that we'd done enough on pests to allow those kiwi to put there. And as far as I know, they're still all running around, Councillor Lee. I think the last time we checked in, they were. It is fantastic work going through these targeted rates. They aren't just about the money, but unfortunately sometimes we do need the money to invest in our environment, and just want to acknowledge the teams. And I'm sure we need to look at what the next level across our city is in the next council as well. So, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Chair. For me, I can be very critical about rates and so forth, but this has never been one that I have challenged, because it's about, we put labels on everything, we do agenda items for this, that and the other, but there is a broader concept of sustainability. There's financial sustainability, there's sustainable actions that we can take that should come under an umbrella. To a degree, the Auckland Future Fund is an action of sustainability, because it's looking towards the future, it's looking to compound, it's looking to actually try and add value to a better Auckland. I see the funds that you're seeing the dividends of today is part of that story of sustainability. And so I would hope that a future council can find a better way to capture a lot of this, because there's a backstory that needs to be constantly given as to not just the successes, but the challenges that are going to be even more difficult, and therefore more support needs to be given to these people. I get excited about the way that we partner and that we use volunteers, and that we are working in a constructive way with our communities. But I just think that this is important, that you've brought it to this committee. And I did want to acknowledge the staff, because I don't think they often get the profile that they need for the work and what Aucklanders feel really passionately about. So, well, I do anyway. Well done to everyone concerned. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Okay, following on from Councillor Baker's thing, and my first things about septic tanks, and the fact that we weren't sure how we train people. The septic tank and the soakage field go together, and the failure is usually in the soakage field. And if I'm still the mayor, I'm quite happy to come along and perhaps participate in training whoever does that checking, because I was one of the authors of TP 58, the technical publication 58 about septic tanks, which we didn't realise were going to become such a vast seller. And I'm asking about compliance, because we have compliance officers, and they seem to be in little, I don't know, I'm not sure how they run, perhaps I should ask, but are they in little silos? Because we have sufficient compliance officers that somebody standing on a corner waving a banner to get on, to a cheap way to get on a bus, gets caught by a compliance officer for not paying Media Works for standing on a particular corner. Two things that shocked me. And yet we don't seem to have enough people out there checking to see whether septic tank effluent is going into the harbour, which is much more consequential in my view. I've just got some pictures sent to me from sea cleaners are opening up a division in Hawaii, and you wouldn't believe the crap that's on the beaches there. Like, you'd never think that they were involved in tourism or wanted it to come. But So have we got, can we ask staff at somewhere or other, are compliance spread sufficiently in the right place? Because rather than having compliance where it's close to be a compliance officer, we should have a compliance cited according to what is the consequences of lack of compliance. And a lot of people, I mean, the most popular way of handling effluent disposal is the USUM principle, which is out of sight, out of mind. This is a problem. And then again with the way we spread this money out, rather than having it on constructive, my local board got more than your local board, two of our local boards are huge compared to the others in the area. And Rodney and Franklin have much more impact on the environment than perhaps, dare I say it, one of the smaller ones in the city, including even where I live in Waitemata. So I want to know that, and the thinking that's behind it is that the money and the spend is where the problem is rather than where the people happen to live. And if I'm still a mayor, I'm quite happy to devote some time to talk to them about making sure that everybody, including the boss of that sector, who I admire, not for his clothing, but as fully understanding of just sending someone to check the septic tank may not even come anywhere near what the problem is. There you go. Thank you for that. But in general, I support the work, and I'm not upset about having increased that cost, despite the fact that there are several, including my person who's not here, who said that I've done nothing. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I must say that the afternoon we spent on Waiheke at the time of the Kiwi release was a memorable experience for me. It was just a wonderful day. I will be brief. I completely support the natural environment spend, but I think it's important when we spend this money, and it's about 5%, it's a big sum of the, almost 5% of the Department of Conservation's annual budget for the whole country. So it's a significant fund. There is a tendency for us to, we spend a lot of money on a very worthy cause, a very worthy objective, just like PT, public transport. There's a feeling then that the more you spend, the better things are going to be, but unfortunately not necessarily so. I'm not going to talk about public transport. However, in regard to this particular spend, I think it's important that we do audit and independently audit from time to time the groups and the projects that we are supporting to ensure that the money is being used the best way possible. And in order to do that, you obviously need people not necessarily with accountancy skills, but certainly in terms of the natural environment, specialist scientific skills to ensure that the money we are dedicating to these projects is effective as possible. And I'll just leave that thought with you. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Councillor Lee. Thank you. Councillor Sayers. Sorry, he's picked an opportune time to get a cup of tea. Sorry, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. He's left the room now, but the Mayor just picked up about, was commenting about getting perhaps a bit more involved in the septic tank area. One of the potential areas there could be just looking at the the costs around installing those, and I think the rural advisory panel would probably be quite a good forum to get some feedback on septic tanks and the issues that sector might see around it, and also the positives that they see around it. So I just wanted to flag to the Mayor that if he installs that committee next term, which I'd highly recommend that he does, that the new Mayor does, and if it happens to be Mayor Brown, then I'd like that opportunity for that panel to feedback around the issues around septic tanks. Wayne, I was just saying, if whoever's the Mayor next term and they want to get into the septic tank area and have a little bit more involvement, the Rural Advisory Panel is quite an effective forum to gain feedback for the pros and cons and what might need to be addressed there. That was all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sayers. Are there any more speakers? Don't think so. And I just forgot to mention I think the State of the Environment report, our 5-yearly one, is out today. And I've looked all through it, and you can start to see actually a lining up of some of the greater outcomes of investment from these, both water quality and natural environment. You're starting to see the outcomes from the spend matching actually some of the progress in the state of the environment. Obviously, you'll see also that we're not quite there, but please look out for that today. It'll be in our emails if it isn't already. All those in favour? Any opposed? No, perfectly carried unanimously. Now we're just going to quickly get a few of the procedural items out of the way. Now we'll go to 20. The status update on action decisions from Policy and Planning Committee. Baker and Dalton, moved and second. All those in favour? The 2021, the summary of Policy and Planning Committee information, memos and briefings. Deputy Mayor, Deputy Chair, all those in favour? And do we, I think, is John here? I reckon we should probably, in 10 minutes, do these operative ones and then we can go to lunch. So we can be back for 1 o'clock. So number making operative, is it 17 or 18? Sorry, 18. And we know these ones are at the end of a process, but I'll let John tell you that. Number 18.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have the planner on these available at this stage, but Snapper Rock Road, a fairly small private plan change. It's been through the accept process through the committee and then submissions and the hearing. Fairly small area of land in the Snapper Rock area in Greenhithe, and end of the process to make the plan change operative. No appeals, a small number of submissions, and it's all able to be made operative.
So are there any questions on that one? Would I have a mover? Councillor Darby and Dalton. All those in favour? Any opposed? No, perfect. And there's another make operative, number 19. John again?
Yeah, again, I think 4 or 5 hectares of land proposed to be rezoned. We do have slides here. So hearings completed fairly recently. Decision by the Independent Hearing Commissioners, no appeals in the appeal period. So again, this plan change can be made operative. I think we do have a map just giving you an indication of the zoning change there. It's in the red outlined area on the right-hand slide. Maybe if we can flip to the next slide.
That's
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So once again, this is at the end of a process. We don't have much more to say here. Is there a mover? Councillor Dalton, Councillor Baker, any questions? Cool. All those in favour? Cool, thank you. And we might actually just have a 40-minute lunch instead, because we'll be back for the advisory panels at 1 p.m. Well, it's probably too hard to start getting into the plan changes before. There are sandwiches in the Yeah. Tēnā kōrua, Victoria and John. Nice to see you, John. Thanks for coming in. And kia ora koutou katoa, everyone in the room. Great to see so many of our awesome advisory panel members and liaison staff and people who've supported you throughout this term all here. It's fantastic to see so many people here to come share with us today. So first of all, I will just leave it up to our advisory panel extraordinaire leader. What are we calling you, Councillor Ferry? Who's done obviously a fantastic job in this space. And I will give it over to Julie and she will lead off today's session. Kia ora.
Thanks, Chair. And I won't actually say too much at the start because I'm probably going to get to round up as well. So, but the Mayor just reminded me that the advisory panels exist at the discretion of the Mayor, and he wanted to make sure that that was acknowledged. And I think I speak for all the governing body, which is probably pretty unusual. I can do that. When I say that we have really, really appreciated your hard work this term. The advice and reflections that you've brought to us have been very valuable and have had a very real impact on decisions that we've made and also processes that Council uses. Sometimes that change takes a long time, as you all know, but it has been incredible. And I want to, I'll hand over to Victoria in a second, who I know is going to introduce the item from a staff perspective. Victoria has been amazing to work with too, and it's been great to be able to have John, who is actually an advisory panel alumnus, who has come in and been able to support alongside too. So I'll add some more at the end, but I guess just to remind folks that this is their end of term opportunity to point out what they've got done, but also make the case for what needs to happen next as well. So it'd be great, people, when you have questions, maybe focus on that future frame with them, and they are going to come up two at a time as well. So just be mindful of asking the right question to the right board rep, panel rep, that would be great. Yeah, and just stoked to be able to be here in person because I haven't seen any of you in person for almost 3 months. So kia ora, thanks. Over to Victoria.
Oh, kia ora, thank you. So this item today is about receiving the end of term reports from Council's 6 demographic and 3 sector panels and acknowledging the contribution of every member over the term. This has been a term of growth and evolution. The Mayor introduced the small business panel and refreshed the city centre panel. Cross-panel collaboration increased by over 240%, and panels engaged with local boards on regional matters, such as emergency management. Panel community engagement reached new levels, including formal reporting and recommendations, and these efforts have led to specific and tangible action by Council in response, which we'll hear about today. So we've prepared 9 individual reports and a comprehensive review of the demographic panels, providing a clear record of their work, impact and key insights. The review was highly collaborative, it was panel-led, and it was drawing on over 400 pieces of feedback. It also includes reflections from staff about how the panels helped shape quality-informed advice. Staff and councillors consistently described the panels as enriching, credible and inspiring. Just some acknowledgements. I want to sincerely thank everyone involved with the panels this term, most especially, of course, the panel members, as well as the staff who seek their advice. From the volunteer officers leading the panels, to the governance advisors, thank you, Millie, to the Chief Executive, ELT, the Mayor, of course, and councillors, especially our liaison councillors and councillor chairs. Your commitment to working with and supporting the panels, often late at night or in the middle of busy days, is what makes it all work. Special thanks to Councillor Ferry for your leadership of the panels. It's been such a privilege and pleasure working with you. I'm delighted that John Kingy, former panel member and facilitating author of the demographic panel review, is joining us today. Thank you, John, for your ongoing dedication to the panel's kaupapa and all the progress we've been able to bring about this term. I'd like to acknowledge all members completing their second term, and we have many here today or watching on the live stream. 6 years of service on the panels. Your contribution has been invaluable. For our departing chairs, Irene, Claire, Teresa, Martine, Litiana, I can't imagine a co-chairs forum without you. Before we hear from the co-chairs, first up, the ethnic communities and senior advisory panels, we'll just show a very brief video highlighting the demographic panels this term, and thanks to council videographer Jay Farnworth for your mahi. Thank you, Sandra.
Don't get any favouritism.
Coming into this space, I feel like I've been able to hold up my community by sharing their voices and their lived experiences. The most valuable thing you can bring to the table is what you've been through and what the people that you love have been through. So I'm just gunning for Tamaki Makaurau to continue on the pathway of being a city of inclusivity, progression, and multiculturalism.
This is an important part of to be inclusive when you are actually part of this wonderful phenomenon, feedback, decision making at the local government. This is a great experience. Whenever we go back to our communities to ask, have your say, this is your place to say.
It's a really interesting outlet for having engagement with council, learning what's going on, having the ability to provide feedback to officers from an older person's perspective. It's a rare opportunity to contribute to the future of the city and being a part of the decisions that will impact future generations forever and ever.
A third of New Zealand's people call Tamaki Makaurau Auckland home, and our community is as diverse as any globally. To be relevant, to deliver services people want and need, for there to be healthy local democracy, we need the active participation of all of our communities. Auckland Council's demographic advisory panels have a vital role in this. Over a 3-year term, they advise us on policy, they bring forward important issues, they help shape the city and region we want for the future. That's of huge value to all of us.
Well, that was awesome. Great video, and it's awesome to see the sort of city represented that way through the video. Now, first up, I have got our Ethnic Community Advisory Panel and our Seniors Advisory Panel members. The members will introduce themselves at the table. Also, I think they've been told 5 to 7 minutes, and then there'll be some questions. So if everyone could make sure that they are able to complete their speaking turn, and then we'll have some questions, some focused questions, please. Kia ora. So if you just want to bring your microphones close to as close to you as possible, and then the button on the right, I'm sure you've used them before, to speak. Kia ora.
Nisambula Vinaka, Assalamu alaikum, Namaskaram, greetings. It is nice to be here for the end of term advisory panels briefing and reporting that we are about to provide. My name is Irene Rahman Manuel, and I'd like to now introduce my co-chair.
Kia ora koutou ni Sambula Vinaka, namaste, my name is Krish Naidu and I'm one of the co-chairs for ECAP. Thank you.
As starting members of the demographic panels, we would like to acknowledge Mayor Wayne Brown for believing and having the advisory panels return. Thank you. We'd like to also acknowledge the council leads and in particular Chief Liaison Councillor Julie Ferry and the wider Auckland Council staff and the CCOs. All advisory panels bring an intersectionality of voices. They identify and streamline thematic areas of key concerns and bring in opportunities that benefits all Aucklanders. In a demographic society, inclusion and consultation is key. Hearing from those with lived experiences is important so policies and planning reflect the values, the voices, and a collective vision for those who live, work, and play in Auckland. The report of the Ethnic Communities Advisory Panel is referred to in your report on pages 27 to 42 is what we're going to speak about at a high level. Krish and I will take turns to do this. The ECAP is focused on fostering the values of belonging, well-being, and equity for all Auckland's diverse ethnic communities. Now we are talking about more than 200 diverse ethnic communities that makes Auckland very unique. The ECAP's key strategic priority areas included belonging and inclusion, well-being and safety, economic growth and development, transport access, and climate action and sustainability. Our members, of course, represented a broad range of ethnic backgrounds, reflecting Auckland's cultural diversity, and their collective knowledge informed recommendations on how council services and systems could better serve ethnic communities in Auckland. I'd like to acknowledge our panel members who have given all and way beyond and what they have been asked to do as advisors. Adil Basha, Abdul Muhammad, Dr. Acacia Kochais, Eva Chen, Parminder Singh, Rosindra Kumar, Jasmine Yang, Luke Ken, and of course my co-chair, Krish Naidu. We'd also like to acknowledge support staff, Manoj Raghupati and Michaela Sito, who are co-leaders, co-lead officers from Auckland Council, governance advisor Millie, and principal advisor for all panels, Victoria Weeks-Brown. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Kieran Leone for the work that she has done and being part of the Ethnic Peoples Advisory Panel. So we'd like to first talk about the first focus area, which is belonging and inclusion. And I'd like to keep it very short because we know we are short of time. I have been in this role for the last 6 years. And I'd like to talk about diversity, inclusion, and equity strategy for workforce development in Auckland Council for ethnic panels, for ethnic peoples. From the onset, ECAP has been very vocal in advocating for Auckland Council to demonstrate strong leadership and commitment to DEI, urging the Council to lead by example. This was a piece of work that we carried from the last two panels' work, which means 9 years of work in total. Despite numerous asks, we had limited data available to us to provide timely and worthy advice. It is only towards the end of this term, which is last month, that we had the opportunity to receive data from senior and the new DEI lead. Despite the setbacks, we are rest assured that there's a renewed focus on DEI, and we are delighted to see the pathways in place that will enhance pathways for all workforce at Auckland Council to progress. We leave with the hope that Auckland Council will reflect Auckland's diversity at all facets of Auckland Council's workforce makeup and within its leadership team here as well. Krish.
Thank you, Irene. As part of belonging and inclusion, one of our aims were to help support local body elections for 2025 by increasing ethnic voter turnout and participation, as well as increase the diversity of candidates who put their names up. And I'm really grateful to the elections working group that was formed last year, where 2 members of each panel were representing as part of the cross-working elections working group. And we provided a lot of strategic guidance to council, and a lot of practical tips and suggestions have been shared and positively received by the group. And we are delighted that for the first time since 2016, the number of ethnic Asian candidates have risen by 7%. It would be interesting to see whether the number of candidates increasing actually translates into higher voter turnout and successful success of the candidates itself. In addition, we have strongly advised on the equitable opportunities for Auckland local boards to develop a ethnic panel engagement or action plan. We know that FAO and Upper Harbour local boards have this in place, and it would be good to see this in areas of Manukau, South and East Auckland. We have also had invited past unsuccessful candidates who took part in the elections to come forward and talk about their challenges and barriers to participation. We know there's a lot of work to be done on the ground to improve voter turnout in Auckland, and we've heard from existing candidates the lack of understanding within ethnic communities around the difference between local boards, the wards, the role of the governing body continues to be a challenge. However, we are heading on the right direction. The other part of our key themes were around well-being and safety. While safety is quite a broad area, I would like to just focus on public transport and retail crime. We are all aware that for the last few years, there's been several incidents involving bus drivers and passengers, and ECAP has been at the forefront of it by asking AT to present to us on their safety framework and communication strategy. We have provided feedback around orientation of bus drivers, increasing support for pastoral care, de-escalation technique, and first aid training. And we are very pleased that AT has committed to install bus driver protection screens in 80% of the buses for the next 2 years. In addition, retail crime has been a problem in New Zealand for the last few years, and we've met with the New Zealand Police National Retail Investigation Support Unit, and they've presented to us on the safety of small business and well-being. ECAP has reiterated the importance of ensuring that Auckland Council assistance for ethnic small businesses impacted by such incidents are taken into consideration, and we acknowledge the positive improvement in this space, especially around the reduction of REM rates. I'll now pass it over to Irene to talk about economic development.
Thank you. The ECAP is the only panel with economic development and growth as one of its focus areas. The aim was to have ethnic and migrant businesses and workers fully participate in Auckland's economy and prosperity. We received information from Auckland Council's procurement practices and support the inclusion of policies and practices that allow small businesses to fully participate in Auckland Council's procurement for goods and services. To support greater inclusion and economic participation of ethnic and migrant communities, the panel contributed feedback to the Auckland Council long-term plan and annual plan. We welcome the opportunity to advise on key areas such as urban regeneration, economic and cultural development, and the funding of major events, including the proposed bed levy. The Auckland Council procurement team shared updates on current procurement practices. We advocated for the inclusion of policies that enable greater participation of all, but also ethnic businesses. The panel advocated for a robust engagement and strategy on how to work with relevant business councils that are based in Auckland.
In addition, we are really grateful that we've had the opportunity to contribute towards the Royal Commission of Inquiry into New Zealand's COVID-19 response. And we, as co-chairs, highlighted the disproportionate negative impact experienced by ethnic businesses due to extended lockdowns and mandates.
I would now like to move on to our last point, and that is climate action and sustainability. The aim was that ethnic and migrant communities are informed and They are part of a resilient planning when it comes to climate action tragedies. We are pleased to report that we feel that we have contributed well on this area that we wanted to be part of from the onset. We received information on Auckland Council's efforts to address climate change and ensure ethnic and migrant communities are made aware of the support available to move towards greater sustainability. We collaborated with other demographic advisory panels on climate action and resilience to provide joined-up advice to Auckland Council. We worked closely in advising how Auckland's emergency management systems can be more ready and responsive to the needs of ethnic and migrant communities during emergency events. All feedback for the panel was based on Auckland Climate Action Plan. This provides the overarching and guided advice for all priority areas that we focused on across the board. Following the floods that happened in Auckland in 2023, January, our collective concern remained that ethnic people have always been or often been excluded from disaster risk reduction planning. Ethnic people have unique vulnerabilities as well as unique knowledge and resources, as many have lived experiences of climate disasters and displacement. We have continued to advise all stakeholders to engage grassroots voices in all stages of disaster risk reduction efforts. These include planning and preparedness to response and recovery, ensuring that their perspectives are considered in decision-making processes. By promoting long-term resilience through building and strengthening community capacity and equitable access to resources and enhanced recovery that embraces dignity of all Aucklanders will be achieved. Thank you.
There's quite a bit of recommendations to improve things on. However, I'm just going to touch on a few things very briefly. It would be great to see a more stronger feedback mechanism to understand how the improvement and effectiveness of our advice has been. So we're giving a lot of advice, but we need that feedback to come through back to the panel members. As well as Council's communication team should regularly and timely provide updates on panel's work and achievements to ensure greater transparency and create public awareness. On behalf of ECAP, I'd just like to say a big thank you to the Mayor and the governing body for giving us the opportunity, and we hope that you'll continue to support having all the demographic panels for the new term. I'll now pass it over to Suzanne and Clea from the seniors team. Kia ora.
Thanks, Krish and Irene. And tēnā koutou katoa, Claire Dale, one of the co-chairs, obviously. Similar to the Ethnic Communities panel, our focus this term has been on belonging, well-being, safety and access. In the framework of the Age-Friendly Auckland Plan, we addressed these in terms of housing, safety and accessibility, and transport. In 2023, Auckland Council established Te Raupu, the implementation group for Age-Friendly Auckland, and two seniors panel members sit on that group as kaitiaki. Council staff managing Te Raupu regularly attend panel meetings, providing updates on progress and achievements. The guiding principle of age-friendly cities is that when something is good for seniors, it's good for all ages and abilities. So, housing. Depleted stocks of senior housing, rising rents and housing costs, and trends to largely unaffordable retirement villages are increasingly locking seniors out. Council plays a critical role in establishing the planning and policy framework for housing, including social housing, and remains a seniors housing provider via its partnership with Selwyn Foundation and Haumaru Housing and Council's Own Your Own pensioner housing. This term, the panel has met with council planners, Haumaru Housing and Kainga Ora about seniors housing needs and age-friendly Auckland targets and developments. The panel has also engaged with other organisations, including the Coalition to End Women's Homelessness in May 2025, and in August presenting at a Navigating Housing and Homelessness hui for people working in the sector. Safety impacts on health and well-being. Safety was at the centre of the panel's responses to proposed changes to dog walking policy and bylaw presented by council staff. Lack of safety and lack of access to support and necessary medical services was some of the negative experiences suffered by communities during the anniversary weekend floods. Through 2023 and 2024, Auckland Emergency Management Team, local boards and fire and ambulance services met with the advisory panels and community groups to identify weaknesses and possible improvements in future weather emergency responses. One result was developing local board emergency readiness and response plans. An exercise and report created by panel members in 2024 identified safety and accessibility challenges, hazards, risks, issues, and positive surprises experienced by seniors navigating the CBD. After this exercise, shared widely within Council, the 2025 version of the Auckland Design Manual contained a similar videoed walking tour of the CBD. Regarding transport, seniors panel members have contributed many hui, including on the Northwest Rapid Transit, the City Centre Plan, and Auckland Transport's draft Regional Land Transport Plan. Seniors panel and disability panel co-chairs met with the CEs and staff from AT and Eki Panuku to try to reverse AT's removal of the bus stop from the Waiheke Ferry Wharf, a change that has badly impacted older and disabled Waiheke residents. Other unresolved transport concerns include, firstly, unlike most other cities globally, AT restricts e-scooters to footpaths and does not require licences or helmets for riders, making footpaths unsafe for people trying to use them. Secondly, the excessive difficulty in accessing a total mobility card. And third, finally, the draft city centre parking management plan does not ensure access for less mobile citizens through pick-up and drop-off zones beside public spaces and places. And finally, before I hand over to Suzanne, just a thank you to the council and to our lead councillor and all the workers who've supported us through this term. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Suzanne Tapsell. Claire has referred to the activities that the senior panel has engaged in during this term, and I would like to comment generally on this. It became clear partway through 2024 that the priorities developed in 2023 under age-friendly reference points might not exactly reflect the main concerns of many senior residents of Tamaki Makaurau. That while the key headlines may stay the same, sitting under them are issues of deficit that may need to be addressed. The two key features for seniors are the increasing population in this demographic and the evidence of actual poverty in this age group. I'm sure you are aware of the projected growth of numbers in the over 65s. Any future senior panel will determine its priorities, taking into account the age-friendly Auckland plan and ensuring that those priorities reflect the intentions of that plan, but we must acknowledge that the ground is shifting towards more fundamental considerations of social need. Apart from housing, homelessness and basic needs poverty, it is clear there will be an increase in the need for community outreach services to cater for diverse groups across the city. Along with the anticipated rise in numbers of seniors is the anticipated rise in demand for community support for services for health issues such as dementia. Auckland Council already does much through its community programs and relationships with a multiplicity of other organisations, and the panel is keen to continue its advisory role on programs that address these aspects of senior life. The panel wishes to continue as kaitiaki for the age-friendly Auckland plan. With this growing and increasingly diverse seniors population and the increasingly challenging living conditions of this group, the plan has even greater weight in serving as an overarching lens for how well we are doing in our communities. We began with the observation that what is good for seniors will be good for everybody. We end with this thought that while that is so, it is also true that a larger chunk of everybody will increasingly be senior. It is crucial that this changing demographic is acknowledged and planned for. The senior panel hopes to be there to support and advise council through this interesting period. And to finish, I would like to acknowledge and thank the senior panel members that I've worked for and everybody else. Thank you. It's now question time.
Yes. Kia ora to you all. Thank you for the clear pleas and also the thanks and the ideas, but everything you've done throughout this term. Now I'm going to go to questions, but I would ask members, because we do have a long program, to keep it focused on what was presented and focused on the future and not try and get into too much detailed sort of policy and projects that may not necessarily relate. Kia ora. Councillor Say is first.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentations. My question is probably towards the senior panel, and the question around rate increases. I don't have oversight about how the pension increases at what rate, and versus, the ability for people to pay their rate increases, and how out of sync those things are in terms of, involving cost of living pressures through the rate adjustments.
Certainly the financial pressures are felt by seniors, especially those who are totally reliant on the age pension and are renting, and they're in the most difficult position. And as renters, of course, they're not hit to the same extent by rates increases. As far as rates increases are concerned, I was really pleased to see with the report from council that came out with the rates demand, this time there was clear instructions on how to get discounts or how to delay payments and so on, and I think that was a really useful step forward. I was also very grateful that the rates increase was less than that experienced in most jurisdictions.
Kia ora. Great answer. Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, and thank you to both groups and presentations, and for all the work that you've done this term. My question is to our Ethnic Peoples Advisory Panel. What would be your single, best advice to us as council in terms of engaging with our ethnic communities better? I know that you've given us a range of different things, but what would be, if there was one thing you could change, what would be your advice to us as council in terms of engaging better with our ethnic communities?
The council endorses the strategy for ethnic peoples panels. I think within the strategy, the council needs to then follow up that those focus areas are met. It's not just a tick box exercise for us anymore, given the large number of ethnic peoples that live in Auckland, but those focus areas need to be resourced quite well within the Auckland Council's leadership as well, to make sure changes happen. What we'd also like to see, Councillor, is, like Krish said before, the feedback, because it's good to give feedback. Where's the closing loop?
And you cannot do, we cannot do consultation, we cannot do inclusive practices, and we cannot change practices if we don't receive feedback. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you. It's good advice.
Great question and answer. Is time for one more question? There's no one else on. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor. Sorry.
Well, it's great because my question actually follows on from that. So first of all, thank you both. And I was going to ask every group what improvements we could make next term to the way we support you. But Chris, you mentioned, and I think you have, sorry, I've got to remember your name, Irene, about the feedback loop coming back. So my question was, how often do you think that should occur? Would biannually be enough? Would be your suggestion?
Probably quarterly. Sometimes organizations present to us, but they never come back, so we don't know what has happened after that. But for example, with the Auckland Transport Safety Team, they've come back to us 3 times. So every time they've come back, they've given us an update, which was great. So I think it's more following up with organizations who are not coming back and what has actually happened with advice on that.
So it's not so much timing, it's as appropriate, but you don't feel that you're getting it right across the board. So I think, Chair, that's something that, well, I'm certainly, Greg and I will be helpful to put that together next term anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well, thank you all. We will obviously thank the wider group at the end of the session, but yeah, just want to acknowledge your time here and the term. So thank you very much. And we will get the next group to come up. We have Disability Advisory Panel and our Pacific Peoples Advisory Panel coming up now. Kia ora. Did you want us to make room for everyone at the table, or are you going to come up? You're all good? Yeah. So, kia ora. Feel free to come up, though, if you want, Simon. Kia ora. So who would like to lead off? Ani? Yes. We'll just get... Simon's going to... Yep, yes. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I mihi ana maua ki Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei o tira o ngā iwi katoa ki Tāmaki Makaurau. He mea maua koe ko Barry ki te rōpū kaitohu take te hunga haua Disability Advisory Panel. Ko Anya tōku ingoa. Tēnā rā tātou katoa. So we will keep it short and sweet and just starting off with some highlights from the term, and if you do get a chance to read our full report, we would always appreciate that because we did a lot more than is on these slides. So to start off with, we focused our community engagement this term around emergency planning. So we did a big hui at the end of last year, and I think the disability leadership from the panel was key to that because it meant that there was the buy-in from our community and also from council and from Auckland Emergency Management, which was great. So there was a really strong appetite out of that for action and collaboration. We were able to record the hui, which meant we had also a transcript from it, and that was really helpful in writing up a report back out of it in some depth, which is published on Knowledge Auckland, so that's also available. And yeah, that was one of the things that Auckland Emergency Management have shown us have really helped to shape the new disability sector inclusion work program, which is new this year, and there's a multi-year work program with the backing of AEM, and Barry and I presented it to the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Committee a couple of months ago, and we appreciated really good kōrero at that time. So. And there's just a photo there from the WHO last year. And the next slide, thank you. So our next highlight is around the Disability Action Plan. Oh, sorry, we're good? Okay, good. Okay, it's fine. The Disability Action Plan got a big overhaul this term, which is exciting, acknowledging the policy staff who actually put in the mahi to make that happen. So it's now under Ngā Hapori Momoho, which is the Thriving Community Strategy, which makes it nice and kind of embedded and clear where it sits within council's mahi. And it's also public for the first time, which is great. It means that it's just another accountability mechanism for the wider community as well. And it's being reported on twice a year. And another thing I'm particularly happy to see is that an action plan is about actions, right? But ultimately a lot of these things are practices that we want to become business as usual. So they're being embedded into council's work, and there's kind of a new section now that talks about that. So you see, the actions go out of the action bit and move in there. Which is great. And there's just a photo there of people at a playground, including 2 wheelchair users from the front of the action plan. And with that, I will hand over to Barry. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you, Anya. We do get on, even though we're sitting a wee way apart. It's just the way the seats are with the legs underneath for my wheelchair, so we do get in quite well. The highlights spotlighting accessibility. Accessibility was on our radar with Eka Panuku. I know they've come into the council, but before they did, we talked to them about access to the mayor's pool, because there is none for disabled people. So we've been talking to them and hassling them about that, which they now have a consultant with a disability that's helping them to make it accessible. So I'm still annoyed about that, but there's some things you can't rush. But I might just fall in and they'll have to come and rescue me. Accessibility improved for the City Rail link. We were informed that the design had come out and they had a mock setup. And when Chris Orr and I went to have a look, one of the other panel members, we found that the designer had put his own spin on how it was for accessibility. And when I argued with him, he wouldn't change it. So we're very lucky that I got in touch with the mayor, and the mayor actually made him change it the way it should be, like it is for the rest of the city. So thank you for that. It made a big difference, because we don't want to change things unless we change the whole system. So some people take poetic license, which isn't good. We've had great success with the parks and accessibility assessments. The parks and recreation guys have been fantastic to us. They've actually gone all out to make sure that we can get out into the parks and recreation, because if you're on a limited budget, at least you can get out and enjoy the great outdoors in your normal chair, because you only get one chair, so it has to be accessible for everybody. And they've also made some things that if you've got a 4-wheel drive wheelchair, you can experience some of that people can go on rugged things as well. So it's been really fantastic. It's been absolutely amazing being able to meet with all the other panel members. We've got on so well. We've clicked together all the panels, and we've really enjoyed being able to share our experiences and see we're very much the same. We might have differences in the, like for us it's access, but the attitudes that how people treat us is very similar. So it's been good to work together and actually get on very well. And we're even going to go to Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, because Josh is in it. So we're all going to go and support Josh for it. So if you've got to go, because it's got a panel member in it. And we've worked well as a team, the co-chairs, because we respect one another and feel really honoured to be there and to support one another. And as I said, our similarities are there and stand out very well. Here's the people on our panel, and I can say that every member of the panel, our panel, got involved in projects. And you would see that from our report that you've received, and I hope you've read it already. You get marks out of 10 if you can quote some of it, so you better get onto it. But every member of that team has stepped up and actually participated in report writing. And I want to give a mention to Anya, because she set up and ran the emergency response for Auckland on behalf of disabled people. That she wrote a report, and it's been widely received by people around Auckland and New Zealand and further afield. So she's done a brilliant job on what she's done, and so is the other panel members. We're losing some of them, but some of us are staying on because we've had a great experience. And I would like to thank Wayne for giving us another 3 years, and I think it should be mandatory that you have these committees, because basically what we do is can give you an insight into disability to you as a council directly, and we can tell you what we think. That only gives you a glimpse, but it gets the people thinking about what goes on in society. And of course, Councillor Stewart, because she supported us, and Councillor Ferry, she liked it so much she wanted to try being disabled. I mean, what do you say? She wanted to experience it firsthand. So she and also the staff. I think I can't say enough about the staff that support us, right from Victoria, Millie and Elise here, of course, and John, who sponsors the committees. It's been a real experience for me. We've still got a lot of work to do. You're getting the positives here and some of the negatives, but there's a lot more work for us to do, and I think as committees you need us, and we want to stay on, and we want to give that advice directly to the council so that they can mull it over, rather than having they can question things without the public necessarily knowing until you're ready to make a statement. So, and also we met with the local boards, which was a really good experience too. We know we can't be on all of them, but at least they know they can come to us if they need advice. And most of the staff in the council have come for advice, and we've been able to give them. And we've actually got a feedback loop already in place where we ask groups to come back every 3 to 6 months with a report on how they're doing. And that's been a really good monitor for us in being able to check that they're actually doing what they say, except for Wayne, you pull, and it's not your fault, it's the people involved still haven't got it accessible. So it needs to be accessible. So thank you all, and now we'll hand over to Pacifica.
Kia ora, sorry, it's Anya again. I just quickly want to acknowledge both Barry and also the other co-chair, who is not me, but it's Martine Abel-Williamson, because it's the end of her second term, so we appreciate her as well. Kia ora.
I will wait for Simon and then we'll ask questions at the same time. Kia ora, thank you.
Home te pakipaki everyone for the presentation so far. Just to, what we say in Samoan, se iwawai foi, just to renew the energy and the space that we have. We're very privileged and honoured and humbled. Thank you, Chair, for this auspicious opportunity to report back on the last 3 years. I fully endorse and support all my co-chairs and what they've said and what will be said later. We are one family now, and you are more than welcome to join our cool family as well. So thank you very much to my peers and tautoko all the kaupapa that has been presented today. Tēnā koutou katoa toa and warm Pacific greetings. Tu rauna lava le paia from tanga le nei aso. Field pule no, teitai whono. Whai pule o tū mālo, ma teitai whono, komiti SS e tātou a inga le Auckland Council. Se o lava I le Alwhinga Ruenga. whawhtai Samoa, la o tau tāpua inga mamalu. Pa ia whaatale lei, whaale anga nuu, whaale malo, o le anu nuu atu whaatini o tau sala. Tapua i maia o le ato mawhai le tō a sale aula po malai whatu tua fui whatu a wā se tātou sao le ne aso. And congratulations to Samoa's newly elected or Prime Minister-elect Lauli Malia Toa Polotai Vau Schmidt. Firstly, I acknowledge my Lord and Savior, Jesus, for his love and amazing grace, like the old hymn, throughout this term 22 through to 25. Our faith is our compass in these uncertain times of war, and a lot of Kiwis leaving for Australia. Today you may see it's just a Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson lookalike on his own. No, I'm here with my lovely sister here, Talia, from our offices. But no, I have a mighty village supporting me and here in spirit. I speak on behalf of my co-chair, Litiana, who completes her 6 years of service on the panel. Alongside my esteemed panel members, I must mention their names. Hainoami, a former co-chair, Hasana, Mary, Sawatulangi Tangalo Penina, Sei Moana, Taituunga, Ayurupotea, Taituunga Fora, Vaifale Melvin, Mawai, Evo, and Arizona. This is the Super A team for the Pasifika panel this term. Most importantly, the 300,000 plus Pacific peoples in Auckland, Tāmaki Makaurau. We all know it's the largest Pacific city in the world. This is our unique bragging point on the planet. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata, our people. Governing body members, you have the reports. I will not read word for word. I'm here to provide some key reminders and to sing, not to say thank you. Us Samoans, we sing thank you, but they'll come later to build up your curiosity. So firstly, this term, we saw the highest ever community engagement stats across the board, especially from our diverse communities. Almighty Paki whānau, yeah, for most. And as was mentioned, and I celebrate it further, this election, we see the highest number of Pacific candidates standing for local elections. That deserves another paki. Why not? It's not all doom and gloom. So the question is, why? What happened? What changed? Well, apart from our contribution to an array of topics from Samoan tattooing bylaws to water safety and cemeteries the past 3 years, our panel's contribution could be our highly attended engagement event in beautiful Otara with Lotu around storm readiness and recovery. In addition, our community engagement on local body elections making headlines in media. We can go on how this term for the Pasifika People's Advisory Panel was the best, is the best. However, our success must not limit or stagnate more success, further future success to the next mayor. I'm speaking into the future, wow. You need this demographic panel and all the demographic panels. Our selection process was quite vigorous. Therefore, you do get provided with quality advice and authentic lived experience. And of course, the real AI, ancestral intelligence from our ingenuity. It will also benefit this greater Auckland Council whānau, CCOs, including local boards who we want to explore more with next time. Secondly, everyone say, ara moana. Oh, good, thank you, that's good. Thank you for participating. Ara moana Pasifika strategy is super important for us. We've come a long way with this piece of work. So please keep valuing this kaupapa. Ara moana is a trailblazer in Aotearoa New Zealand policy for local government. Other regional councils are trying to copy and paste from us, so we must be on the right track. My final words come from the late MP Whananai Fessel Collins. former councillor and of course chair of the local board in Otara Papatoetoi, who we tragically lost this term, and we as a panel have dedicated this report to his legacy. And his wife sends us love, her love and the girls. They thanked us for dedicating it to him. Sungayavasa. In his maiden speech, he said, "Ele tu wha maunga se tangata." No one succeeds alone. No one suffers alone. We need each other. Turn to your neighbor and say, "I need you. I need you." Yeah, turn to your neighbor. Yeah, you can say that. It's like we're in church. And with all the social and economic calamities we face, and there was a killing today in America, I believe we need each other more than ever. It is a time of unity, not division. A time of synergy, not wasted energy. A time of genuine equity, not tokenism or any negativism. It is a time of working together, not fighting for power. We all want the best for the city. Otherwise, go home. That's what my mum and dad would say. We all want the best for this great city we call home, born and bred. Thank you all, Your Worship, Mayor Wayne Brown, Councillor Ferry, Councillor Lotu, our support Councillor Whaftai, and I see this sister here, Josephine, Whaftai Josephine, our amazing staff, Paul. These guys all need a pay bonus, please, Your Worship, for Christmas. Paul, Italia, Mike, Millie, John, and of course the incomparable and illustrious Victoria. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to sing for free for you, but I have just a small gift so you can remember me for this term. So my cousin's going to help me. Ole whaasoro there. Richard, you're chairing today, so you get a chief necklace. This is a chief necklace for you. And you're from the West, and the West is the best. Actually, you're North Shore, but I'll stretch it to the West.
Glenfield's the west part of the
right.
shore, so...
Because that's Shane's area. So Shane, but you're chairing today. That's what David Tua, Joseph Parker. Yeah, and even Trump got one, obviously, I saw at the White House. But yeah, thank you, Chair. And all our councillors, Your Worship Mayor. These are ulas that we used for Whanana Festival celebration. And I thought to bring it today so you can put it in your office or you can wear it to your next Samoan invite. Yeah, if you ever go, make sure you prepare for a lot of food and wear the ula. So we'll start with the councillors. Amaka the Mayor from the Moreana Sunga. Ben's from Avondale College, the best college in the world. That's for you, Your Worship. Yeah. Deputy Mayor, who's choir master. Yes, World Choir Games, that was the best. Councillor Ferry, our amazing lead. And the man from the West, and we stretched it out to Richard. Sunga Fletcher, oh yeah, he's running out. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, we have enough. I'll sing my song as he presents it to the councillors. Whawhawhetai, whawhawhetai, wamari e mata e vai. Watasi lava oi, watasi lava oi, iro unei fa moe mo. I have to sing it twice to make sure the necklaces get around. Whawhawhetai, whawhawhetai, wamari e mata e vai. I'll just switch to the bass. Watasi lava oi, watasi lava oi, I ro'o nei whaamoe moe. Whanati nati wai ono mole. It's a third time. Last one. Ua whaawhetai. Wa whaawhetai. Sorry. Wamari e mata e wa. Councillor Greg. I Angela from Manurewa. Ta si rawa oe. Tasi, the mighty Josephine, Maukiki, La Sunga Tapuai, Lotufuli, Manukau. Moi. Hey, hey. You should all know that from Tina, the movie. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. That's a trick one. That's a trick one. So you reciprocate it. Thank you, everyone, and God bless you all, and have all the best for elections. All the best for elections. Okay, we'll see you next term.
Wow. Okay, thank you. It's hard to acknowledge these presentations. So kia ora, and thank you for sharing yourselves with us today. It's a lovely part of this committee. And apart from where are the tissues, do we have any other questions? Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and I just did want to take this opportunity to thank you both panels again, but a special thank you, of course, to the panel that I've worked with, and I thank the Mayor and Councillor Ferry for the opportunity to work with our Pacific Peoples Advisory Panel this term. I guess just a question, your advice, because it is true we've increased engagement with our community, which has been awesome. But what would be your golden nugget piece of advice after this term to us as a council and how we can further improve the way that we engage with our Pasifika community? Kia ora. Yes, to the Pacific Peoples Advisory Panel.
Whaftai rawa lotu, au whionga tapoi, furi, whai ane level, pai a sam, whai ngā. Everyone say more. More. Yeah, more. More resource. More of everything. Grassroots movements work. To the churches, to the communities. Us not expecting for them to come Queen Street, but us going to them in the suburbs, in our neighbourhoods, in our community centres, in the community hubs, in the churches, in the mosques, going out to them. More resource, more support. More of our languages, more translations, more videos, more creative ways of using social media, more impact for young people. Just more, and more. And more demographic panels, if you want us to come, more money for us, more money for everything. But it's just like watering a plant. The more you water the plant's growing. It's growing. Horticulturally, it's growing. But if we don't keep watering it, something might happen. But thank you for the question for me to say more right now.
Kia ora. Are there other questions? Oh, Councillor Ferry. And I just do want to acknowledge Councillor Filipina. Alf would love to have been here. He's at a ministerial forum in Wellington and wishes he could be here, and he'd be sending lots of support to all of you. So kia ora. Councillor Ferry.
Yeah, kia ora. And I wanted to, my question is for the Disability Advisory Panel, but I did want to acknowledge one of the key differences that the Pacific Peoples Advisory Panel has made in that consultation space is that in your plan this time, the process had sessions run by people from different Pacifica communities, and that's the first time I think that's happened. So there was a Niuean session and Samoan session and stuff. In the past, we've always done whānau that have brought together, and there is a place for that, but the panel identified that it would also be valuable to have these sessions that focused on specific island groups and things like that. And that was something that many panel members contributed to voluntarily in their own time. So I just wanted to mention that. But my question to the Disability Panel was particularly for Barry. This is you haven't really engaged with council up close in the past, and I wondered if you had any particular reflections, having come in as a total outsider really, and your first time not on the inside but sort of knocking on the door, I guess, just sitting, little bit outside, but having some inside knowledge and experience. Is it what you thought it would be?
I think it's been very interesting because I think in some way it's been very engaging and to actually be part of the process. But it's been very disappointing to be at a meeting where councillors are busy doing other work and we're presenting and they're busy sitting there. They arrive late and then they start working on stuff that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about, you know, and they're here for us to listen to us. That's an insult to us and it's rude. But on the whole, I found it really empowering as somebody that pays rates and is part of a community that I love very much, Auckland. So yeah, and I think the process is very valuable, and meeting everybody and the encouragement that we get from so many councillors around the room that do engage and do listen to what we're saying.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair.
Kia ora. Barry, I'm going to try and turn this into a question. I meant to email you and say what a wonderful job you did at the COVID inquiry. I watched you. And so to turn that into a question, how different is that? How different is the engagement you're finding on the advisory panel in terms of effectiveness to presenting at something like a central government inquiry?
Thank you for that. It was a really good experience, but I think it was a help to have gone with the council first and actually engaged with the council as part of the Royal Commission, because I learnt a lot from what happened from the council perspective and being able to put that into my individual, because they asked me individually, not as an advisory panel member to go. But it was very empowering to be heard and for people to listen to how it affected, because it really did affect disabled people incredibly badly.
Thank you for that. And just one for Simon. Thank you so much. So these are connected to a vessel? Yeah. Kia ora. Thank you.
Yes, we supported his time trying to get into mayor and then trying to get into parliament. And he's been an inspiration to many generations now of leadership, and so we build upon his legacy. And it suits your type. Thank you.
Kia ora, well then there are no more questions. Sorry.
One of the councillors asked a question before about what's one piece of advice, and she put it out to all the committees. The one piece of advice I would get is to see disabled people as an economic value. We're not just a charity. We might have charities that raise money to try and support us, but we are an economic value. What you do for us affects people coming from overseas or to Auckland, because usually it's 3 or 4 people that come with one disabled person. And you should stop seeing us as a charity. We are of economic value. We spend money in this city, and we want to be able to access the whole city, not just part of it. So that's the one piece of advice I would say to all councillors: see us as an economic value. How many people what? I employ 150 people in our business, and over a quarter of them are disabled. So I put the 15% as our amount of people that we employ, and they still have to get the job. It's not just given to them because they're disabled. They actually have to earn the job, and we help people to go on to a lot of other jobs. So I put my money as it's my own private business where my mouth is.
Kia ora, Barry. And I think your comments about making sure we make the city accessible for all probably does apply to all the panels and all the people, but if we do make it right and accessible for you and the communities you're representing here, it should be accessible for everyone. So I think it shouldn't be a hard task, but we're definitely working on it, and without you all here to speak to us, wouldn't be as easy to move forward. So kia ora. Right, so we'll move on now to our youth and our Rainbow Community Advisories panels. Kia ora all, you know the drill. Please bring your mics closer to you, just to make sure everyone here and online can hear. And I'm sure you will show me who's going to kick off. Kia ora.
Cool, I'll be kicking off for the Youth Advisory Panel. Kia ora koutou, ko sanat tōku ingoa. This is Kritika, my co-chair for the Youth Advisory Panel this term. And it's great to be here. I think, obviously very hard to appreciate just in words how powerful what we've seen just happen, and the power that our communities exhibit on an almost daily basis and in these spaces can have. But I just wanted to take a moment before we get into the weeds of our report to talk about why it is we're here, just to recenter us around what the vision of these advisory panels and these sector panels really are. And I had two main points. The first one being it's to center the voices of those communities that are often not around the council table. Now, the mayor made a remark to me outside that I'm beginning to look a little bit older than I was when I started, and that's certainly true, but when I look around this table as well, perhaps not as young as we'd like it to be for the city. But ultimately, it's about centering the voices in each of your decisions of those communities that are not here in this room with you today, because those lives are deeply affected by the decisions you guys make on a daily basis. The advisory panels are ultimately a recognition of the unique power of Auckland's diverse communities, and we've seen that today. We've seen how it can move us to tears, how it can move us to laughter, how it can move us to curiosity. It's not just a space for us to sit here and criticize council, but a space for us to work alongside each other to build, design, and deliver the results that will benefit all Aucklanders from all walks of life in an equitable way. This is because what we bring to our panels are a love for our communities, the aspirations of our communities, and most critically, the lived experiences which we are always presenting here today, in which we urge you to weave into a cohesive picture of what Auckland really can be. So, setting that vision up, how did the Youth Advisory Panel set out to realize this vision throughout our term? We had three primary strategic priorities. Number one, connection and belonging. We wanted to advocate for a Tāmaki Makaurau in which all youth have a pathway to meaning and a place to be. The second, a resilient Auckland, where all youth in Tāmaki Makaurau can navigate our city with ease and contribute to the future vision of what the city looks like. And number three, thriving young people. All youth in Tāmaki Makaurau feel a sense of belonging in our city and that their voices ultimately matter in the decisions that you make here. So, how are we able to push the needle on achieving those strategic priorities? Well, a couple of different areas. The first one was the Thriving Rangatahi Plan, which we presented extensively here, but want to again shout out Mackenzie and the team for doing an amazing piece of work in rehauling and creating an ambitious and bold proposal for what young people's relationship with this council looks like and how young people fit into the future vision for the city as well. If we're talking about golden nugget pieces of advice for how to engage with diverse communities, my one piece of advice, implement that plan. Not only has it been extensively consulted on and agreed upon in the Youth Advisory Panel and other youth workers in the youth sector, it is a plan that is holistic, it's representative, and it's intergenerational as well. What's good for young people is also good for future generations and everyone around this table as well right now in this moment. The second is advocacy on emergency management and flood planning. The Youth Advisory Panel spent a lot of time in rooms where we're talking about how Auckland emergency management deals with climate-related emergencies, but more broadly brought in that vision that we need for the long term in terms of how do we respond to the climate crisis that we have at hand. Now, ultimately, we want this to be a city where young people continue to stay, build their lives, jobs, homes, futures. And if we're going to ensure that, we need to make sure that this city is leading the fight in the South Pacific, in this region, in responding to the climate crisis. And we've continually advocated for that in our time in these spaces. And the last one is youth entrepreneurship. I think there's an appreciation here for the enterprising nature of all Aucklanders and the fact that they can set up businesses, they can solve problems that they see in their communities and in their lives. And there's specific, and throughout our time, there's a specific recognition that a future vision of the city should include pathways and infrastructure and pipelines that enable young entrepreneurs to step up and lead the country in terms of how we do business and how we create jobs and opportunities for the future as well. I'll pass on to Kritika to continue this explanation.
Awesome. So we've also focused our efforts on 3 core areas: transport, student life, and civic engagement. So transport has been a consistent focus. We've provided input on the Auckland Transport Regional public transport plan, so offering feedback on what works and what could be improved to make public transport more accessible and efficient for our young people. We've also received updates on public transport safety initiatives, which has allowed us to continue our advocacy for safer transport options. This directly ties into our engagement with the City Centre Student Action Plan, with Auckland being New Zealand's largest student city with 50,000 tertiary students. And a central theme for our panel has also been civic engagement and elections. It's been great to have YAP representation on the Cross Panels Elections Working Group. Our engagement has helped tailor council campaigns and accessibility of information. So being part of the pathway approach has been great to work towards youth engagement in local elections. In short, our work this year has been about actively shaping our city's future. We've taken great strides in creating a diverse and what we like to call it as a learning ecosystem, ensuring that young people are not just consulted, but are genuine partners in building a more inclusive and responsive Auckland.
And on that tone, just to wrap it up, I guess our key takeaway as the Youth Advisory Panel is that if we're going to get serious about responding to the challenges that Auckland faces right now and into the future, we need to urgently bring together all of these threads. That's not just young people. We've talked about the power of the intersectionality that our panels have. It's bringing the threads from the rainbow community. It's bringing the threads from the Pacific Peoples community. It's bringing the threads from the disabled. And all of our demographic advisory panels are sector advisory panels. And it's about centering their needs, their aspirations, and their vision for what the city can be. If we can do that in a concentrated and structured manner to develop a vision for Auckland that is functional, it's budgeted for, and most importantly, centers the well-being of each of our communities and each of our constituents, you see represented in front of you today, we can do courageous, bold, and ambitious things to make this a city worth living in. And in doing so, what we need from Auckland Council is for you to take that step, for you to be those leaders, to collectively establish what that vision is, and then bring us all together to empower us to achieve it collectively as well. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you to the amazing staff that has supported us throughout this journey, Vic, Millie, John. Thank you to the rest of the co-chairs. Thank you, Councillors Ferry, Shane, appreciate it, Your Worship. The beard might be trimmed a little bit later on just to make me feel a bit younger again. But we'll pass it on very graciously but very appreciatively to our colleagues from the Rainbow Advisory Panel. Take it away, Josh.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Josh Martina hau, he uri ahau no Hokianga me awa hau, e noho ana ahau ki Tāmaki Makaurau. It's such a pleasure to be here today. I was going to say tonight, not night. It's so nice to see you all. Your Worship, thank you for having us. Councillor Hills, Councillor Ferry. I feel like I'm just going to say thank you to everyone, but Vic, McLean, Millie, Duncan, and also mihi to you, Edward, and Te Kawerau Maki, and also to Tom, who I can't see here, maybe he's not here. Kia ora. Today, we bring into the room the voices of our community, and we know that the The desire is for us to share what we've achieved. And I feel like I could just say ditto to all the stuff that everyone else has done, because we've all done really similar mahi around the LTP, COVID response inquiry, Auckland emergency management. We've done some stuff with Rainbow, DE&I. But today we wanted to talk to the fact that we went out to the community and we want to bring their voices in. From the very beginning of our time as co-chairs together, we were really aware that Teresa and I and our panel are just two voices who represent a whole community of others, and so we want to centre their voices in the room today. Let me work my thingy that I've never used before. Our kōrero doesn't sit in isolation. The themes raised in the rainbow, hold on a second, give me 2 seconds, it's going to scroll down in 2 secs. Yeah, it doesn't. We don't exist in isolation. The themes raised in the Rainbow Spaces are echoed across the disability, ethnic, youth, seniors, and Pacific panels. So these are not separate struggles. They are overlapping realities, and the strength of these panels, in our experience, has been a collective voice and grounded in the lived experiences of our communities. I'll speak to 3 themes that we acknowledge from our communities, and I'll pass over to Teresa to talk about the safety element. Theme 1 is around representation and leadership. Representation is not just symbolic, it is survival. Rainbow Rangatahi told us that they need leaders who look like them, Takatapui, MVP, FAF, wahine, Asian and ethnic voices at decision-making tables. Because when leadership doesn't reflect the community, these groups feel invisible. Mentorship is vital. Our rangatahi need to see a pathway into leadership to know that they are part of the future of this city. And that's just to echo what Sanat spoke about in Kritika as well, that if they don't see themselves represented, then how do they see a pathway forward and their voices being elevated? Theme 2, resourcing and infrastructure. Communities ask for sustainable fundings, not just year-to-year survival. They ask for a rainbow hub, a safe central place to gather, in a place where they feel safe enough to be their whole selves, a place of social inclusion, where our people can gather. They ask for increased support for rainbow charities like the Charlotte Museum to preserve and to share our stories. This isn't charity, this is infrastructure. It's about building stability, not patching gaps. And the third theme that I'll speak about is council's role in visibility, which is that trust is built by action. Our communities want council to stand with them. That means signing things like the Pride Pledge, like the things that I want to acknowledge your Mayor and Phil Wilson, when the Rainbow Crossing happened, when the Te Atatu stuff happened, it was really immediate, the call and the calling out that kind of behaviour and your support. And I really want to acknowledge it because we saw it really quickly and our community felt seen and safe and valued. And Richard, just the way that you always got our back, we really felt that. And those are examples that we want to keep seeing, that we want to see ourselves reflected in conversation. Whenever anything happens, there's such an urgency about support. This includes inclusive, accessible facilities across the city. We also believe that when the council shows up, it sends a simple message that we belong here. I'm going to pass over to you now, Teresa, to talk about.
I bought a piece of paper. Then I get to sit next to the youth panel with the flash thing. Anyway, so kia ora koutou katoa, ko Teresa Platt-Tokuinga. I'm the co-chair of the Rainbow Community Panel. And I'm at the end of my 6 years on this panel. It's been amazing. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today and to be on the panel for the last 5 to 6 years. The panel called a public hui earlier this year to discuss safety, as this is a critical priority in our community. And I am on my soapbox, and others will have heard this already. We don't feel safe on our streets or in our offices, sometimes in our homes, and definitely not in our identities. It's been tough times recently, from the painting over of rainbow crossings to cancellations and violence at libraries and parades, to the proposed cancellation of woke DE&I activities by our senior politicians. Events which bring us together and celebrate our identities have been cancelled or not funded. Good examples of this are the cutting of the Rainbow Games funding by central government, and the Gay Games bid terminated by Tātaki Auckland Unlimited this year. The most poignant for me was the recent cancellation of the Lil Gay Out. This is a secondary school event bringing over 400 rainbow rangatahi together to learn about all things rainbow, to show them they have a community and the love that comes with that. A woman who needs to wear a tinfoil hat with an anti-trans agenda put out a podcast correlating the Little Gay Out to a cult, suggesting that the school in Auckland and the main organisers and supporters were indoctrinating children to become rainbow. It was appalling to watch because this woman really believed what she was saying. More appalling, however, was that this podcast resulted in the cancellation of the Little Gay Out, 400 disappointed students, and doubt in its ongoing future. The video that this woman put out showed the name and the website of the main organiser, the school. Some of the speakers lined up to speak, and when I reached out to the organiser, she wouldn't contact me via email for fear of reprisals. She was on leave due to the fear and stress of being attacked in this way. The school will no longer have anything to do with the event. The police are involved but can't really help until an event is held. Rainbow community leaders are too frightened to speak out and stand against this type of attack. When Destiny Church attacked the rainbow community publicly in February of this year, what you didn't hear was the church's identification of organisations apparently grooming children. So, for instance, Rainbow Youth, accused of grooming children. And the release of personal addresses of board chairs and their CEOs, and Destiny Church encouraging their members to go and protest against them. Scary stuff. Last month, one of our panel members ran a youth market on the North Shore for young rainbow people to sell their goods. During the morning, a man stood outside and videoed that whole thing. Everyone walking in and out and the activities going on. And this menacing type of behaviour affects our communities, our rangatahi, but it affects all of our rangatahi, not just the rainbow ones. So we've appreciated the support of the Mayor and councillors and staff, and we've said thank you very much when these attacks happened earlier this year. And we have felt really supported and loved and protected by you all. The role of the panel is to bring these lived experiences to the table and to work with you to make things better, especially for those who come after us, and acknowledging those who came before us. So unfortunately, we still have a lot more work to do. But kia ora, thank you very much.
And just to wrap up, the message from our communities feel very simple, but perhaps hard and very complicated. We just need to feel safe. We need to be seen and we need to be supported. But I do want to end with this, that the real value of our panels has not just been the rainbow voice, but it's in the shared strength of all of the advisory panels. Together we bring lived experience, diverse communities and perspectives that council cannot hear anywhere else. I've really felt the whakawhanaungatanga that we have together when I consider those who are leaving. And I think about the time we've been together, that we've shared real common struggles and challenges as not just individuals, but and not just a community, but as peers. And as we leave today, or as we gather here today, to know that we're in the same room, to be able to share this final report and to say that there's such value in our shared voices. They're different, but they're similar. And the opportunity to be able to be on these panels has been a real life-changing opportunity. And I really want to mihi to you, Mayor Brown, and for the opportunity to be here as a collective. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you. Tough stuff. Any questions? Somebody. Councillor Fick.
Kia ora. I could ask each one of you a question, but I'm trying to work out how to ask this as a question, Chair. Yeah. I guess just to ask, I guess, for your reflections, obviously the youth panel members, you're both new this term. Mother Rainbow there is returning but now retiring, and Josh is new. But yeah, any reflections you have to offer? I guess a similar question to what I asked Barry around, is this what you expected it to be? Has it been better or worse, this experience with us over the last 3 years? maybe just, and I mean, Teresa has sorry, I want to call you Mother Rainbow again, has obviously the previous term to compare to, but for those of you who are new as well, is this what you signed up for, I guess? Just a quick response maybe from each of you would be great.
I didn't resign.
Yeah, that's true, you are still here. It's a good sign.
Yeah, so Sanat and I both came from youth council backgrounds, so that's kind of led us to move forward into the Auckland Council Youth Advisory Panel. My experience has been very positive. It has been very insightful, and like I said before, it's quite a lot to learn, but it's also great to see how many council organisations actually want our advice. So that's been a very warming factor for us, especially the leadership that we've got, not just from each other, but also from our members as well. It's been a very collaborative approach at our panel.
Yeah, very much in agreement with Kritika. I think the two things for me are, number one, a greater appreciation for the complex machinery that this council is. It's massive, it's hard, and it's tough to get things done. So the fact that things are getting done in the way that they are, we are very appreciative of that. I think the other thing is that being in the youth advisory panel, like, young people are not monolithic, right? Like, we don't represent the very diverse views and needs of a lot of young people that aren't represented on our panel. So I think there are a lot of reflections around, we want more young people from a lot more diverse backgrounds to come onto this panel and share their insights, but it also has forced us, and hopefully the council staff that we've interacted with, to zone in and really dial in on the actual needs of young people that are often incredibly unheard and marginalized as well. We hope that's been done, and we aspire for that to continue to happen in a better way. Yeah.
Kia ora. When I grow up, I want to be just like these two. They're amazing, and quite rightly, we need to see more of these faces around this table. And I think part of the work that Josh and I are doing is around some succession planning for the rainbow community and ensuring that we can keep developing up our young people and those interested in coming on to panels like this. So for me, it's been really amazing. The first season I was on, season 2, was over COVID, and so we met online, and we met online every couple of months. So really, we didn't do much at all, I must say. Hey, John. Sorry, John. But this year has been just hugely different, even from the engagement with the LTP and emergency management, and just the number of workshops and meetings that we've attended and been really respected and involved with. So it really, I think it's very valuable and getting more and more valuable. And a big mihi to Vic, who I think has really pushed for people to come and talk to us and for us to go and talk to people. So, kia ora.
Kia ora anō. It was more than I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be a real tick box, to be honest, that we just turn up and be ignored. What I've really recognised is just the value of our voices and the way that you've all listened. And I mean, some of the frustrations are that it's such a slow-moving ship, council, and you might be offering suggestions or advice. It takes so long to move. But I don't feel like we were ignored. I feel like that it was listened to, and at the pace that you're able to move, that's what I feel. I mean, there are things that I wish would move quicker, but that's okay. The final thing I'd say is, before I even signed up to do it, I felt like that I had to be a certain kind of rainbow person, or I had to have like a certain lived experience. And then I really realized that really what it requires is that you're just yourself, and that you're enough to be here because you're rainbow, because you're youth, because you're senior, that you don't have to have experience. And I think it would have been really valuable to know from the beginning that I'm enough to be here just because I'm enough. When I reflect on the first time I walked into this room, and Mother Rainbow was sick that day, last minute, I came in and then I was talking about Beyonce, and I was talking about Family Bar, and I was so nervous to be like talking to like the powers that be. And then I'm like, you're all just community members as well, and my voice is just as important as your voices. Isn't it? No, but yeah, and so it's just really nice to know that I am enough, and that's probably something that I'd like to leave with anyone in the future who might want to be on the panels, that you're enough just because you are. Kia ora.
Could I just comment, Chair, before I know we're going to the sector panels shortly, but I feel that Josh's finish up there was perfect. And I remember when you came and spoke to us that first time and you were really nervous and you were dressed so dapper and you talked to us about unicorns. Do you remember that? And I think it's really appropriate that you've finished up there with that final comment for the advisory panels, and it's been wonderful to watch you grow in the role. So kia ora, and looking forward to Priscilla. So, yeah.
Kia ora, no, thank you, Councillor Ferry, and yeah, thank you both. It's great for the Youth Advisory Panel to give us the need for vision and the need to make sure that we are celebrating the city in a way that makes you want to live and stay here, because there is so much good about it, and sometimes we just don't talk about it. And for my Rainbow Panel homies, as I think the only, or maybe the only one who talks about it, Rainbow Panel person on the governing body, it's been, it has been a hard term, as you've said, Teresa. It has been probably, testing me as, especially a dad now, of what this kind of hate train that's coming at us really means for our communities. And I know different parts of all the panels here experience different forms of hate, but it does feel like it is a bit of a freight train at the moment. So it's been nice to come and sit with you and understand how we navigate that, and also hear from different parts of the community, as you say, Josh, with different experiences, that the little bits that we can do as a council to help. We can't do everything, but I do want to acknowledge the mayor too. He rang me from the Blues game on the day that horrendous attack of Destiny Church on our Rainbow community, but also on our librarians. And he was at a rugby game, and he said, "What can I do? Do I need to put a statement? Do I need to?" Yeah, I won't say all the swear words he said, but the mayor was really keen to understand what we wanted him to do before he did anything, and I thought that was really important. And he was instantly got his office and to put out a statement and to show that he was standing alongside you. So I think it's fantastic to have your voices in helping us to understand what's going on too. So kia ora. Well, I will get you all to move away, but I think that's been really enlightening. Have our advisory panel speak to us. And I know we still have more panels to go. I hope that you can all stay till the end. I'm not sure if some of you have to leave, but yeah. Right, I think we have, sorry. Oh, kia ora team. Oh, can we just grab a photo with everyone before you leave? Sorry. I know we've got some more panels to go, but it might be a good idea for a quick toilet stop and a quick photo with anyone before anyone leaves. So anyone who would like a photo with everyone will come up towards you. Right, we'll get City Centre Advisory Panel members to come to the table.
Yeah.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Patrick. Kia ora, Jamie.
Kia ora.
Natalie. We'll try and get everyone back to the table. It's a bit like the end of school term if you can't kind of feel the vibe.
Yeah, I want to see you put the chairs up on the tables afterwards.
All right, we'll come back to some semblance of order. Ding, ding. Thank you. Right, who's going to kick off on this one? Patrick. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. First, I'd like to extend apologies from our chair, Scott Pritchard, who is overseas, so couldn't be here today. And to thank you, Chair, the Mayor and governing body for this opportunity to report in from the City Centre Advisory Panel. We are a diverse cross-sector group and have had a very intense term with a lot of action and change in the city centre. The city centre, as currently defined, is a mere 4.5 square kilometres, yet delivers 20% of regional GDP. It is the biggest concentration of employment, tertiary education and hospitality excellence in the entire nation. People come from across the whole region to work, learn and play here daily. It is the centre for all of Auckland. It is also singular. It is the most important small area at the heart of the most important region economically. It enjoys unique pressures and offers unique opportunities. The panel advises on direction for the city centre and on spending the city centre targeted rate, which is paid by commercial, residential and residential property owners, and is a key way to unlock extra value from general rate investment and other sources like the National Land Transport Fund. The panel has had 6 key focus areas this term, which are all in the report. Here I will highlight just the most important ones. Safety and community wellbeing has been a huge focus of our attention and investment this term. While not a core role for us, we've had to step up to meet an urgent demand. We have invested in the expansion of the Safety Wardens program, in homelessness outreach, and in late night safety zones. We have seen positive reductions in crime through this work. We have written to you and the government on rough sleeping and support your actions in this urgent area. The need for investment is in permanent solutions, not just moving the problem around. Enabling the urban population to grow. Currently at around 40,000 people, we see great value in helping that to grow to over around 100k in time. we commissioned a report on the costs and benefits of increased city centre living, which showed that adding these new residents is, and I quote Shamabil Ikob, a free hit in terms of public infrastructure cost. The capacity is already there. The contrast with the costs of continued sprawl to your budgets is enormous. Integrated transport networks. Aside from the frustrations that we see in inefficient delivery, the panel consistently supports the improvements in public transport, walking and bike infrastructure and services in the city centre. Frustration has been high, especially with what we see as City Rail Link Limited's refusal to deliver the return of city streets to usability with sufficient urgency. Not a KPI for them, apparently. Thankfully, this is nearly over. We support the city centre bus plan and look forward to buses being almost entirely concentrated on the 4 designated bus arterials this year. How Northwestern Busway buses will be routed through the city area is an area of ongoing concern, and what replaces light rail is also an issue for the city centre. Enhancing vibrancy and experience. People's relation to city centres and retail in general has been significantly affected by COVID and new technologies. We know that successful city centres are those that actively compete as unique destinations of choice, as they no longer have the same volumes of captive daily workers arriving. This is the big opportunity. The city centre needs to be safe, vibrant, relevant, and above all, exciting to compete with visitors and talent from the whole city, the wider country, and overseas. Our aim is to make Auckland a must-see destination for international visitors to the wider region, and this will not happen by accident. Last year, we pivoted spending much more into activation and visitor attraction for this very reason, in part also because of a reduction in investment in these areas by government and council itself. We are very pleased to see a renewed commitment from you to funding Tātaki. We need their work. We acknowledge Council's recent decision regarding an events underwrite facility, and we strongly support the introduction of a bed night levy to fund destination activity. I hope the Mayor heard that. The city centre is at a really critical point. It's poised. We know that the city centre's economy is more volatile than almost anywhere else. It has low lows and high highs. And right now, when the macroeconomic scene returns to growth, we need to be ready to supercharge the opportunities offered by the completion of once-in-a-generation investments in the City Rail Link and the Convention Centre. The advisory panel is really mindful of this need. We are looking forward to what's next for the city centre. So after a thorough analysis and process, we strongly endorse the extension of the city centre targeted rate from the current 2031 end date out another 5 years to 2036. There is much more to do, and general rates will not suffice. The city centre targeted rate is an important mechanism to support the powerhouse economic engine of the region and its symbolic centre. Public improvements are needed in more areas, the Arts Quarter and Victoria Quarter, for example, while giving the areas around the CRL stations a good rest. We strongly support the continued implementation of the City Centre Master Plan. The next few years, we have focused on creating compelling experiences that draw people to the city centre from near and far, with significant investments in the arts, culture, events and experiences. We are making the most of the unique cultural stories and competitive advantages to attract visitors and entice them to linger in our new city. With big shows and festivals supported by marketing campaigns, we have progressed a number of strategic initiatives like the Auckland by Night Action Plan and are partnering with universities on enhancing the student experience as building the city's reputation as a safe but also fun and exciting place for students and other young people is of huge benefit. We've endorsed this approach, and the decision about the extension will rest with the governing body in the new term through the annual plan or the LTP. We encourage you to support this new approach, which we believe best meets the needs of the city centre into the future. Ngā mihi nui. And I apologise for not bringing any jewellery.
Kia ora. Thank you. Very good rundown on a very, could have gone a lot further, I know. Are there any questions? Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. I think you mentioned there, like you're looking for significant investment to attract people, and particularly around the arts and culture side. Could you just clarify, so I understand, is that beyond MOTAT, the museum, Maritime Museum, as attractions, or are they ideas on top of those, facilities?
Yeah, absolutely. We mean the arts in the broadest sense, so performing arts as well. So this is how city centres work now. They have to be destinations for a purpose, and they need a unique selling point. And this is where the biggest and most interesting events occur, and this is where the hospitality to support that is. And it also, of course, the thing about a centre is that it's just a geometric fact. It's the closest place to everywhere. It isn't the closest place to, you know what I mean, it's averaged. And also, it is also where public transport, for example, is focused and is most effective. So we can most move the most people to these events and get the most out of them, and get that concentrated sense of vibrance and excitement that great cities have.
And just to give the opportunity, because the Mayor might have been a little bit distracted, could some of that be funded through the bed levy? Is that your thinking?
Yeah, we strongly support the bed levy, and you'll work to persuade that lot to allow it.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Sayers. Councillor Ferry, and then Mayor Brown.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, and I've enjoyed watching along with your panel meetings when I've been able to make it. I thought it would be useful for governing body members to have a little bit of an expansion from you on the role of the City Centre Advisory Panel in relation to the City Centre targeted rate. Like, what does that actually look like in practice? Because certainly as a ward councillor, that was something I didn't have a lot of awareness with before I started watching your meetings. And I think that's important for people to understand that that targeted rate is often what funds a lot of those improvements in the city centre, but it also has your oversight as the advisory panel. So I wondered if you could speak to that. Thanks.
Well, we are advisory, so we can only advise what you do with the targeted rate. That's the formal answer to that. But we intensely, very, very closely follow and put very specific advice forward. And this term in particular, we moved a whole lot of funding away from CapEx to OpEx because of a desperate need. This is a burning platform, the current economy, and we're just doing everything we can. Also, the slashing of marketing funds, we really felt we're missing out on acts that are coming to Australia. They're not coming across to Auckland because of lack of support. We are completely bewildered that the government didn't make sure America's Cup happened. They would get all of that money back in GST. The tragedy for us in this room is, of course, we don't have that immediate payback mechanism that they do. When there's more spending in Auckland, Wellington, central government immediately gets 15%. The rates income doesn't go up, right? So properly, they should be really funding this Auckland as the gateway to the whole country. But one of our really big interests is we want that kind of marketing to not simply treat Auckland as passing through to Queenstown or Rotorua. We need Auckland to be a destination itself, and including the city centre, and getting out to the Hauraki Golf and the other wonders of our city. But in terms of the staff are amazing. We get very intense options, spreadsheets for spending the targeted rate, how best to unlock other funding sources to amplify it is a really critical thing. I think this is a good moment to thank staff for their work, Simon and Natalie and others who've been fantastic. Yeah, it's a sizable sum of money. It makes a big difference. It can mean projects actually happen because we're putting in, say, a third. There's another third from general rates, and then something that otherwise couldn't be funded gets going.
Thank you very much. Mayor Brown.
Okay, thanks. I probably should declare a little bit of interest here because I, in fact, regularly attended the City Centre Advisory Group. And thank you for the work that you do. And I acknowledge that Jamie, beside you, Patrick, is the CEO of the Karangahape Road Business Association, and it's been important that we see the city as not just the bottom of Queen Street, but it's the T that goes up Queen Street and turns and at the top of K Road. So thanks for that. With regard to the bed night levy, the pressure is on the government to do something, and I am told that there is an imminent announcement of some central funding to do big events. The trouble with that is that we pay 40% of the tax, so it's our tax coming back to us, but we'll probably find we won't get 40% of that. The thing about the bed night levy is that people who fund that don't live in Auckland, because we're already here. We don't necessarily stay in hotels. There's a complete misunderstanding of this. They're going to rob us to give it back to us and other people, whereas we were going to have this funded by people who visited, which is a much different thing. And so we're all conditions to have Stockholm syndrome here, so we thank anything that comes. But when something else comes, just think about it again. The reason it hasn't come so far is the ACT Party said no new taxes, and it's not a tax, but in fact if they're going to give us a grant it will be from taxes, so it is a tax. And the National Party said that they're worried about the cost of living crisis, so they're going to tax us to cover the cost of living crisis. It makes no sense. The bed night levy comes from people who aren't worried about the cost of living crisis. People with a cost of living crisis don't have $500 to watch Taylor Swift and don't stay in 5-star hotels. They don't even come here. And I don't want to rate strugglers for people to fund something that they won't go to, but apparently it's going to be okay to tax them to do that, even when we're told it's not a tax. So when this comes, have some thought about it. You know, we're not supposed to look the gift horse in the mouth, but sometimes the horse needs dropping. I think one of the things that if I'm still the mayor, I think would be worth doing, and even if I'm still not the mayor, I'd still be a person who lives in the city, is that we need to have a review of the city centre master plan, because it's quite old, and we've already discovered today that something that was approved in 2020 took its first steps 5 years later today. And so I think we need to have another look at this. We've got AT coming back to the council, and it has had a big impact on the city. Not all of it good, not all of it bad either. Mixture. But I think we want to have another thought about those things. So I'm wanting you guys to, if possible, let me know if you're keen to have a say, because I think that's a very important thing. And it's important that we remind everybody that it's Queen Street and K Road and the associated places, aren't it? The bit about the free run from Shimabila Equab said about housing in the city, we've already got a lot of infrastructure anyhow. And at the moment we've got some politicians wanting us to build out in Pukekohe so that they can get re-elected in Epsom. That makes no sense to me at all. And we are going to put some pressure on the government. I think it's going to cave in on the seismic rules, which is what's making it very hard to convert empty offices into apartments. I haven't heard anybody, and you can confirm this please, who has not said that more people living in the city has benefits in every way and no drawbacks. I think you'd agree with that?
Strongly.
Okay. So I just wanted to add that bit into the thing. I think it's an important job you're doing. Sadly, there's no press here today. because, oh, there's a bit of good news, but it's a bad thing. I think that we need to more publicise the good work that comes out of your outfit. And as far as the council officers, I've funded a lot of them out of the mayor's budget. And so, but I can't do that forever. So there you go. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the work.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to explore with you the city centre from the perspective of people who live in a remote part of the city. We live way out east across the river. I have noticed over many years that so many more of the people, I was a constituent MP and so on, just saying, I won't go into the city anymore. It's just become so awful in there in terms of the Queen Street being blocked off from cars, you can't even drive down bits of it. And so I thought, well, maybe it's only just us. But I've looked at the numbers and I see the number of shop vacancies in Queen Street at, well, right at 13% of the shops in Queen Street are vacant. And I hear more and more plans to close off more lanes. And there was a really good example very recently. If you come out of the council building and into Federal Street and head along to Victoria, a new big cycleway was put in there. And what it meant was just unbelievable traffic delays for cars trying to get along Federal Street, turn into Victoria. And I said, what on earth was the reasoning for this, given that I've hardly ever seen a cyclist on it? And I went to AT and I said, why did you do this? And they said, oh, we were directed by the Central City Master Plan to do this. So there's clearly a drop in the number of people coming to the city. I don't think that can be debated. You might debate it, but I don't think you can. When you're building your city centre master plan, are you taking into account the changes you are making are turning away a huge number of people from the suburbs from coming here?
Well, firstly, we disagree with that analysis.
The numbers show you're getting more?
No, we're not. I'm not saying I disagree with the numbers. I disagree with your link to causality. You make two statements, and then you say that they are causative. So in other words, the one cycleway that's east-west in the city centre somehow has caused people to not come from Pakuranga into the city centre. Yet, and shop vacancies, yeah, retail is in an enormous crisis. There's shop vacancies in St Luke's Mall. Ponsonby Road and Newmarket are having huge vacancy problems, and they are nothing but 6 lanes of traffic. There is weak evidence to connect changes for drivers in the city centre and changes in retail space. This is not proven. And retail all over is under enormous powerful changes, especially from the internet. So, for example, we have 3 long-standing fashion stores on Ponsonby Road closed in the last couple of months. And one of them, Zambezi, they've kept their city centre store, they've closed their Ponsonby Road store. And I spoke to Neville, who's on our panel, and he said, oh, my biggest store is the internet. This is what's happening with retail. And if we're not accurate about the problems, if we see one thing and see another thing and decide that they must be causally linked without really carefully examining that, we can come up with the wrong solutions.
Yeah, okay. I didn't say I had come up with that. I said a huge number of people in my electorate raise it with me, that we won't go into town anymore. It's so confusing. We've been fined for driving down a street we always used to drive down, and now we know we're not allowed to. And frankly, in the end, it's just not worth going in. I get that, and if you're a member of Parliament, a constituent MP for a long time, and our councillor, it's quite regular wherever you go, walking your dog or going to the supermarket, people want to tell you things. I get that over and over again.
So the competitive advantage that suburban malls have is free and abundant parking, and people can choose to go to them.
They've got free car parks.
That's right.
The cars here.
The competitive advantage of the city centre is its unique offer, and people will find a way there. They will use your new busway, for example. They will do all sorts of things. There are 50,000 car parking spaces in the city centre, and they are not even expensive, and they're certainly not full. So if people want to come here, if the attraction is big enough, and we can prove this, for example, recently Smith & Co.'s, closed its doors, but it had a sale. Suddenly, absolutely full. When the offer was enticing enough, people get there. So, again, I can understand people out in the exurbs not wanting to drive in long distances or pay for parking. If that's their preference. That's a perfectly reasonable preference. We don't have to...
Well, they used to.
But they may be used to. The retail is the most visible and really important, and it's a visible thing. But the economy of the city centre has grown 25% in the last 5 years. It is not dying. Generally, the people that have opinions about it's so terrible in the city centre don't come. I mean, these are... If people want to stay in the burbs, they should.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I wonder if you would like to comment, or that of the K Road Business Association, on how important it is for this council to keep the venues that we have really vital. So, the Q theatres, these ones, they've had difficulties in recent times, and it's, probably some sitting around the table here would say that they're not paying their way. But what part do they play, the actual event space and the theatres and so forth, in creating that vitality that you talk of?
Yeah, thank you. Events and the arts, and I'll even extend that to marketing the city, are absolutely vital. They're not a nice to have, they're absolutely essential. I think Auckland has been outspent and outmarketed by such illustrious centres as Hobart and Christchurch over the past few years, and that's something we really need to fix. I think welcome the news that the St James is going to be functioning again. That's fantastic. Q Theatre's fantastic. When there's an event, even something down at Spark or Mount Eden or anything like that, the whole city lifts from that. All the hospitality lifts from that. It's a night and day difference in terms of how the city centre functions when the arts scene is healthy and pumping and functioning. So yeah, that's incredibly important.
Thank you for that encouragement.
Yeah, can I just add that we strongly support the special entertainment area overlay idea. I don't know if this has come to you, Richard, through the planning committee. There's a group called the Independent Music Venues Association, and they've put forward a planning change, and I think it was first proposed in Christchurch, but it's also somehow coming through the works here. Maybe Megan knows about it. It sets out, you have specific areas that have, one thing is noise limits. So you can't have somebody suddenly turn up next to a venue that's been there for 30 years and live in an apartment and then try to close down the venue because it's too loud. So it's just a way of encouraging specific areas to keep those businesses, yeah.
Future-proofing them, in the same way that Legacy Auckland City had an arts precinct for that, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Just following up on what Councillor Williamson was just saying, I have to agree with him that a lot of people in our community, and I've got family that live out west as well, and so I hear a lot of people all over Auckland saying that coming down, into Queen Street or coming down into the CBD used to be a real pleasure, and they used to really enjoy coming in. And most people, if they're wanting to wine and dine in some of our fine dining restaurants, which we have got some very good ones, they just find it really, really difficult now, and it's just, they can't be bothered, and they just go somewhere in their own communities now, and that seems to be what's happening. And well, I'm being honest and truthful here, but do you think you want a question, do you? Yeah,
I just want to be clear that this is an advisory board. The City Centre Master Plan that Cycleway Councillor Williamson spoke about, he voted for, we all voted for that funding in the first year of this term. We just need to make sure that the actions have actually been all of us and they're advising us on these issues. But go back to...
Yeah, well, I guess the advisory panel are also wanting to hear from us because they're advising us and we want to just give them a bit of advice of what we think might be the right thing, you know, and it's just that, you know, a lot of people don't actually like getting public transport if they're fine dining, they're all done up and they're all looking beautiful like Desley. And, and you know, people don't want to catch a bus. Well, okay, and you too. But people don't want to catch a bus and they don't want to get a train and they want to feel safe. And most people do actually want to drive a car and park somewhere. And we've had a lot of parking taken away, like downtown, a lot of parking taken away. And the one thing, because you're wanting a bit of, you're advising us and you're wanting us to listen to you and maybe us give you some ideas too to make it better. You know, one of the things that most people really, really don't like is they can't drive down Queen Street now. They get people do, and then they get a ticket. They'll never come back again. And, you know, and I know that Councillor Williamson and I think the Mayor one day, they got a little bit confused and lost in driving around because
we just need a question to the...
No, but I'm it's a bit of a question, but I'm also, it's one of my last times I'll ever be talking to the advisory panel. Thank you.
Maybe I could take this one. I think what you're saying is entirely true. It's something that I hear a lot from people as well. And Queen Street isn't my patch, so I can speak freely about it without getting too hung up on it. It feels to me like we are a little bit punch drunk with reconstruction and disruption, and we're staggering our way towards hopefully a future that's gonna hum, and we're not there yet. So if we're playing rope-a-dope, we're in round 6, and we're hoping for a railway to open in round 7, because that's how many years we've been waiting for it to kind of take place. I think I think it's partly the growing pains of the city is that we're becoming a real city with the city rail link and with all the ferry links and the improved busways, with the success of the Northern Express and with the Northwestern now started and more in the pipeline. We need more of it, and we need it fast, and we need to have these construction projects delivered a hell of a lot quicker in the future, because we can't go through what we've been through again. Yeah, so what you're saying is not untrue.
Well, thank you for that. Just one last thing. I've also got family that live in the city, and they do love it. They live in the Pacifica on the 38th floor. Okay, and so people like that do like to like being in the CBD, and they can walk there. But it's for all the other people, and you need more than just the people that are living in the city. You need everybody, and visitors from overseas. You need everybody wanting to feel as if they can get there.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, team. Just a quick question. How listened to do you feel? In other words, how successful do you feel your advocacy is?
By this body?
I think you advise...
By this person.
No. Okay, it's not a trap. I didn't mean it like that. But I actually was trying to say, you know, you obviously are an advisory group to us and to what you would think the business associations themselves, the people who actually to put the funding in to do what you want, right? Heart of the City, Cairo Business Association, etc. do you feel that it's a worthwhile thing to be in? I mean, do you feel that you're listened to? I mean, it's the same question I really asked all the other advisory groups. Is there
Is it value for money?
Well, is it value for money? Is it, do you feel that you get a report back on your success? Is there a closing of the loop? That's kind of...
I mean, it's tremendous value for money because we're pro bono. No, we do. We do feel largely listened to. We also have a very diverse group, which is very unified, and there's a great deal of learning from each other, which I think is extremely valuable. Yeah. Jamie can answer more.
Yeah, I think we are all volunteers, so we are advising council on how to spend roughly $25 million out of I think the total rates take for our 4.5 square kilometres is something like $200 million. So we're kind of saying, hey, here's how you might want to spend 10% of what you're deploying from this area for the benefit of this area. So it's certainly really helpful for me. The other thing is you're sitting up here speaking for the panel, but you've got 2 members of the panel here. It's a very broad group of people with, sometimes we have some great fights. It's really good fun. In terms of different points of view, you know, Heart of the City, the universities, Sky City, key property groups like Precinct and Britomart. Yeah, so it's a really, of course, the city centre residents group as well. All got different perspectives. So our function is to hash things out and then give the best advice we can to this governing panel. So I don't feel like it's a waste of time. I feel like it's really productive use of time. So.
Thank you. Councillor Dodge. Okay. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I spoke earlier today in regard to a completely different item on the question of how much we spend on different projects. And the point I made is spending the money is one thing, but ensuring we get a good outcome from that spend is actually more important than the quantity of the money. And in terms of what's going on in the city centre, however you spin it, what is happening there is not good. 98 of our fellow Aucklanders lost their job at Smith & Coe's, and I knew some of those people, and they loved working there, and they lost their job. I don't know how that impacts their lives, but obviously not very good. 1 in 8 shops is vacant. The situation is not getting any better. There's a store on the corner of Wellesley and Queen opposite the former Smith & Coe's, which once would have been an ideal position, and that's going out of business. A young Chinese guy who owns it, Andy Young, said to me when I asked him, you guys paying the targeted rate? And he said, of course. But some of us think with the targeted rate, we're paying for a hitman, and the hitman is coming after us. So I think we need to listen to the people who actually work on the street rather than people who are somewhat aloof and attached and have political views on how, you know, the city should be run. It's the people who work there we should be listening to, and the results of the spend was what we should be very concerned about in the next term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I just have one last question for you all, and I do attend as many of your meetings as I can. How do we get sort of, because we do hear things that are not true. I mean, last year we reported that the 2 previous years, the city centre outpaced GDP and employment growth of the whole country, like by quite some margin. Obviously, we're in a long tail of a recession, but that, and the AT sat here a couple of weeks ago and said, we are seeing overwhelmingly more people coming into the city centre now than before, but just not as often. So the HOP data and everything shows people coming in here, buses, trains and ferries, is overwhelmingly higher. We had at Councillor Henderson's CCO committee the other day, record numbers through the gallery, record numbers through the theatres, but just not as many events, sadly. And the Writers' Festival also massive record numbers through there too, so people can obviously get here. How do you feel we can either talk about the city centre, or how do we reframe what's being heard? Because I think someone said it, that often people complain about the city centre but may not have even been here for a long time. So is there any advice to us or people talking about where you work and live, how we can get the messages that are actually true in a positive sense, if we weren't in a nationwide recession, to kind of get the groove back?
Yeah, unfortunately, especially in today's shattered media market, complaint seems to get the most attention. And it's an easy trope, and it's an international one. You'll find cities all over the world where people complain, you know, no one goes to the city centre anymore, it's too crowded, or other, you know, logical solipsisms like that. We definitely need a better story. I mean, the stories are there. There's a lot of needlessly negative press. I mean, it strikes me that so much attention on the construction disruption of the CRL, and partly I think that's because it's the only visible bit of it. If it was a bridge rather than a tunnel, people would be talking about that as well. And very soon that story is going to be completely inverted. So yeah, I do think there's a messaging problem, but this also comes back to funding for events and marketing. People do have extraordinary experiences in the city centre that they cannot get anywhere else, and that is its USP. It is not as easy to drive to as everywhere else. And I will remind everyone here that the most successful part of the city centre is downtown, so north of Customs Street, and that is the place where you know, the bollards everywhere, News Square that blocked off the whole of Queen Street. There is the connection between ease of parking and financial success is almost inverse. So, but I will say that there's one thing, Councillor Stewart, that I strongly agree with, which is confusion. I don't think Auckland Transport have been at all clear in where you can't drive. Whereas take Komititanga, for example, where there are bollards, you physically can't take your car there. No one is getting a ticket for driving there. The vagueness of it isn't clear. People aren't used to it. However, we all must remember that we are very used to managing streets by category, by mode. For example, motorways you can only use in a motor vehicle, and that's very clearly understood. We do this, we do manage space, and we should, because what's the valuable economic unit in the city centre are humans on foot. Speeding through spends nothing. So, but how it's done is critically important, and I don't think it's been done well in Queen Street, south of Customs Street at all.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. Lots to think about, and a significant part of what we do in this place. And thank you to all your members for the volunteering time, and also trying to bring the voices of the members and people connected to you through you at those meetings, because I can see how conflicting it is sometimes when you're trying to bring positive and also solutions and problems and challenges through those committees, with quite different voices around the table. So, kia ora. Right, we're going to jump into our Rural Advisory Panel, and Andy would like to lead off as the team are coming up.
Yep, so just as Alan Cole and Dave Wanderup, and we've got Leanne online, thank you very much. I note that Alan hasn't bought any rural produce, so I'm anticipating that in line with what's happened earlier, he is going to be singing. But look, absolute privilege to be the chair of the Rural Advisory Panel, following on from my old mates Des Morrison and Bill Cashmore. And so I'll leave it to them. I haven't spoken to either of them about what they're going to say, and I have absolute trust. And but just want to acknowledge Warren McLennan, who was the staff member who left towards the end of, earlier this year, who'd been looking after the Rural Advisory Panel since day dot pretty much. And then Dave and Birdie and everyone else who stepped in, and everyone else that have looked after the panel this year. So Alan, Leanne, thanks very much for taking on today, and look forward to your song, Old Man Cobb.
Leanne's online is going to speak to our report, and then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Apologies for not being there in person, but I've had a touch of the flu, so that's something that probably you wouldn't want me to share with you. Just on behalf of the Rural Advisory Panel, I first of all want to thank Auckland Council for the opportunity the panel provides, the support from the staff, and acknowledge Mayor Brown for continuing the RAP in this last term. Just on behalf of the panel members, I also want to acknowledge our Chair, Councillor Andy, he's wonderful, and the Deputy Chair, Alan. It's a very good panel to be a part of, and there is a lot of value for it in us. One of the things that we want to also acknowledge is that Auckland, iconically known for this large urban centre, but actually has a very large rural area of which the panel is there representing. We do help provide the rural perspective to Auckland Council, and we've appreciated the ability to be informed by the different teams at Auckland Council on the range of work that's happening on things that affect our rural communities and our rural sector. We think the Rural Advisory Panel will be of special value to Auckland Council in the next term, given the many central government reforms, such as the Resource Management Act and that whole suite, that have a direct impact on our rural sector. And we do look forward to being able to help provide some perspective and view to help Auckland Council with their thinking and understanding that we can then bring back to our communities about how Auckland Council are approaching these things. So to support this, the Rural Advisory Panel has suggested the group could be used in the next term if it's continued, not just for information sharing as it has been, but really make use of the expertise and perspectives that we have around the table. So some more workshop style discussions on matters of relevance. We can use the Rural Advisory Panel for out-of-cycle meeting matters where appropriate, and that might be something that is of value given that the central government submission and consultation periods might not fit in line with the Rural Advisory Panel regular meeting cycle. So we would like to encourage the council to think about how they could use that panel to support them in their work. We also would like to be able to bring along some additional expertise or advice when appropriate. So this could be either industry representatives if they're not already there, growers, scientists, technical support where needed, and panel members are very happy to be able to facilitate that. The above suggestions really are just to ensure that the expertise and experience of the Rural Advisory Panel members is drawn on to help inform Auckland Council. We acknowledge that we're there in an advisory capacity, but we also acknowledge that we do represent a wide range of people across the whole rural area. And I just wanted to note that I really liked the Ethnic Community Advisory Panel's feedback loop suggestion. I think that would be something that would be of benefit to a lot of the other panels as well. And I probably just a reflection after listening to the other panels, Auckland Council really has a unique asset in the range of diverse community panels that come here that can help present information, provide insight into the challenges and views, and really help Auckland Council with their thinking. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I feel you guys have a really good asset in the diverse range of panels that you have. Thank you.
Good, Leanne, that's awesome. Thanks very much. Succinct and clear. Any question? Oh, sorry, Alan.
Just also like to acknowledge the unsealed road program up in Rodney. That's been will be a real benefit to rural stakeholders up there, particularly around dust issues up there. So we really acknowledge council coming to the party and putting on, and especially Councillor Sayers here and driving that for our Rodney members. The other thing is the other thing that's probably is going to be coming is a septic tank plan change. So we, again, another one of those things that we want to be clearly involved in early. just one of our frustration has been this term is with the freshwater rollout and council's employing of a contractor from outside our region, which was really frustrating for us as rural stakeholders in dealing with that. And we would implore council to use people who are actually locally and know our systems and our places. So just point that out. But we are really, this panel's been going since the ARC days, and I think that should be acknowledged that the council carry this on, and we see huge benefit working with council. We also note that the unitary plan will be coming up for a review in this next term, and we'd just like to note that on the rural side of things, when we did do the unitary plan, I don't think there was hardly any appeals by the rural sector on that unitary plan, apart from subdivision provisions, because we actually worked together to come with some common sense rules that all rural sector and council could work together going forward. So just acknowledge that and point that out. Thank you.
Kia ora, Alan. No, thank you. And I was going to, and we'll go straight to my question, because you did start on the MPS freshwater stuff, largely because of so much government change as well. And often I find when Andy and all of us can sort of agree, not the middle ground, that's probably weakening the position we all have, but often what council was doing to you or the rural communities is often to the lowest common denominator. Like it can feel like or seem like an attack, but it's actually a rule or a structure being put in place into the small number of whoever not doing, and that's like any part of the city, I guess. How do you see into the next, for whoever's here next term, that we get ahead of that, work with you on messaging, Andy's given some good advice, but maybe Leanne or Ellen, how do we get to a case, if it is the unitary plan review, that we are able to tell that story that congratulations to everyone who's doing this amazing work, and this regulation or something is for the others or whatever, because I feel it can become an urban-rural quite quickly.
Just interesting, this week I was out on Bombay Hill with AT and Healthy Waters, and one of the key things there was we do have bad eggs, and it's about peer pressure from the industries. The growers up there are frustrated with one grower. Luckily, he's stopping. But I think we recognise that there will need to be a bit of stick, but we just want to be more collaborative going forward, because we get, there's growers up there are really quite frustrated, particularly on the hill, with the lack of maintenance around drains, and then it was all being blamed on them. But on that visit for me was very interesting, but the blame wasn't all them, and it was lack of maintenance in the drains and capacities at times, then that was hitting their fields, and then it was really growing the problem. So it was really good to see everybody there, and as I've spoken to Councillor Baker, that's a good example that we potentially could do something like on Pookie Hill, where we all come together and do a whole lot of improvements to stop flooding so that we don't have onions going down our main streets of Pukekohe, for example. And through the anniversary event, it was proven all the work that everybody had done, we actually stopped the major flooding in Pukekohe. There was only probably one road that flooded, if that's a good example.
No, kia ora. And anything?
Yeah, I might just follow up with that. I think it starts with just building understanding and actually knowing what it is that is happening. As Ellen points out, most people are doing the right thing and trying to do the right thing. So often when some changes might come out, what you really need to recognise is if you're wanting to get everybody on board on the same waka, people that are not following or they're leading the whole industry down are not actually that helpful for the general grower or the general primary industry that you might be trying to make rules for. So I would encourage you to come out, to have staff come out and talk and work closer, because a lot of the time, a lot of the rural constituents have very good ideas about how you can get good alignment and get people on board the journey. And often I have found in my experience, I work across 5 regions, it can be quite eye-opening about how much work and how ahead a lot of people actually are on this journey. So one thing I can speak on behalf of growers in particular, they're very proactive, they're very aware. They want to be able to work with and collaborate with, and they want to be able to do the right thing, but also have Auckland Council understand what they're doing and understand their story. So working closer would be really, really good.
Awesome, that's good feedback, and I agree on the visits. I think Franklin me personally, I've had the most visits to out of anyone, out of any board from both Bill and Andy and the local board over time. So it is a really helpful thing for people to do. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. I've really enjoyed popping into the panel on a few occasions, sitting in the back and listening in because it's such a different perspective. I just wondered if there was anything in particular that you wanted to make sure that, you know, I guess in a minute or less maybe, that us urban councillors understood about the different reality for rural areas, and so we can reflect on that in our role, because I've really enjoyed, I went out and did a tour of Franklin with Angela Full-James, went up and did the bus tour with Greg and the local board up in Rodney as well. You know, Waiheke, Waitakere Ranges, they both have rural areas as well. So it is something that, you know, sometimes we miss around the table. So is there sort of one takeaway that you could maybe, you know, what would you hit us with as a takeaway for the urban councillors to understand about the realities for the rural parts of our region, because we are regional councillors?
Get your gumboots on and come out on the farm, and we'll show you practical things that we're doing to improve the environment. As simple as that. Even pink ones are welcome.
Kia ora, thanks. Leanne, did you?
Yes, I have pink gumboots, so yes, they're more than welcome, and I've never been shamed off a farm for my pink gummies yet. No, one thing, it actually came up in another region, but a grower said to me once, sometimes urban based councillors or urban based constituents or population forget that the rural needs are their needs, and they won't realise that until they can't access what they need to get at the shops. And I say that because in Pukekohe, that's a nationally significant growing area. Domestic functions in terms of like produce for the whole country, most of the vegetables grown in around New Zealand are primarily for the domestic market. So it's probably just to remember that the rural needs are the urban needs, but you might not see the impacts of their pressures immediately. Doesn't mean that you should not listen or not be aware of that.
Kia ora, thank you both.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks for your presentation, Leanne. Thanks, Alan. I just want to thank you for mentioning the Unsealed Road Improvement Program, but that is a regional budget. So Franklin, Waitax, the Gulf Islands, as well as Rodney, all getting some benefit out of that. And that really only got through with the support of the Budget Committee and the governing body. So, you know, I want to acknowledge that, and the Mayor's efforts there as well, Your Worship, so thank you for that. Leanne and Councillor Perry, thank you so much for your question. It was basically going to be mine, so I might just try and elaborate on that and give Leanne and Alan a little bit more of a chance to answer, because councillors might not put their gumboots on and they might not travel out there next term. We don't know who will be around the table necessarily. And that quick synopsis you gave about the importance of the food bowl was very, very helpful. I'm sure, you know, that resonated with a lot of councillors. Going forward next term, I think, you know, are there some other channels that perhaps we could do, like what you've just told us in front of us collectively, may have been the first time some councillors might have heard that. So maybe it's a rhetorical question, but maybe next term we need to just do a better job of socialising the rural advisory panels and its work, because there's a lot of positive work going on there, but also just the whole helping people understand the rural environment there. And I don't know if you wanted to comment on that or had any ideas or thoughts.
Yeah, I see this across a number of areas, but I think the challenge is greatest in Auckland, and maybe the last round of central government submissions was probably quite eye-opening and part of the reason why we've suggested maybe out-of-cycle meetings where it's needed. Some of what might go through in Auckland Council's thinking might not necessarily be in line with how a rural constituent in the area might think or feel. So short of being able to get out to the rural areas, if that is something that isn't that possible. There are lots of events that a lot of our industries do. We did a combined industry deep dive, and I would welcome then if we're able to do something like that again, opening that up to councillors, you'd be very welcome to come down. That would be really helpful. But short of that, perhaps the views that we're bringing forward, just recognise the fact that it's a unique opportunity for council that does have a lot of pressure and visibility in that urban space. Really do try and make proactive use of trying to glean the views out, even if it's just to build a bit of understanding, because that is a really big challenge, and I don't envy you in that challenge up in Auckland to a certain extent. But I am also very mindful of especially the growers that I represent, and then the other communities that the other panel members represent, that just getting the message about who we are, what we do, and having that understood before those positions are formed could be really beneficial, and that would help people feel actively listened to. And that might be really helpful for Auckland Council going forward for when, like Alan pointed out, things like you are doing plans and things like that. We've already had our views come through. People can see their voice reflected in that and hear that understanding, and that might make a smoother plan and an easier process for council.
Just maybe following on from that is again, the unitary plan, where we did have workshops out to the side, and I have to say I attended one of those because we had a fixed view with my Feds hat on. As you know, I'm a Feds man as well. But after actually listening to the position, it was actually clear where council staff were actually trying to get with it, and it was actually like with an over-allocated aquifer. And so we actually saw where they were trying to put some restrictions and to make sure that aquifer was available to everybody. So just an example where it's not all about us learning and you learning, it's just listening to everybody's position clearly. And maybe the other thing is that some of those workshops, if some of our urban colleagues could actually attend too, just understand just the farmers actually talking and the growers talking at those meetings.
That's awesome. Thank you. And last question, Mayor Brown.
Not really a question, it's a sort of a thing. As we've heard from you guys and the ones before, and the next one's coming up, conversations are at the heart of solutions. You know, if we sort of back off apart from each other, you've got to talk to somebody on their patch. I speak as a visitor out there and as a landholder in Pukekohe, and the landholder in the next discussion as well, but conversations are at the heart of everything. You got to meet people and listen to both sides, and you've just said that. Well, you got to understand you better, and you got to understand some of the difficulties, because right at the moment in our election, of course, there's a lot of uniquely simplistic solutions to complicated problems being thrown around at the moment. So complicated problems, and beware of simplistic solutions, but you have to have conversations. This has been good, and I appreciate what you do, and I feel comfortable about all of these various things, including the next one coming out, which I actually found kicked off, the small business one. If I'm elected next time again, I will definitely be, and I get very few bits of power as the mayor, but I can actually say we're going to have these bloody groups talking, and anyone who's sat through today, unfortunately the gutter press aren't here, but they will realise that this is very positive. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. There are no more questions. I'll once again acknowledge your work, and please pass our thanks on to all panel members. I think it's clearly a really important voice, and as you say, Alan, it's not a new thing. It's been the panel's been around for some time, so we really appreciate your views and honesty, but also the collaboration with council staff and council elected members. So, kia ora. Thank you.
And we rural folk, we love the city centre. We have a beer after the wrap every time down at the Occidental. So, yeah, lovely place, the city centre.
Yes, and I do travel in by train and go home with OMJ over here.
Thank you. Right, I just need to quickly do an extension of time. Councillor Turner would like to move. I'd like to.
Yes, I'll move.
Second. All those in favour? Aye. And Councillor Turner, are you wanting to?
Yeah, I'll just introduce the Small Business Advisory Panel, and Mr. Stewart, and I see Ms. Roger is online. The panel's only been going for sort of half this term. It's been growing work in progress. really enjoyed the meetings and all the people and all the help we've been getting. And I remember the Mayor coming into the first one and looking around and saying, boy, this is the most diverse panel in council, and it just goes to prove the businesses across everybody, and most of the people in the city are employed by a business or run one. So it's an important panel. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Councillor Turner. Yeah, this is a new panel. It's only been going since the middle of last year. Thanks to the Mayor for the initiative. It's great. I think that more business advocacy here. It's fantastic to see the range of the panels. But at the end of the day, everyone needs a job, and businesses provide jobs, which is the product of our economy, and small businesses are part of that. So I think we do have a really good range of people, and I think a lot of that been a lot of work to get the right people on the bus. I don't think we've really got the right people till probably the last 1 or 2 meetings that are engaged. So really only getting started. So it's not with only starting from the middle of last year in terms of deliverables. But there are a good range of people. Businesses, geographically, a lot of things don't have a lot in common. Retailers don't necessarily have a lot in common with my businesses, so it is quite hard to grab everyone in from different parts of Auckland. But I think there's enough good voices there to provide some constructive sort of advisory work for the council. What's our role? Everyone there, as far as I'm concerned, I'm here for community service. I'm busy with my businesses, making money, doing my thing is how do we help the process, how do we help the council be better, and how do we help for other businesses both growth and the council's cost structure is a big impact on us and our success, and how well you do. If you do a really good job, it helps us either whether we grow or survive, within that process. So we're a good practical sounding board. I don't think it's really probably been used as much, certainly not on the governing board. We've seen the Mayor, Ken's put a lot of work in. We're only really finding our way at this stage, but it's something that, and I think it's probably going to be more valuable for your staff, because at the end of the day, they're driving a lot of the cost entries. One area we tried to add some value for, writing to the Minister, was really just seeing some of the inefficiency with compliance costs of central government regulation and not enough empowerment. So you end up with legal processes which cost the council a lot of money rather than just be able to vary the fine process. So we lobbied with a letter to central government whether it has any impact, just to really get something it should save money and get things efficiently and hopefully drive the right behaviours for those that are transgressing, if anything comes of it. If it continues the next term, I just hope we get used, hope we add some value, because that's really what it's about. We won't get any value out of it. It's really what the council gets out of the value of it, and also that we have enough of a range. So that's it from me. Rochette, have you anything to add? Just me online by the looks of it. So, questions, if there are any.
Thank you so much, and thanks for, it's a bit of a trial term, but there's no doubt that I think whatever council is here next will want it to continue because of what you've just said, the benefits of it. Also having Rob next to you, I think, not that the only thing small business interacts with the council is regulatory and compliance, but I think it's a really good step if you can be meeting and going, this works, this doesn't, we know we have to do this, how can we make it better? And you've got someone really good that's listening to every conversation as well.
Sorry, I had to thank Victoria and Rob. They've helped corral us.
Yeah, so maybe I'll go to questions. And probably Mayor Brown.
Well, it's good to see Robert there because he's the interface between the council and business, and that when you said, Dean, it's the two-way street. We want to hear from you, and you got to hear from us. And Robert's stuck in the middle and has done good work in very difficult face between rules from Wellington, behaviours in Auckland, pressures from business, and the need to try and implement rules which we haven't had much say in putting in place in the first place. And so I've got to know closer just the pressure that's on our regulatory staff. And it's difficult, I've got to say, for them, and I'm sure it's useful for you to hear both sides because he regulates sales of all sorts of things from restaurants to, you know, milk bars to pubs to whatever. And we have rules and sub-rules and bylaws put on us and on the public that are bloody hard to put in place sometimes. And I think it's quite, I hope, do you find it useful to hear both sides there, Robert?
Yeah, through the chair, I think it's been great. Like I said, it's only 5 meetings that we've had, but in that we've been able to actually start, you know, sounding, almost using the panel as a sounding board. And like Dean said, you know, off the back of that, even using the ability to use the panel to write to ministers around changing and promoting, I guess, streamlining regulatory is really powerful because it comes from the business. So it really is coming from the heart of the constituents. So I think it's really powerful.
Actually, I don't think we've particularly highlighted all day long the power of those committees as authors of letters to ministers and others. Whereas if you just write it on your own, you're just some grumpy turd who they're going to ignore. But, you know, a council advisory group that covers such a range of, when you've got hair salons there, you're a very mechanically orientated contractor. There's people in all those things there, but there's rules on every one of them. And when they get a letter from that, if you just get a letter from a single person complaining about one thing, it's one thing. But if a minister gets a letter from an advisory panel that covers a third of New Zealand, 40% of the GDP, and set up by the largest council in the country, has some grunt. And so I'm hoping that, I'm pretty sure you make sure, Victoria, that they do that because they're powerful writing tools. Okay, thanks very much for the work you do.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Turner?
Just wanted to say thanks to everybody again. You know, I know it's only been a half-term thing, but I think it can flesh out. So thanks heaps, Dean. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, easy. Well, thank you very much for coming in. Sorry we've taken a long time, but appreciate all you've done so far, and I'm sure you'll be back next term as well. Thank you. Thank you. Right. We'll go back to Councillor Ferry to lead off. So we've had a mover and a seconder, and we will have your speaking turn, I guess, Councillor Ferry, as closing comments.
Kia ora. Thank you, and I won't take very long because we have spent a really good length of time, 3 hours on this, and I really appreciate everybody's time and attention to this mahi, which hopefully you'll agree has added real value for us this term and makes a case for it to continue next term. I just wanted to let people know that one of the things that Victoria and I have been talking about for next term is the possibility in terms of that loop closing aspect of the work to see if advisory panel views can be incorporated somehow in agenda reports. So you know that the agenda report has has those impact sections. Yeah, and that could be a good way to capture that. Obviously not every agenda report is going to be appropriate. You know, think about all those plan change things we just passed. Yeah, you're probably not going to put one on there, but particularly for the big policy pieces, I think it would be really useful for us to look at that. So it might not look quite like that, but we have been talking about how that might be able to be captured in the future. And that will also give them visibility of how their views are being presented to us, and then they can see us discuss them and how they might have made a change during debate and resolutions as well. Thank you very much to obviously all the panel members, most of whom are no longer with us, which is completely understandable, particularly to those who have done 6 years, which is an amazing effort. The panels this term have done, and you'll see that there's an attachment which spits out a whole lot of stats, and I had it open before, but I might have lost it now. Oh, no, there it is. And it shows that a huge amount of work has been done, and I want to acknowledge that that work is largely enabled by 1 and a bit staff members. Victoria and Millie supports her. And then in terms of the coordination and the support of all the panel members, picking them, all of that kind of stuff. And then we've had John Kingy able to support as well, and then staff who have volunteered their time above and beyond to support specific panels too. So the undertaking of the organisation in helping these panels to operate is huge. So that's attachment B, if anyone's looking for it, in the attachments. And that has also required probably a lot more time from the panel members themselves, both in sessions, but also, reading and prep and thinking things through and talking with their own communities, than perhaps some of them had anticipated when they first put their hands up. And we have had a few people who've had to step away during the term and other people who've stepped in, and that's all good. The contribution that they make, I think you've heard today from them, certainly the co-chairs, is that they feel that it's well worth it, but it's still significant, and so I think that needs to be acknowledged. Finally, I thought I wanted to pick up on something that was said, I think by Teresa from the Rainbow panel. Trust is built by action. And I thought that was a really useful reflection on what we should consider when we take advice from the advisory panels, and indeed more broadly from our community, from mana whenua, from local boards, all of that kind of thing, is that we do generally have a bit of a crisis in democracy where there is a low level of trust in civic institutions and in politicians. Trust is built by action, and so it is that how we take what we hear, we listen genuinely and authentically, and then we turn that into action or change. So I'll just leave members with that, and thank you, Chair, for allotting such a generous amount of time to this today. I really appreciate it. Good luck to those who are back next term to support panels. I thoroughly recommend it as a little extra job to do on top of your other councillor work. I have absolutely loved it. But just remember that trust is built by action. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Ferry. And yes, I'm not sure we would have done it justice if it was a shorter amount of time, but we have spent a lot of time, so I hope there isn't any more debate. Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? No, thank you. Right, on to item. Oh, we might just have a quick 5-minute break, stretch your legs, bathroom break, and
We need
be
an
back.
extension of time?
We've already done it. So 4:05 back here, please. Kia ora, David and Craig.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So, item 13.
Just want to bring the mic a bit closer to you, sorry.
Okay. Oh. Right. Shall we crack on?
And hang on a sec, councillors, if we could just be quiet so we can kick off again. Right. Craig, sorry.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, yes, so we're looking at a private plan change here for Fisher and Paykel Healthcare. We're at the Clause 25 stage of proceedings, pretty early in the piece. The report itself describes the addresses, so I won't go through those, but 300, 328, etc. of Karaka Road, Drury West. The site's within the rural urban boundary, and the request is to rezone approximately 86.5 hectares from future urban fuzz to business light industry zone. Now, I had some slides to show you. I'm not sure if the operator is. There's your machine. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll do it myself. Yeah. DIY.
Pointed over here, sorry.
Oh.
There we go.
Right, very good. So just locationally, it shows you where it is. Anyone who's been along State Highway 22 knows the hothouses there on the way to Pukekohe. Otherwise, St Ignatius Catholic College, recently established and up and running. And yeah, pretty clear site between the railway line there, and largely used for grazing, but obviously the horticultural use as well. The second map shows that future urban zone and indicated for residential zoning as part of the southern growth area on the next slide, which I'm in control of. So there we are. So that's the Drury-Opahiki structure plan where it indicates the residential zoning for that plan change site. And of course the industrial area, the purple stuff is a little bit closer to the motorway in our 2019 vision for the area. The last image on the right-hand side is the concept master plan that's been provided to demonstrate what the land is capable of delivering from the applicant, of course, their master plan or their concept plan, and inclusive of long-term staged development of the campus over 30 years. So proposing on-site wastewater disposal in the early stages, of development being buildings 1 to 3, and until bulk infrastructure is available. I think I've run out of slides at this point. Oh no, last one's about the railway station, which when I was in the Kiwi Rail website indicated that Ngākoroa station was to be up and running in 2026, and that is just along the road, well, just along the line to be accurate, 300 metres odd, to the eastern edge of the private PPC, the private plan change land. And that is the end of my slides. Now, David Wren is with me, of course, so I better introduce him properly. He's the primary author of the report. I can go through in a little further detail as you require, or just...
We'll just go to...
You're well educated.
David would like to say something, and then we can go to questions. Sure, everyone's read them.
Just in general terms, it's a slightly unusual request because it's a bespoke kind of development. It's based on the Fisher and Paykel Healthcare research and manufacturing plant or campus really that exists at Highbrook, and it's basically once Highbrook is full and they've got one more building to build, once that's full they'll be looking to develop this new site which will take them through the next 30 years or so, and I guess that Fisher and Paykel have identified this as a bit of land that they can develop in the same way that they've developed the campus at Highbrook. And that's what's led to the plan change. I've recommended that it be accepted for notification. There are a few little hooks in there that the council can sort out through the hearing process. The main issue that I see, apart from waiting or having enough infrastructure which will come in at 2035. They're starting or propose to start work closer to 2030, and the first 3 buildings can be built ahead of the bulk infrastructure provision. The other thing is just making sure that that's what they build, that it doesn't become just a standard industrial zone, and there's some changes perhaps to the provisions that would have to be worked through in the hearing to just deliver that. But that's the main issue with that. But apart from that, I'd recommend that it be accepted.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? None? I guess my question, and it is made clear about the staged approach, but how do we, what provision do we have to ensure that staged approach, or is it largely down to Watercare's?
There's a couple of things that will potentially automatically make it a staged approach. It's what they've done in Highbrook, and basically these are quite large, I'm hesitant to say single-storey buildings because they're quite high, but if you can imagine, they're probably about 10 metres high, but they are factory come research buildings. So the way they operate is that the research engineers and the people developing the products are in the same buildings as the people that make them, and they're in teams, if you like, and there'd be about 5 or 6 of these units within each of the buildings. So the buildings are quite big. They're not going to build them all straight away. It just wouldn't happen like that. And they'd have to wait for the infrastructure to arrive. It's quite different from a residential development where you're just subdividing it on as you sell them. They've got a plan to do that. There probably needs to be some plan change provisions in the final version that just tweaks that a bit to make sure that occurs. It ties it a bit more to that master plan. But that's a detail I think that can be worked through. How that works, that'll be up to the hearing commissioners, I think, to determine.
Okay, thank you. Question, Mayor Brown.
Okay, first of all, I support this. I think it's a good idea. What I like about it is industry pushing residential rather than the other way around. And so you can have people who aren't travelling in the motor. Most of the people who work there will be living somewhere around there, which is good. My question is the owners intending to hold the entire thing or subdivide off some other the businesses later on? It probably doesn't really matter much, but I was just wondering.
Their intention is to hold it all in one, in one holding. They don't intend to subdivide it. That's what they've told us.
Well, okay. Well, so will all of those future buildings be associated with that company?
It will be all part of the campus, yes.
Okay, right.
If you go to the Highbrook one, you can. I can't remember exactly how many of those buildings are there, but there are 8 or 9 buildings like that there, all in the one site, and they're aiming to replicate that.
Okay, and is there a power supply problem there? I remember putting in changes for Transpower to go to Highbrook.
Yeah, not that we're aware of, no.
Okay, we'll make sure you double check that, but good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Was there any other questions? I don't think so. Right, we'll just get you to both step back. We'll go to debate, and Andy would like to start off.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just ask that we support this. This is, if you've ever been to Highbrook, if you get the chance, go and have a look. Fish and Paykel, they have single-storey buildings because they believe they're all on the same level, so they don't put anyone above anyone else. It's a really intriguing setup that they've got, and they're wanting to replicate that because they're outgrowing Highbrook, and such is their success. So this is hugely important for South Auckland. It provides high-skill, high-earning jobs, which is something that South Auckland desperately needs. And overall, I think the plan is for 10,000 jobs in that 30 years. So this is massive. And, there's already, quite a large business where they're wanting to establish themselves. There's already quite a large business employing a lot of people there. So some of the wastewater stuff is covered because there won't be a huge departure from what is already there. So this is a significant thing. It is one of the most exciting things, I guess, when we talk about Drury and getting developed and that development. this Fisher and Paykel thing is one of the most anticipated and exciting things for that part of the world. So I think we just need to get in behind it and move along.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
Yeah, just to support what Andy said, the opportunity for these jobs, whether it be in research or whatever it is out south, to avoid people having to travel any further north is incredible. This is going to be a really exciting opportunity for all of us in the south, for our existing population, but importantly, our growing population. So just to support everything Andy just said. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Oh, Councillor Lee.
Mr. Chair, I would fully support this plan change. The purpose is a very worthy one, something that this region needs, and I understand the area, though it has elite soils in the vicinity, not in this particular area, this corridor, if you like. The corridor is quite strategic. It enables opportunities for more dwellings, but also along these lines, high-tech industry. It also is significant for transport, and I'm not talking about buses. There is an option there to use this corridor as a link from the main trunk line to take in from the south to take in Auckland International Airport. The area has strategic significance, and this sort of purpose, objective, enterprise is something that we should be supporting. I think the positives outweigh any negatives in this particular case, so I would support this. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Right, all those in favour? Are there any opposed? No, thank you. Right, we'll go on to item 14. We've got Christopher and just Chris. Kia ora. Thank you. I'll move in, I think. Do I have a second on this one? Councillor Ferry.
Thank you, Chairman and Councillors. My name is Christopher Turbot. I'm a policy planner in Plans and Places, and we have Craig, my team leader here, and we also have a representative from Watercare available if you have any questions in that regard. So this item is concerning a plan change application under clause 25. It's called Randic Rise. If we pass on to the next, oh, I've got to do that, haven't I? So that's, which button is it? So the applicant, McConnell Developments Limited, is proposing to rezone about 30 hectares of land near Takanini. They're proposing to rezone it from future urban zone to the residential mixed housing urban zone, which is, as you know, the medium density zone in the operative Auckland Unitary Plan. Those diagrams show the existing yellow future urban zone on one side and the proposed mixed housing urban zone on the other. So 30 hectares is a reasonable size, but it's not one of our largest plan changes. In terms of decision making, you're probably already familiar with this, but I'll just run through it again. The council is required to consider the request, and it has some options that are set out prescriptively in the Act. So we can adopt the plan change and process as a council plan change. The council could accept the request as a private plan change and notify it. It would go on to submissions and hearings. The council could reject the request, or we could process it as a resource consent application. There's really no merit in adopting it as a council plan change, and this is common for most private plan changes. It's not particularly a comment on this one. Processing it as a resource consent would be inappropriate because it's a future urban zone that doesn't enable urban activity until there's a zone change. So that leaves either accepting or rejecting the request. Clause 25 of the RMA sets out limited grounds for rejection, and I won't list them all there, but I've just picked on the two that are actually relevant. And those are, it is not in accordance with sound resource management practice, or the request or part of the request will make the policy statement or plan inconsistent with Part 5 of the RMA. And what that latter part really means is it would be inconsistent with the regional policy statement or a national policy statement. So the case law is pretty clear that a course merits assessment is required. We don't need to go into the details and prove that every facet of the plan change is appropriate. That will be done later through a hearing process. So there are some things that are at a course merits level good about this plan change. It adjoins an existing residential area. It's not in a remote location off in the countryside somewhere. Much, although not all of the bulk transport infrastructure exists, we've had a transport specialist run through it, and we're satisfied at a course merits level that there's enough supporting infrastructure there and that the applicant reasonably provide the local roads. In the short term, there's a local bus service that could potentially service the area. The council has a designation, or I should say knows a requirement for a frequent transport network alongside the plan change area, although that's subject to appeal currently. The land's gently sloping and it's generally suitable for medium density residential activity. And however, and just continuing on that sort of course level, it's in an area that's scheduled in the future development strategy for development in 2050 plus and is red flagged for flood hazards. Now, in regard to that latter matter, the flood hazards relate to the rather large Takanini floodplain. Now, the 30 hectares itself is actually not so susceptible to flooding or other natural hazards, so it's reasonably good in that perspective, but it does run off into the much larger Takanini floodplain, so if the area gets urbanised, the extra impermeable surfaces create extra runoff that has to be managed or mitigated one way or another. And just moving on that line and just jumping to the last bullet point, it's really not been possible to confirm that flood risk to existing properties in the flood downstream of the rest area will not be increased. There has been a lot of analysis and discussion going backwards and forwards between the applicant and Healthy Waters. And you've got Healthy Waters and flood resilience response and one of the attachments there. It sort of kind of got to the point where there may theoretically be a solution, but we haven't really been able to confirm that that might actually be feasible in practice on the site. And by that, I don't mean a detailed design, I just mean it's feasible in principle. And we did suggest we take an extra time, maybe a few months, to try and sort that issue out, but the applicant wanted to proceed to the Clause 25 report. So the risk there is that there's over 600 properties in the existing floodplain downstream at various levels of risk. And the RPS is really quite blunt about increasing risk to existing properties. It just says no to increasing risk. And in my view, it really would be kind of unsound to proceed where we can't at least confirm in principle that risk will not be increased. The other issues really relate to the infrastructure that Watercare operates. Watercare sort of develops its infrastructure planning in terms of the FDS, but also in terms of actual demand. They've looked at it, and the attachment that we've included sets out Watercare's points of view. They've stated quite clearly that they can't supply water until 2034 at the earliest, and we can't even be sure that it's 2034, it may be later than that. In some cases, applicants will identify alternative wastewater or water supplies, or say they will supply them through their own infrastructure developments. That hasn't happened in this case. The requester hasn't identified alternative supplies. Also, Watercare can't confirm with confidence that wastewater capacity is available ahead of the FDS timing based on their current information. They are doing a lot of modelling work to work out what capacities might be available, but there are also a lot of other plan change applications, developments going on in South Auckland, so all that capacity has to be allocated somewhere. Yeah. So my recommendation is really that the application be rejected. I have included as an attachment the material from the applicant, and in particular the letter from Ellis Gold, which sets out the applicant's point of view, why they think the application should be accepted. So that is there for your perusal. I've sort of come to a different point of view from the applicant, but of course you're entitled to come to your own point of view. And I've just noted that the requester can appeal the council decision to the Environment Court, so they have recourse to another process after this. Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher. I think it seems very clear, but I'll just see if there's any questions. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, and thank you for all of the work on this. I just wanted to, and I understand Council's position. I'm losing my voice. It only happens in this room. Honestly. Is this the first test that we've had for the red flag areas in the FDS?
To my knowledge, it is. But, yeah.
Do you think, it's probably not even worth asking the question, would we have rejected it under the previous FDS without the red flags?
Well, I think the red flag area raises a warning sign that the flood risks have to be thoroughly investigated. There has been a lot of work on this done, so that part of it has been met. Probably that there are a lot of floodplains in Auckland, and this is one of the largest, but I think with any floodplain situation where you have existing development downstream, you'd require that research. It's just in this case we haven't been able to resolve the issue.
Because the mitigation that the developer might be able to put in might work for him, or them, but they could never put in a solution that is going to resolve the downstream into those broader floodplains in Takanini.
Well, Healthy Waters advice is attached. They weren't, they didn't support the solution the applicant was providing. My view was that if we'd had more time, it might have been possible to get a solution that would at least show in principle that was feasible on that particular site. It's complicated by the fact we have a lot of other development proposals going through at the same time. Healthy Waters would prefer an integrated solution across all those areas that provided attenuation, but I think the applicant is entitled to have their own plan change area dealt with on its own merits, and that's the way I looked at it, and I wasn't convinced we could get to a solution in principle that would have no increase in risk downstream based on the information I've got at hand. And we all know what happens when existing risk that was put in floodplains at a much earlier stage in time gets subject to flooding. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Doesn't seem to be any other questions, so I'll just get you to both step back from the table for the debate. Thank you. Are there any... Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. I just wanted to speak to this briefly because it seems to me that this is exactly the kind of thing we should be rejecting, and it shows the process working. And I guess when we are thinking about the decisions we face, particularly on 24th of September, and we're talking about areas that are genuinely constrained by infrastructure, here's a perfect example of somewhere constrained by infrastructure where we should be saying no. And that is not advice that we have for many of the other places that we are looking to intensify closer to the city. So I thought I'd just make that point. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, and Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I respect the advice that's been given by Healthy Waters, and I completely understand the Takanini floodplain area. This is a little outside of it, but it does have downstream effects, and it's just a shame because it's right next to an urban area. It's in the urban area. It's exactly where we want housing for an area that is bereft of housing. Manurewa needs housing if no one else needs it. So it's a real shame for that. But we do not want to build in areas that are going to create people living or impacting other areas in floodplains. So totally get it, just a bit regretful about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. And I think you're right on the floodplain, but it is also that the double-edged sword with also the water care issues as well, which we have to contain. I think maybe if it was one, we could have found a solution at this point, but it will continue to go through the process, no doubt. All those in favour? Are there any opposition? Sorry, I'm getting to the end of a long day. Is there anyone opposed? No. Any abstentions? All good, thank you. Now we'll move to item 15. Erin is here. And Helen, thank you. Kia ora to both of you. If you just want to make sure your mics are in front of you, perfect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I'm Aaron Shields, a team leader in the Regional Northwestern Islands Unit, and I have with me today Helen Shaw from Watercare. The next two items have elements of wastewater and water supply, and Helen is here to provide any assistance to the committee on those matters. Oh, thank you. Yeah, do I do it? Okay. Shall I give it to you?
Sorry, you've got...
Right.
Pointed over here. Okay, sweet.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of aerial photographs for you to illustrate the context of the Sinton Road private plan change area. This is in Whenuapai. It's north of the State Highway 18 that goes across the Greenhouse Bridge. And you can see on the left-hand side the area in the context of the airbase and the motorway system. On the right-hand side, the lots that are identified by the red line are the lots that are within the private plan change application. So the application itself is to rezone land to mixed housing urban and mixed housing suburban, and I'll show you that on the next. So this shows the existing zoning for you. So it's all future urban zone in the context of being north of what is called Hobsonville Village across the State Highway 18. So the request, as you can see it, identifies on the southern side of Sinton Road, mixed housing urban development, and then the land that is adjacent to the Wairohia Inlet is identified for mixed housing suburban. There's also a square that is green on the left-hand image, and that is 0.4 hectares of parkland that will be vested with council. And this request also has a substantial area of Esplanade Reserve along the coastal inlet. The right-hand image you can see is the location of those Esplanade Reserves along that edge. Okay. So here's the detail for you. The application seeks to rezone 3.8 hectares to mixed housing suburban and 9.6 hectares to mixed housing urban, which are zones you're familiar with. They're operative in the plan. 0.4 of a hectare for open space and approximately 2.85 hectares as Esplanade Reserve. They will apply the stormwater management area flow 1 control across the land, which is common and is used across all of our urban areas. And they propose to introduce a new precinct and associated precinct plan to manage the development of the site and the infrastructure triggers. So the future development strategy attends to this area and identifies it as being ready for development 2035 plus once bulk infrastructure is available. And development ready refers to the stage at which urban zoning and bulk infrastructure prerequisites are provided. So there are some potential grounds available for rejection for this particular application. There are aspects of the plan change that are arguably contrary to sound resource management practice, and other aspects that could make Auckland Unitary Plan inconsistent. And the key unresolved issue relates to bulk water supply. That water supply and wastewater networks would be required before connections can be approved from the plan change area. So in the pre-application process, the applicant has been very constructive in its engagement with council and with Watercare, and Watercare agreed to review their precinct provisions and made recommendations that reflect the current limitations. So essentially some provisions in the precinct to manage the timing of water supply. To date, the requester has not accepted those provisions, but indicates that they're very supportive to address the water supply servicing, and will work through the detail of these provisions should the request be accepted. So the understanding that Watercare has of water supply is evolving, and there's new information arriving through other plan change processes that would contribute to the ability to work through the detail of those provisions in the statutory process. So my recommendation today is that the request be accepted, albeit that there are some grounds to reject it, and I recommend that the council exercise its discretion. What the acceptance will provide is the ability for the request to be considered through the statutory process of submissions and hearings, and the matters at issue to be resolved through that process. I think that's the last slide.
Thank you. And yep, I've got a chair's rec. If you want to put it up, myself and Councillor Dalton will move in second. And we are taking your advice on the accept, but we are putting in what we normally do in this situation is that we will approve a council submission that the request be declined unless the plan is modified to address the issues in the plan change that we have issues with. And I do, I guess, have a question for Helen on the water care issue. Wastewater, there's sometimes other solutions, shall we say, but on the bulk water supply, you'd suggest that this wouldn't go ahead anyway without, I mean, how would they provide the water supply without water supply? I guess if you want to explain Watercare's position.
Yeah, look, we're, as Erin said, we're dealing with or talking to a lot of applicants in terms of private plan changes and other applications in this area around water supply. So there's a lot going on, and we're actively trying to work out how we can, what the risk is for us and how we can supply water long term to this area. There's quite a lot of uncertainty around rates of growth and what we need to provide. So we're working through it. I guess if there is no access to the water supply at this point, I mean, noting that this is a FGS 2035, we've got the North Harbour 2 water main coming in at kind of the 20, what have I got there, 2035-ish. Options self-servicing in terms of water supply are things like rain tanks. And otherwise, yeah, I guess just trying to work our way through some of the data and information that we have. I mean, the other alternative is obviously waiting until that bulk water is available.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this? Councillor Watson.
So, I'm just checking that I heard this correctly. So you're suggesting that an interim measure might be putting in water tanks?
Well, self-supply is an alternative if there is no bulk water supply, and there are occasions where groundwater might be accessed for a private supply. Rain tanks are fairly unreliable in terms of a long-term water supply. They don't tend to hold out very well in drought situations, and so there's complications involved with that as well. I mean, we wouldn't recommend it as a sole source for a development such as this.
So is there some identified ground supply in this area?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know.
Okay, so this is a pretty well-known and reputable developer who's been around for quite a while, of course. One of the things I'm struggling a little bit is we've got this future urban land which has been identified with certain timelines, and there's another one that's coming after this, ironically enough, which the recommendation is to decline. I'm just wondering then how useful or concrete that whole timeline is then when applications can come in, say, like a decade earlier or something, with a shortage or apparent shortage or questions over the supply of basic infrastructure. So yeah, how is it? And I say that because in this area there has been quite a lot of concern over out of sequence development and the scale of development that's been improved anyway. I mean, this is I guess is a good site. It's close to the motorway and all the facilities and all the rest of it. I'm not saying that, but it doesn't seem to provide that certainty that we were really indicating in times gone by with the structure plan and with this whole timing sequence.
Through the chair, I might just start, and if you wanted to add anything specific, but you've got to the nub of the situation we're currently in, well, for the last few years certainly, and possibly into the future, where we are trying to do what we're being asked to do, trying to do the right thing about setting a bit of a time frame around when infrastructure may be able, to be provided in an area, yet private plan changes and other can just come in and sweep over all of that. The RMA is permissive in that sense, and I expect it to get even more permissive given what ministers have been saying lately. So it feels very hard to plan and even provide certainty because other people or processes can come in and take it over. And so this is why we bring so many of these to you. We hear the concerns. We know that infrastructure and growth doesn't pay for growth. We know the challenges we have. And so we try and do on this course assessment the best that we can to go, well, look, it's kind of within cooey of the time frame or it's nothing like the time frame. Where are our infrastructure providers up to in terms of the infrastructure both that we have there now and into the next kind of short term, and therefore whether we think this should proceed or whether we should say no. And so that's why, particularly on this agenda, you've got a few that are saying yes and a few that are saying no, because of that timing, because of the cost of infrastructure, because of its location and all those kinds of situations. So you're right, there is very little certainty. There's no certainty for council or ratepayers, and there's a lack of certainty as well for landowners and developers as well.
So finally then, just in terms of this particular application, what you're saying, Erin, is that unless the matters are addressed, obviously, then the developers can't proceed. So that's that's obvious kind of counterweight to everything, isn't it? Unless the infrastructure issues are addressed in whatever shape or form it is, then there's nothing going to happen, is it?
Yeah, so through my report, and I've provided what's called a course merits assessment, I reached the view that there are issues, yes, but there is enough that is able to be supported for it to go to the statutory process and be considered by independent commissioners through that. And as part of that, for Watercare to work further with the applicant to resolve the issues and get the provisions into the unitary plan that manage the water supply issue.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we might be, the Mayor might be talking about the next one, not this one. Okay. Any other questions? Cool. So I just, maybe if I can ask Erin or Megan, what we're doing here is not accepting, not adopting this. We're not saying it should happen, but because it is closer to the date than others we get, we are still saying it could go to a hearing, but we're saying we will oppose it unless the matters mentioned in the report are dealt with.
Yes, that's right. And so your chair's rec, in red, reflects that we believe this should be declined if these matters are not dealt with. However, we think overall it is worth going through the hearing process to make that consideration.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I just, every time, in the face of such a chaotic planning landscape that we seem to have with all our discussions at the moment, every time I hear these discussions and Watercare get mentioned, I'm worried that they're becoming the default control. Is that, that's not what we're saying here?
It's. I mean, from my perspective, the rec talks about not just Watercare. Watercare, in this case, water supply. I mean, we can say we've got roads that we congested, but you can't say the pipe will come with your water. Like, that's a definitive. But we have mentioned a lot more than just water supply in the submission. But I think in the situation of Watercare, my personal view, but Erin or Helen might want to give an opinion, they are being quite clear where there is no or will not be any infrastructure for a development.
Through the chair, if I may, the submission that would be provided for consideration by the independent hearings commissioners would be an Auckland Council submission. So we own that submission and we would represent it at the hearing. We would either most likely be supported by our colleagues from Watercare in terms of the technical work that is attached to that submission.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll just get you both to step back and then we will debate this one. Is there anyone who would like to speak to it? Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Move on to item 16. I think, Councillor Butley, if you wanted to go to the side room or head home or whatever you want to do. There is one more item after. Oh no, there isn't. There's no items after this, so you're welcome to. You can hang around if you want. You can hang around if you want, but we'll see you later. Thank you, Councillor Butley. Cool. Yes, item 16. Right, so we are nearly there, everyone. Just this. Here, Aaron, just getting the.
Okay.
Yeah, ready to go.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the second item in Whenuapai for today. It's this is another private plan change request in a northern part of Whenuapai. It is a joint venture endeavour by MetLife Care and the Neil Group. And I'll just run you through the slides we have. So you'll see on the left-hand side the location of the site, which we have called Totra as it's associated with Totra Road. It's in the north of Whenuapai alongside the coast and just north of the airbase, which is the grey triangular shape in the middle of Whenuapai. The image on the right-hand side is an aerial photograph of what it looks like currently, which is quite clearly farmland and large paddocks and a bit of light industrial activity at the bottom end. So this is a much larger area of land. It's applying to rezone 26 hectares and introduce again a precinct that is called a Totra North precinct, and they would apply the stormwater management area flow. So this is a bit different to the previous item, and the future development strategy identifies this as being within Whenuapai North Stage 2, and bulk infrastructure delivery is not currently planned until 2050 plus. So 2050 is the earliest date. The future development strategy also identifies this area as being subject to several infrastructure prerequisites, which are transport related and water and wastewater related. Watercare does not support this request. There's quite a number of bullet points. Would you like me to run through those? So this application is out of sequence and might put pressure on Watercare to reprioritise or reallocate funding that's already identified elsewhere. It's significantly out of sequence with the future development strategy timing of 2050 plus, so that's like 25 years early, and the infrastructure required to support development in this part of Whenuapai. Water supply cannot be supported by the public water supply network until the North Harbour 2 water main is completed and commissioned. And that is not anticipated until the end of 2034 at the earliest. Work is underway to understand available capacity in the North Harbour 1 water main, and Ms. Shaw from Watercare mentioned that in the last item. This work is not completed, and at this time the North Harbour 2 water main remains as a prerequisite. Wastewater servicing for the plan change cannot be supported by the public wastewater network until the Brigham Creek wastewater pump station is completed and commissioned, and that's from 2035 plus. So the infrastructure servicing gap of 10 or more years cannot be resolved by amendments to the precinct provisions alone, which is part of the suggestion from the applicant. If the request is approved for processing, it could create unmeetable expectations and place funding pressure on Watercare. So this request we submit is contrary to the indicative timings for rezoning and the provision of bulk infrastructure in the future development strategy. It does not give effect to our regional policy statement. It's not integrated with the provision of appropriate infrastructure, and that leads it to being not in accordance with sound resource management practice and leads us to a place where the unitary plan is inconsistent with Part 5 of the Resource Management Act. There is also uncertainty of funding for the required public infrastructure required to support this development in the plan change area, and the recommendation is for it to be rejected. I believe that's the last slide, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much on that one. I just added a couple of words there. I've moved and the Mayor would like to second this one. Are there any questions? Member Ash.
Kia ora, thank you. Just one from me. I know in the report it says that iwi had set out a number of mitigations, and that basically without those mitigations done, it would be left as moderate or significant adverse effects, and that not all of those mitigations have been adopted by the applicant. That's correct, isn't it? And that
I understand that is correct, yes.
And that includes things like setbacks and as well as there's obviously the significant infrastructure issues. But
yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Are there any other questions? The Mayor. You don't have a question, Mayor? No. Right. Right. There's no more questions on this one, so maybe if you just get back, step back. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this one? I think it's not really. Right. Okay. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you. Right. That's the end of. That's everything. Right. Thank you all for. Thank you all for coming and staying. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia. Yes. Sorry. Yep. We've passed them all. Ki Urutapanui, ki Wātea, ki Mama, Tinako, te tinana, me te wairua, e tara akatu, koia rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia tina, haumie, huie, tae, kie.
Well done, Chair. One to go.